Oh man, oh man. Yeah, we back again. Yes, yes, y'all. I'm feeling a little better. Um, and it's a new year. Happy 2023, baby. And 2023, I've decided that I'm not gonna pussy around with these pussies anymore. So listen, come in, hit the thumbs up. I'm calling this special here as the fools turn. It's almost like as the world turns, but I gave it a spin, because the people involved in this tale of life, it includes a group of fools. And I listed those fools' names in the title, but it's not limited to just those, right? It's many, many, many more. Many, many more. This is just the beginning, though. I start out, when you start off, if you're smart, you start off a little slow, right? Start off slow. You start off when you're entering into a race of destruction, because that's what I'm doing, right? You start off slow. You take your time, you stretch to the left, stretch to the right, do some lunges, lunge to the left, lunge to the right. You can do it with some music if you want. Just just get ready to fight, baby. Get ready to fight. And you start off with a slow walk, then you get into brisk mode, just a little faster walk. Yeah, y'all with me? Breathe in, breathe out. Make sure your muscles are warmed up, and then you start taking off. But see, right now we at the little stretching mode. And so I decided to kind of go at the easiest of them, the ones who, with their own mouths, with their own words that come out of their fucking mouths, they destroy themselves. There's no need to fight hard with people who fight themselves, And listen, I in 2022, the beginning of 2022, I was on a path of saying, okay, look, I recognize who the enemy is. At that time, that was the Manosphere, aka Kevin Samuels, right? Um, he was an easy target, except for the goddamn mammies and uneducated fools. Remember, at one time I was trying to pull people away from the idiots. I was like, look, maybe if they listen to some truth alongside of some idiotic responses and bullshit, they would be able to determine what's true and what's not, what's harmful and what's not, what's helpful and what's not. That's what I was doing in 2022. I was trying to pull away the ones who could be saved. But during that journey, I realized that a lot of people don't want to be saved. They don't want to be saved. And who am I? It's not my job to save them little motherfuckers. Now this gonna seem a little harsh. Okay? Gonna seem a little harsh. But it's not my job to save little motherfuckers though. Right? It's just not. I realized, like, why am I trying to save them? Like, their own mama, their own daddy didn't save them. Like, maybe, somebody who said on my panel, I've come to realize that he was right. Now, in the beginning, it was harsh. The words that came out of his mouth was harsh to my ears when he said, bomb, everybody not meant to be here, baby. He said bomb. Like, some of these motherfuckers shouldn't have never been born. And they definitely shouldn't have never lived to turn 1, 2, 3 years old. He said, due to technology, we have a lot of people who really shouldn't be here. Technology helped. Listen, it's gonna be harsh, right? This episode right here, for those of you who faint, you don't want to hear some of the very bad negative truths, this not the stream for you. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be hard for some of you men to hear what I'm about to say. Even some of the women gonna get upset. They're gonna get upset. But anytime I say something that you disagree with, today I'm gonna be looking in the chat, and you could come up and hit this motherfucking link and let's talk about it. Okay? Because this isn't something easy. Hey, Silent Babe. This isn't easy on my heart. This weighs heavy on my heart. It weighs heavy on my heart. It does, because I'm generally a nice person. I like seeing the glass half full rather than half empty. I like looking for the positive in people. But throughout my lifetime, I've noticed that doing that hasn't always benefited me, right? It hasn't always benefited me nor my family. Like, I always put myself out there to help people. And sometimes people have, they claws have come out and in attempt to scratch me. Now, let me just say, I take motherfuckers down. So nobody's ever been able to, come in contact with me and actually scratch me. But a bitch like me, when I had to become Neo and do some Matrix type of movements on these motherfuckers, I just did my move, dodged their little swipes and shit. And then I had to stand erect and point in the other direction and tell them motherfuckers to get the fuck out my face. You see? But then I could gain my composure and started acting all nice again. And, and then I end up having to do the same thing, again and again and again. And what they say, when you repeat something over and over and over again, and now I'm not saying every time I got the same result, but what I will say is that some of the people who I was trying to reach out to happens to be Black men. Listen, y'all already know this. I don't have to tell you what y'all already know. I have a affinity to reach out to help Black men, but that is due to society, right? And how I was raised, how we grow up. Women, this is just what we do, especially when we love people, right? It's supposed to be both sided. Now that's so it's not bad that I reach out for, like, my husband and my sons and my nephews, my cousins. And that's not a bad thing. The bad thing is when it's not reciprocated, when on the reverse side, when they're supposed to do the same for me. Now, I have found that more than not, within my family and even within the people around me, more than not, they have reciprocated. But that's not everyone, and it's not all the time, right? I'm noticing in today's society, and when I say today, I'm talking about the last 10 years. I'm not talking like the last 10 years. I'm looking at Black men differently. Okay, I have separated them. Black men, right? And the niggas. I never used to do that before, right? I used to feel like, hey, a Black man could easily switch to the nigga when necessary. And listen, Shit, I could become a nigga when necessary too. When necessary, you might have to become something that you're not always, that fits you always, right? You have to put on that nigga suit every once in a while to make a point or to survive an instance or whatever, right? But I'm noticing that in today's society, the men are almost gone. Men under the age of under the age of 45, Black men under the age of 45 are almost non-existent. There are some, right? Those who had fathers in their lives, their grandfathers, their uncles, who were actively, and I'm not talking about in their life like, hey, Uncle Johnny, how you doing? And Uncle Johnny walking, being a Pookie and a fucking Ray Ray, and he ain't teaching his nephews or his sons anything. See, those are the ones who created the niggas, right? What's up, Pastor? Mika, what's going on? Right? There are a large group of men who just, they don't exist. This thing called manhood is almost gone. These niggas want to talk about, ladies, look, we're just gonna have to admit it. We're gonna do it proudly. We are modern day women. Because these niggas like to take something, mix it up, jumble it up, turn it into something negative, and then try to shame you with it. But if you follow me, ladies, and listen to what I'm saying, then we'll stop them right in their motherfucking, right in their tracks. Right? They use the word modern woman as if it's something that is so fucking terrible. So we're going to take it, just like the word bitch, right? We took the word bitch, and now they get confused. They be like, oh, we can't call you bitch. What about when you call yourself a bitch? What about when you call your best friend your bitch? What about that? We so confused. Ooh, I'm so confused, Bob. We don't understand. We know you don't understand, you simpleton ass nigga. We know you don't understand. Thank you for telling us. Thank you for raising your hand and letting us know that you ain't nothing but the nigga. Okay? Thank you for informing us of this. And ladies, so what we're going to do is we need to just say, hey, I'm a modern day woman. Yes, I am. I go to work because, not necessarily because I want to, but because I don't have no choice. But because I have no choice about working and doing things for myself, I'm going to do the very best that I can. I put my best foot forward. And so I'm going to get my education. I'm going to decide on what I want to do in this world. That's mean I'm a fly motherfucking modern day woman. You goddamn right. And I'm great at it. If you want them to stop with this nonsense, this modern day woman, they got look like a whole trans woman. Pearly thing. She's the only woman on the list. Y'all notice that? You notice that? Like y'all don't notice that group of men on my motherfucking title, baby. All them motherfuckers are born men or boys, males, whatever. Pearly thing is right there in the middle, baby. I bet you her dick longer than every single one of them men on this list. Longer than the lead attorney. He over there looking like he like a whole pussy over there. You know goddamn well that man ain't having sex with no motherfucking women. Then we got Anton Daniels, who over there sleeping with a whole bitch every motherfucking night. My bitch, my hoe. My girl, my chick. My bitch, my hoe. My girl, my chick. My bitch, my hoe. My girl, my chick. Hi, bitch. What's going on, girl? You gotta be a modern day woman too, for your man, right? Your nigga, by the way, your nigga to tell you or tell other folks that you ain't nothing but his motherfucking chick and his bitch. What's up, girl? Welcome to the club. I mean, all these modern day ass women, goddamn, married to nothing but these niggas for the most part. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know goddamn well Anton Daniels can't think that he's anything other than a nigga. The nigga like a whole Pookie over there. Cause only Pookie and Ray Ray call their goddamn wives. See, I'm doubting that they're married. I'm gonna be honest. It's either one or two things going on. That nigga faker than a motherfucking $80 bill, $90 bill. I never heard of a $90 bill before. But I'm telling you, a nigga be claiming that he's higher than God. I don't know which God, but it must be the fake gods. But then again, y'all already know how I feel about that already, right? About the fake gods. What's going on? I am pretty damn gangster. How you doing, sis? So we got a whole grown man, right? Claiming to be married, but calls his wife his chick, my chick, my chick, my chick, my chick, my chick, my chick. My chick. Like I'll be wondering, like, even in the beginning, right? When I met him, I told you I met him, he was going against old dude who was talking about having sex with little girls. And I'm talking about he looked like he was heated. He was like, oh nah. He looked like a man of honor and shit, right? It don't take long though for these niggas to show their true colors, baby. It do not take long. And the more you modern day women surround yourself around that nigga, making it seem like he's somebody you will fuck with, you young ladies, y'all need to clear something up. You need to let that nigga know that he's more uncle-like to you than anything you would lay with. See, he confused though, because see, when I call certain men uncles and shit like that, even when I was younger, still today, that's me letting him know that, hey, we cool. I can get close to you, but never confuse this situation, babe. You like family to me. That nigga over there, you know, putting spit on his middle finger, licking it a little bit, and then swiping his eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? That nigga over there claiming to be cute, and he know he all that. And yet we don't see nothing but all I see is a piece of shit. Every time he called his woman, or should I say his wife, every time he referred to his wife as his chick or his bitch, all I see is a piece of shit. I wish my goddamn husband would ever, and I mean this from the bottom of my motherfucking soul. Like, I don't even play like that, right? I don't play with my husband. Y'all never hear me call him out his name. Not never. It don't matter. We could be arguing. It could just be in here where I feel like he's just not listening to me. And never have I ever disrespected him. You understand? Not calling him out his name, not never. It honestly, like in the beginning of our marriage, it may have crossed my mind. You know what I mean? Like, like ladies, we know our mouths could be short. Yes, Lord, could be short. But we have to be smart on how we use that tool because it can really cut deep. Right? It could really cut deep. And some of these men, most men can't handle some of the shit that we might put out there. Just like we wouldn't be able to handle it. You know what I mean? Like if somebody I love said something shit about me, even if it was true, let's say it had some truth to it, that should have hurt. I'd be like, God damn, that's how you really feel? So we got to be very careful with that tool, with that weapon. And so early on, I understood that though, right? My mom taught me that. I didn't just learn this shit. This shit just didn't one day come to me and say, hey, make sure you don't do it. Like I didn't see my mom disrespect my dad that way. And my mom did tell me, hey, some words you can't take back. Once they cross people's ears, even if they apologize, certain things you can't take back. And the deeper the cut, shit, that wound may never heal. Okay, it can really tear your marriage from the inside out. And sometimes it may take years. But something you said 10 years ago could come back and tear your shit apart 10 years later. That's because that wound never healed itself. So my mom taught me that. So I remember the first time, man, I'm not even going to joke. I'm not even joking. I remember our first argument, one that I considered to be, bad enough where I thought about saying something. I'm telling you, baby. I remember being in the kitchen. We was in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. I remember the kitchen, baby. I remember it like it was yesterday. And something happened. I don't know exactly what happened. Probably came in late and thought he didn't have to explain or something. No telling. But he said something. And the first thing that almost came out my mouth was, yo, and I ain't going to say the rest. Right? No, I wasn't even going to say the rest. I'm not going to say the rest. But I knew that would hurt him. You see what I'm saying? That wasn't even that wasn't the worst thing, right? But I remember when I was about to say it, yo, and then I just something say, don't say it, do not do this right now. So I gulped, swallowed that, and I just went and went upstairs, right? And thought about it, thought about what was about to come out my mouth, thought about why would I do that? Why, it's not that bad. This could be real bad if I say certain things. And so, listen, in a relationship, yes, our mind, things come to our mind, and a lot of people just let that shit escape out their mouths, but your mind's supposed to be a filter for your mouth, right? Think that shit through, and then think it all the way through. Right? So let's go back to Anton Daniels, The Fate, right? This is 2023, nigga. I don't give no fuck. We could go out straight out war, nigga. I promise you, I'm not going to be the loser in this, bitch. Right? This is not what you want. And I know you a pussy anyway, you fucking nigga. Right? I watch you set up people, right? I watch you set them up. I know which ones you can play with, which ones you can't, right? I watch you set little motherfuckers up and then smile and grin, nigga. My channel is always open. When I'm up in this bitch, the panel is always wide the fuck open, nigga. I wish you would come over here and bring some little nigga like a Charleston White to come over here, nigga. I will roast that nigga in just as weak as that nigga right eye is, nigga. I will smack that nigga around the internet. You understand? That nigga sat over there yelling, but nobody put no charges on me, though. Nobody against Jay Prince. And then y'all start claiming Jay Prince was the loser. I'm thinking both them niggas weak, but goddamn. One nigga was talking about, I'm the only nigga who will use the word Jew. I'm thinking to myself, I hear men say Jew all the motherfucker time. And I know anytime I want to say it, nigga, I'll say it, but I know what you're not going to do with that word. You're not going to go and talk about no Jewish people. All you're going to say is the word Jew, nigga. That nigga said, I have to say the word Jew. I'm the only nigga around here who say the word Jew. And this nigga, Anton Daniels, was over there cracking up, giggling like a little bitch. The shit wasn't funny. She said, right when was younger, I was hell. I know that's right. Listen, well, we could be hell on wheels, baby. Our mouths are something to be feared by everyone, including other women and shit. We get deep down and dirty with our mouths. Now I kind of learned not to do that. You know what I mean? Like only when people kind of beg me, you got to beg me to tell you what comes on my mind about you, right? I'm human just like everybody else. You might see somebody, I mean, like, okay, couple of questions here, couple of questions there. I just don't see a need to ask the questions or put out my, my thoughts right then and there. Not until you coax me, you know what I mean? And you ask me. And then I ask you show you want the truth. And then I tell you the truth, right? Well, I mean, my truth might not be your truth. And so I feel like my truth isn't for everybody. You don't need to know what the fuck I'm thinking and when I'm thinking and how I'm thinking it all the motherfucking time. That's how we got to be, ladies. Because I think, and I said this a while back, I watched one of my nieces grow up on this. I'm always real. I got to be real. I got to always be real. And I watched her, like, from teenage say this stuff, and then early teen, late teens, and then she got in her 20s and thinking that she always got to be real. And still, I don't know what she meant by that. I think she meant like, I just got to insult people whenever I fucking think I want to or ready to. Now, if somebody did it to her, her feelings would be hurt. I always noticed the ones who really quick were just putting it all out there. They don't really like it coming back at them. See, because they're not used to people doing that. And they know that. Most of us know that we're not going to go out into the world and somebody going to walk up to us and just say what the fuck on their mind, especially if it's something negative. Some motherfuckers will smack the shit out you. I might be one of them motherfuckers smack the shit out you. Now, when I was younger, I would have just been looking at you like, what the fuck? Today, though, I might smack the fuck out you, right? I don't know something about today, in the last 15 years, something has changed in me. I'm just not letting people you can't just come and tell me any motherfucker thing in my face and think you're going to get away with that shit. Because I'm starting to notice that we got people who really just out in this world thinking they could do that shit. And they stumble across the wrong person at the right time, right? In other words, if you stumble across me, motherfucker, I'm really the wrong person. And it's going to be right on time when I smack you straight across your motherfucking face or decide to put my mace in your motherfucking eyes. Like, I'm not understanding what's going on in the world today. I just got to survive in this motherfucker. And wow, on the internet, it's far worse. It's like 10 times worse on the internet, which I'm cool with, right? I could rock with it on the internet. I could be just as cruel as you are on the internet. Now, in person, I don't want to do that. I'm hoping some of these motherfuckers are smart enough to know that what you do on the internet, nigga, do not do that shit in person. Because that shit might not work out as well as some motherfucker just blocking. You might really get blocked with a 1-2, motherfucker. Instead of blocked, you'll be knocked the straight the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Generally people who say they being real feel they know everything in life. She ain't know shit in life. What's going on, Caitlin? Red Wings, what's going on? She ain't no shit. It's like they think they being real because they saying they're keeping it real, meaning how they feel. They think they could just tell it to you. And that shit not cool, y'all. That shit not cool. You know, think about, I could go through many videos, titles and everything on this internet, and motherfuckers putting shit in titles like Lizzo fat, and making fat look this and making fat look that. Or we could if we put this type of shit on black men, and and start talking about how you ain't building shit, that shit will look bad. But these same niggas though, they sure would talk about fat Lizzo, when most of these niggas fat them motherfucker selves. And then they fat and young. Niggas can't even see their dicks. That's why they ain't getting no pussy. Them niggas, let me tell you, a lot of these niggas, they ain't getting no pussy, not because they can't really be able to get a woman. See, they turned into that I'ma be real, even though they're not being real. They're just being mean and cruel. And why are they doing that? Because they feel that they won't be able to get anybody. They're angry. They're angry at their moms, their dads, and they're angry for being here, for not being this handsome, tall, dark skin or white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, with wealth, right? We heard even the women say this shit on a pet. I couldn't believe it. The last live I did was almost like, whoa, right? We was going over what happened on somebody else's panel where a whole group of people, young people, angry and talking about how bad they have it because their mothers and fathers brought them here and they don't have the wealth. They don't have this and that. Do they not know that 99% of the motherfucking world do not have what they think they should have been born with? Delusional. That's what that is. They're just delusional. Right? And it's sad because it's almost like I feel like a lot of people haven't taught people how to be families anymore. You don't know how to be family. Because it used to be a time motherfuckers were just happy to be alive and to know that their family took care of them the best that they could. And they loved them for that shit. And now I heard a whole group of motherfuckers get on the panel that said that I didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask to have to go through this thing called life. And it's my mother's responsibility to have done things that even she didn't know how to do. Remember that one woman talking about how her mother, right? Her mother made sure she went to school and all that, got educated. But she said that her mother, she was embarrassed because her mother wasn't educated. And her mother couldn't help her with her education because she didn't understand it. Her mother wasn't didn't know anything about financial literacy. The truth is, I don't know much about financial literacy. I don't. You can't ask me about money. The most I know about money is getting money and trying to save money and paying bills with money. I don't know how to get my money to make money. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know much about putting the money in the bank and then you save up and getting some percentage that it gets and all. I don't know nothing about that shit. That's a fact. I can't teach my sons that shit. But you know what I did do? I made sure that they went to school, a good enough school, and I made sure to let them know how important education was so they can retain that information as somebody else taught them that. I didn't tell them to be stupid like me. I didn't say, oh, I don't know it, so you don't need to know it. I told them, hey, babe, go and be better than me and your dad. And we made sure to give them a leg up. And it may not have been a large motherfucking leap up, but it was better than the one we had. And the one I had was better than the one my mom had. And the one my mom had was better than the one her mother had. And so forth, so on. That's how the shit's supposed to be. Now, we got another group of people though who feel like I'm in this shit and this is our shit. And then they raise their children in some shit. Now, I call that lazy motherfucker parenting. Right? When you know you ain't got nothing and you don't give a fuck if your kids don't have no more than you have. That's lazy parenting. Right? In fact, I think some parents that I've seen, and when I'm talking about when I've seen, I'm not talking about on no internet. I'm not talking about nobody I don't know, y'all. Sometimes I'm talking about people in my actual family. Okay? So I don't want nobody on the internet to think that I'm talking about you because I'm not. I don't know you. When I tell you I know somebody, I'm not talking about no motherfucking neighbor. I'm talking about somebody I really fucking know. So I know some motherfucking bodies who don't give a shit about their kids. About as jealous of their kids as can be. Because their kids might have an opportunity that they too had, but they squandered it. And their children now have that clean slate, because that's what we're supposed to give our children, a clean slate, so they can go as far as they can, as far as they want to go. Sometimes you might have to put your foot in their ass and push them along. But the one thing you shouldn't be doing is holding their ass back, convincing them to come over here, commit these crimes with you. That's the one thing, man, that I couldn't do. You know how I remember, like, my mom, right? Somebody come knocking at the door. And because we was kids, we were inside and out, outside and in, right? Running indoors and outside. We might be outside when somebody come up to the house, right? And I remember, here we going, and mom might say, hey, tell him we're not here. Tell him your mom not here or your dad not here. Right? They already know some people in the house because me and my brother might be running around or playing some music or anything, right? So you can't act like nobody's home. So we would go to the door and say, yeah, my mom's not here. Right? Some of y'all may have gone through that. Some of y'all may not. I could never do that with my kids. I could never tell them, hey, go tell somebody we're not here. Because I wanted my kids, I didn't want to teach them to lie, right? And I felt like if I taught them to lie, then I'll actually be teaching them to lie. I didn't want them to lie to me, so I can't get them to lie to other people. So I just couldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it. I never put them in a predicament of where they have to go and lie for me. I don't want them to lie for me. Don't cheat for me. Don't steal for me. I want to teach them that these are things you really don't do. Even if I did them. Even if I did them, right? Even if I did them, the one thing I didn't do them in front of my children. So there's certain things you just can't you can't tell your kids not to do certain things, but then you tell them to do certain things. It's confusing to the children. Don't teach him to lie. Yeah, boy, you lying to me? Want to smack the taste out of his mouth because he lied to you. But just last week, you had him lie for you. Like, what? What? You can't do that, baby. Talking about confusing the goddamn children. Don't confuse the children. Don't do as I do as I say. What you do, you just don't do it in front of them. If you're doing something you don't want them to do, just don't do it in front of your children. See, that's how you got to do it. And then when they get old enough, though, where you can explain, then you can explain some things to them. You can explain the real life to them. But when they children, though, when they kids, though, don't confuse them babies. Don't confuse them babies. They should have to be at least 14, 15 to even understand anything that where they may realize where you could teach them that, hey, I know I said this, and I know you saw me do that, but this is why. And you could kind of explain that to them when they're in their teens. They got it, but they got to be in their teens, yo. Okay, out here fucking up kids. Mama, mom, do you speed on the highway and feel your speeding ticket? And listen, when I speed on the highway, especially if my kids in the car, first of all, you know how you in a car, you ever notice when you in certain type of cars, you could be speeding, but it don't seem like you speeding. Like you coasting along with everybody else. It's not like I'm zooming past everybody. I do kind of have a lead feet, but I never bragged about, look how I'm speeding. I don't drive dangerously. And every time my kids was in the car where they was old enough to even be paying attention, because I knew they was getting ready to drive, because I am the one that taught them how to drive, by the way. I kind of informed that, hey, you got to follow the laws, but everybody's not always constantly following the laws. When you're not constantly following the laws, though, there could be consequences to that. And also, I informed them that you don't just nilly-willy put your gas on the pedal and just go. You got to be paying attention. Like, are you looking through your rear view mirror and your side view mirrors? Are you looking to see if there's any cops any motherfucking where? Are you paying attention to other cars and how they drive? Like, you behind some cars, did you notice that they hit their brake? Maybe there was a cop up ahead. Oh, you just passed the cop, because they got one sit right there in 95, right? Between Newcastle and Wilmington, right on the highway. Most people can't see it until it's too late. Then what I taught them, I said, don't put your foot on that gas, on the brake. Do not hit that brake, baby. I said, take your foot off that gas and coast that motherfucker down. If you hit that brake, he know you saw him. He know you was speeding. He coming behind you. I said, just take your foot off the gas. That's all. Do not hit that motherfucker brake, though. You done told on your goddamn self. Look, when I do lessons, baby, I do lessons, okay? I let my kids know what it is for real. Okay. But what I did tell them is not to steal. You ain't got to steal. Your mama and your dad will get it for you. What it is that you want? Oh, you want that Xbox? Okay. Now you going to, that shit costs hundreds of dollars. You know, these gadgets for kids today These motherfucking gadgets ain't nothing less than like $400. When my kids was younger though, shit was like more around 200, right? I remember getting them a little, what that thing was, it was blue, it was something you held in your hand, a game system. They still got them somewhere upstairs in the closet, right? They played little, and it wasn't even colorful. The screen was black and white, and they would play these little games on it and shit. And the motherfucking things was like $199, $200. And then the games themselves, you gotta buy to put in the motherfucking thing. That was before they came out with the Xboxes and shit. We still had my kids' first game system. They were like, they wasn't, I think my one son had just started school. So that made him 5. And the other was 3. And it was it a Super Nintendo? No, it was something else. Because I bought my little sister a Super Nintendo. I was in the Army. I bought her a Super Nintendo, and she was about 7 years old. My children are a lot younger than my sister. Okay. So it was a dream something. Dreamcast, I don't know. And the Game Boys, the little thing. Yeah, thank you, Caitlin. I bought my kid, and when we bought one, we couldn't buy just one. We had 2. Y'all, when my sons had a birthday, they both got a gift. The birthday boy got the bigger gift, and the other one got the smaller gift. Right? That's because the ages of them. One, they never understood, Mom, why he got a gift and I didn't. So, but they both got gifts. It's just that the birthday boy got the bigger gift. When they got Game Boys and shit like that, that was Christmas. They ain't get no expensive gift like that until Christmas. They always knew Christmas for those type of things. Birthdays, though, you know, their birthday party, invite their friends over. My boys never had friends who brought gifts. You know what I mean? Like, they just would come and eat and have fun with them. And I was okay with that. They was okay with it too. Okay. When they friends had birthdays, if they had a party, we would buy them a little gift, no big deal. My kids had friends though that would steal from us and steal from them and other people. And I told my kids that they not gonna do that shit. Right? When my husband took my sons fishing, they took their friends with them. My husband didn't like that shit at first. I was the one who was, oh, so and so want to go fishing. Hubby would get them a fishing pole, a fishing rod too, some fishing supplies. It got so much that so many boys want to go fishing with hubby that we did a whole community fishing trip, y'all. We sure did. We bought, I don't know. In fact, we didn't buy it with our money. Husband had wrote into, I think, Walmart, maybe. I think it was Walmart. And they donated like 30 fishing rods and all the equipment. And then they gave us some money where we could buy the bait. And then hubby, like 2 Saturdays in a row, we went out to the park in the neighborhood and he showed all the kids how to cast and showed them how to, deal with hooks. And then he showed their fathers and or their mothers too, who, if the little ones was little. And then we did that for 2 weekends. And then because Delaware had a fishing tournament, a kids fishing tournament every year, we were preparing to take them to the fishing tournament. And so then after we did that for 2 weeks, hubby did that for 2 weeks, the week of the fishing tournament, we put them on a bus And this was after they got bigger. But before, hubby we used to put them in our car with us and just bring them. Had their friend, if their parents could take them out there, and we would tell them, okay, you could drop them off, but you got to come back and pick them up. That's the type of family we are, right? Like we did in our community. I know I hear a lot of motherfuckers, what you did in the community, what you did, you don't do nothing, you don't do nothing. Fuck out of here. Sometimes, I'm be waiting for them to tell me what they've done in the community. But my shit is true, and without a doubt, I can show you the certificates, the awards, and all types of shit me and my husband got in this motherfucking house from different communities giving us awards and shit. Everybody in a certain part of Delaware know me, baby. They call me Miss Lavanya. Whole group of kids of a certain age. Now, apparently, I'm not out there for the younger ones right now. But because everybody in the kid range they either in college, probably graduated college by now, and or having children now. Okay. Yeah. Fishing is a great thing. I want my husband is a real one of those real men. Like, and when I say a real man, y'all, I'm talking about one of them like hunt, knows guns, knives, flashlights, fishing, you name it, and he into it. He's into that nailing shit, including football and a few other sports. You know what I'm saying? And here I am with some of that shit. My kids, I like that my kids liked it. When they got old enough to walk around like my grandson, we want to take him fishing. He's 3 now. I remember when my husband took my 3-year-old, my first one, when he was 3 years old. I was out there with him. Man, I'm talking about scared than a motherfucker. Suppose my baby fall in that goddamn water. Hubby can swim. I can't. I'm scared of water. But my kids can swim like fish, baby. They can jump in that water 10 feet, 12 feet. It don't matter. They could swim their asses off. If it was up to just me, they wouldn't know how to swim. In fact, they would be scared of water if it was up to me. So where I am lacking, husband takes, that's where he come in, and he got it. And where he might be lacking in certain things, here I come. That's what type of, when it comes to men and women, that's what y'all look for in a mate. You don't look for somebody just because they beautiful, or just because they tall, or just because they got a fat ass, or just because they light skin or dark skin. That's not gonna make a family. You look for somebody who completes you. And we got some motherfuckers, though, who think they completed. But the truth is, none of us are fully complete. It's always somebody who come and make you better, make you a better person. But at the same time, there's also somebody who will come and make you a worse person too. I remember dating a guy who I know was not going, he was going to do nothing but make me a worse person. I told y'all about him. Remember I told y'all I was dating a dude. He asked me why I wasn't pregnant yet. And I was like, you use condoms. This nigga told me he was poking holes in them. I remember when he asked me to smoke some weed with him. I don't smoke. He was like, one day I'm going to get you high. I would like to see how you act. Like, what? Nigga, you want to see how I act when I don't have all my mind, my brain cells and shit? Like, what kind of shit is that right now? So, yes, I knew that nigga. And he asked me to marry him. Yes, he did. And that's when I jumped right in the fucking army. I decided to marry the army to get away from that nigga. I ain't even joking. Because to be truthful, ladies, you already know when when you dealing with somebody, you dealing with them, it can be hard to pull away from certain people, even when you know that that shit not right. You figure even when I break up with it, his ass come right back around. Like he might not come around for 2-3 days, and then when he come back around on the 4th day, my dumb ass is right there listening to him sweet talk me and shit. And then I get in the car and I'm with him. I just knew something. I was like, nah, I'm gonna end up like this nigga is poking holes in condoms. Like today, that would be a crime, right? What if I would have gotten pregnant in one of them pokes? Then what? And I told y'all how that story went. Like when I was like, well, he was like, yeah, we would have a beautiful little boy. He said a little boy, right? And I said, well, what if it's a girl? And that nigga looked me right in my face and told me, well, it wouldn't be for me. He told me it wouldn't be for him. Y'all hear that? Some of that shit? Good morning, I am. Y'all hear some of these niggas online? Well, it wouldn't be for me. You probably cheat. But you the only nigga poking holes in the condoms, though. Even if I was cheating, nigga. Even if I was cheating, let's say I was sleeping with 80 men. Only one of them niggas is poking holes in condoms, though. And so when men, because I think some of you, right, when you think about what you won't do, what you would never do. And so you put that on all men. You thinking, well, I would never poke no holes in no woman's condom. I don't want no baby. And then there's a shitload of men, though. They don't want no fucking baby neither. They just want to get bitches pregnant. Jay Prince over there, what he sit up there talking about? Yeah, she gonna always be mine, no matter what. Even if she get married to somebody else. Even if you think Jay Prince is any different than Anton Daniels, then y'all fucking crazy. Cause them niggas are the same. Even motherfucking Anton Daniels say, she gonna always be my chick. Even if I got remarried. That pussy gonna always be. That's a disrespectful ass nigga. And he gonna hate me in 2023, baby. Cause I'm gonna bust down on Rita's ass. And even though she don't deserve it, but in a sense she does, she should have calmed her motherfucking husband down in 2022 when Byron was sitting back just chilling. When Byron was chilling, being good. Cause in fact, if you think back, 2022 was probably my calmest and coolest motherfucking year. Man, I don't know. I think they think I'm nice. I am nice, but baby, I'm a disaster. I will fuck you up, drag you through these motherfucking streets. I've been good for the last 2 years, to be honest. Y'all know that, right? I've been staying out of people's way, staying out of trouble, purposely thinking, okay, maybe I can do something, positive or something. But the shit, YouTube ain't for positivity. YouTube is for dragging. And I decided that in 2023, any motherfucking nigga got some shit to say about fucking women, then they gonna get this word. Now, I'm talking about these raggedy ass niggas who making money off of the backs of black women. We're going to decide that we're going to shit on your back, nigga. You want to ride on my back? I'm going to flip you over and shit on yours. And if you got a chick or a bitch, as you call your wife, then she could get this motherfucker work too. And I promise you, by the time we done, and it's not going to be just me, I'm going to open the gateway. It's going to be a lot of motherfuckers walk through it, baby. A lot of motherfuckers. Your wife, Anton, your wife have been off limits, nigga, but we're going to put her on the table and cut her chicken head the fuck off. That's what we going to do. You over there dogging on them young women, but you got a whole chicken head who allows you to call her your chick and your bitch. You over there with a quack, quack, a chicken head, bobbing her motherfucking head round, look like she can't even look you in your motherfucking eyes, nigga. I understand why you got a wife like that. Because the type of nigga you are, a bitch like me would have been put your ass down, little nigga. Disrespectful ass punk. That's me going back old school, y'all, when I call him a punk. You know, back in the day, if you called a man a punk, man, they'd be mad. Today, you know, I don't even know. They might think that's I don't even know. What's up, Love Lane? Lane of Love. God damn, I'm reading shit backwards today. Anyway, let me put the link up. Anyway, listen. Yeah, 2023, baby. It's gonna be wild over here. It's gonna be wild. The Bomb Squad, look, it's gonna be wild. I understand if some of y'all decide to slide off and dip and stay in the clouds and shit, because it's gonna be wild. Fuck all that. Hey, I'm trying to save some motherfuckers. These motherfuckers too old to be saved. There's no children on YouTube. So I decided, if I decide to go to TikTok or something and grab some youthful people and educate them over there, that's what I'll do. Over here, I drag raggedy ass motherfucking niggas and they dumb ass chicken head ass wives, aka their chicks, and they aka their bitch. Okay. And y'all think y'all already know I could be one-sided, man. I could target one motherfucker and go year long. Y'all saw me do it with Kevin Samuels, baby. It wasn't nothing to put Kevin Samuels' name in my motherfucking title every motherfucking day and just drag. So, you know, I guess they're gonna get to know who the real bomb is in 2023. I'm not coming to play nice. In 2023, baby, it's gonna be like, you know, like we was when we the Viper Pit, but we the Bomb Squad, and that's the Viper Pit times 3, nigga. It's like 3 of us. Fuck out of here. Okay, and so everybody who down with it, we could be down with it. And if you're not, you can sit to the side and look and laugh and whatever. You can even go back and forth and go and tell them what I said, and then come and tell me what they said so I can get on their head again. I'm all for that shit this year. Ain't no motherfucking time, because YouTube is not for youthful people. It seems like everybody either already have your mind made up or you don't, and you know. And so if you don't have your mind made up to a certain degree, but you already like 30 years old, I don't even know what to tell you, baby. Ain't nothing I could do, because like somewhere along this road of life that you traveled, you seem to have not gotten far enough to where even I can help you. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't want to be on this bitch teaching motherfuckers how to cook. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to teach you how to sew. Like, if you want me to teach you how to sew, we got to do it off YouTube. Just hit me up and say, Bomb, I would like to, know something about some sewing. I do have a couple other channels I made, because I'm gonna lose some channels. I didn't lose this channel last year. Y'all notice that? The only year that I've been on this bitch, I've been on here for 5-6 years. 2022 is the only year that I didn't lose a channel. I made this channel last January. If y'all go to look, this channel turned 1 year old probably next week, because I lost the last one. I lost the last one in December of the year before, right? Last year I lost, not 2022. I didn't lose any channel. In 2022, I only have one channel anyway. But in 2021, I lost 2 channels. In 2019, in 2021, I lost 2 channels. In 2020, I lost 2 channels. In 2019, I lost 3 channels. And they just kept going. I just keep losing channels. I don't give no fucks about no YouTube channel. That's why I don't give a fuck if I reach 1,000 subs or not, because I'm a loser. Right? I done gotten up with 5,000 subscribers, and just like that overnight, the shit was gone. I lose a channel, I lose all 5,000 subscribers, they gone. I haven't advertised one time on this channel. I didn't go to my Yahoo. I don't have a Yahoo no more, because they deleted that last year, right? I didn't go to my YouTube I'm sorry, my Facebook. I didn't go to my Twitter, and I didn't go to my Instagram, and I didn't tell nobody, hey, come check me out on my channel. I purposely didn't do that. And I didn't do that because, what the fuck? They keep deleting me. Okay? But I learned the tricks, and that is to fight everything these motherfuckers throw at me. I got one bird, and that big bitch keep using the same video trying to take it down, and it keep coming back up. Bitch, you could do whatever you want. You played with me when I was being nice, ho. And now I don't give no fucks about no YouTube channel, bitch. Okay? So all that shit you did when I was being nice, ho, I let you get away with that shit, you raggedy ass, Humpty Dumpty, upside down, egg-shaped ass motherfucker, bitch. No. Now I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to put this link in the chat. But we going to have fun in 2023, and I might lose every single channel I've created, but so far I've created 5 of them, y'all. And I'm going to be putting the links out every so often just so y'all can subscribe, because I promise you, without a doubt, by March of 2023, baby, this channel going to be gone. They going to be mad at me. Okay, they gonna be mad at your girl. Yes, they are. Okay, now see, the difference between them and myself is that they gonna report me, but then I decided that I'm gonna report them too. They want to report Black women. We're gonna stop this shit by reporting on their asses. Because see, all that bullshit they doing to Black women, you know who allowing that? Us. Right? And you know, they play that game. Oh, when you call them the white folks, oh, you call them white zaddy, oh, you gonna do this, oh, you gonna do that. They try to embarrass you. At the same time, though, they in the back doing the same thing. In fact, they reach for the phone quicker than we do these days. The motherfuckers will pick up the phone, and they know that they the ones who hit your ass, so they go hurry up and call and claim that you hit them. Because if you think these niggas don't know the game, they do. These niggas are pussies. They straight pussies. And you could be the man if you want, ladies. But I said, nah, don't be the man. Be the modern day woman. The one who ain't gonna take no shit. And if she gotta fight back, she gotta fight back. That's what they say we are anyway. Then they say we masculine. They mad at me because I won't teach you how to be feminine, how to be stupid and just do whatever they say do. My mom didn't teach me to be that. Why would I teach anybody? I wouldn't have my daughters playing second fiddle to no nigga who don't take care of her. Now, understand that, yes, I have no problem playing second fiddle to my fucking husband. We're going to be clear about that. When he want to jump out in front, baby, I'm going to get just behind him. I ain't going to jump in front of him and act like I'm bigger and badder than him. Nope. He is the man who take care of me, though. He takes care of me. He pays the bills. He makes sure that we safe and as comfortable as he can afford, right? We're not wealthy over here. We're not living in no mansions and none of that shit. So I am and have no problem jumping behind him and letting him do what it is he feel he needs to do. And I also trust him, though. I know he's not wild and crazy. I know he's not going to end up in jail over no foolish shit. I just know this. I know my husband's not going to be caught out there taking shit that doesn't belong to him. I just know this. So I trust him. So yes, he can lead me and I will follow. But for the rest of you little niggas, though, who think that because I will follow my husband, mean I'll follow you. Nigga, come over here and try to leave me and see where they get you. I promise you, you're not gonna like it. I don't know where the fuck these niggas think that because I got a man who I will follow means that I will follow other men. Yes, there are other men who I probably will follow. I'm not even joking. He would have to, it's something about certain types of men who right on just watching them, looking at him. You know what I'm saying? How he speaks and shit like that. They got a lot of men who will come and say, hey, sweetheart, get up. Come on, I got you. He tell me some shit like that, I'm going to get up and follow his ass. Like, it depends on a lot of things. But then we got to watch some of these men. That's their game plan. Their game plan is to act like they're going to protect you just so they can pimp you out. Oops. You mean like Sinful the Pig, who was acting like he protected his hoes, or like Anton Daniels, who gonna protect his chick / bitch / you know what I'm saying. These niggas be playing game. Tequila. She said, not nice by me. Listen, I don't know who raised some of these men, right? I think y'all, a lot of women, I do notice that there are some men y'all not paying attention to, right? You're not paying attention to them for various reasons. And look, if you bypass a man who might be a perfect guy for you, hey, that ain't got nothing to do with me. If another woman grab his ass up, hey, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. I do know there are some men out there, some good men, but there aren't many who is under the age of 45. I'm sorry, right? Under the age of 45, it gets smaller in number to men who know how to take care of women and treat women. And I'm not saying that you need to be a pussy, right? But what I am saying, though, you have to know what type of woman you're looking for. And based on the type of woman you're looking for, now, think about that. Could it be in this world that once you figure out what it is that you want, and I mean legit want, then you would use a certain type of bait to capture that what you want? Oh my God, you mean what, Bond? You mean there's different baits? You mean there's different even type of women who might need or desire different things? And if you want that type of woman, then you got to figure out what that type of woman would like. What would she be attracted to? I mean, could that be like a fishing reference? You wonder why I was talking about fishing and how I could bring that shit full circle, baby? That's how life lessons. And remember when I said a lot of men don't know how to fish? And that's why they have no wives. And I don't even know how to suggest, because listen, I have 2 sons and neither one of them are married. Right? Neither one are married. And I started thinking to myself, like, do they want to get married? And they do, and then they don't. So I had a discussion with them. I'm like, but wait a minute. What is this? We didn't raise you to be confused. Like, what you mean you do and you don't? Well, we do, right? They do because, hey, they saw their mom and their dad. But they don't because they see the TV, the internet. And I'm like, but only one of them is real though, baby. Only one of them is real. Do y'all understand that? You can look at what you see on the internet You can look at what you see on TV, but when you walk outside that door and go to work every goddamn day or go to school or wherever you're going, that is the real world. That's what you see with your own two eyes in the real world. That is the only truth. So if you're letting something fake confuse you, then you have an issue. You have an issue if you're letting fake confuse you. If you're looking for what you call an Instagram model, what do you see when you go to work every day though? When you go to school, class, like when you go to Walmart or wherever you shop, what are you seeing? Do you see Instagram models in there with hitting faces and with their face beat? You know what I mean? Like beat the deck? Because I don't see that when I go outside. Maybe I'm going at the wrong time, which in the last 2 years, I haven't been out much at all. So I'm going to put that out there. But when I go out into the real world, I can see a woman when she goes out on a Friday night and shit, and I'm talking about she be looking good, baby. I'm talking about her hair down to her butt and everything, right? I'm talking about made up earrings looking good. And then, but when I see her on like Monday, she got her hair in a ponytail, her earrings on, looking cute still, but not looking nothing like what she was looking on Friday night. And both are cute, right? That's the same woman though. And that's what I like about the young women today. Like, I watch y'all will pull your hair off right in front of these men and do your own hair and everything. He gets to see you what you really look like. And then he gets to see you when you made up. And a lot of these niggas on the internet, though, they lying. And when I'm talking about the internet, I'm not talking about all over the internet. I'm talking about here on YouTube in this manosphere space. Y'all are liars. Liars. You're lying. Talking about, when I see her in real life, she don't look the same. Nigga, you lying. Nigga. These women show you who they are. They show you. You see them. You get to see them at work, nigga, and they don't have no 24-inch in their motherfucking head at the fucking job, nigga. Lying little bitch. You get to see her in when she's out there jogging, when she's at the gym. You get to see her when she's at work, in classrooms. You get to see her walking in Walmart. And I have yet to see a whole shitload of women with their hair going down to their butts. Now, when I go to the club, though, yeah, that's where they at. If I sign on Instagram, yep, that's where that. You know how quick it is for me to throw on a wig that's down to my butt right now? Nigga, right now, I could go put my hair in a ponytail, throw it to the back, twist it up a little bit, and then throw a wig on top. Shit go down all down my ass. That's how quick. And just as quick as I put it on, even quicker I could take it off and do my real hair. And that's what these women are doing. The only ones who keep lying is these niggas in the manosphere who ain't round no women. That's why they confused. That's why they keep saying, these women, they don't look the same. Nigga, you don't know because you don't never see no woman except the ones you see on Instagram, nigga. Nigga, you don't even go outside and look at your neighbor because she ain't looking at you. And I understand why you're not looking at her, because you're walking with your head down. You know, somebody on YouTube about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, he told me he didn't want to compete. I remember telling men, hey, if you want to be a man, you want to be chosen, you know, it's about your confidence. Women like men with confidence. I'm talking about, you ever seen a man and you wondering how in the hell did he get her? Yeah. That's because he had confidence. Confidence in whatever it is that he know he can do. The men told me I'm lying. The women, all the women say, hey, yeah, we like a man with confidence. He may not even be our type of man, but something about him. And then they get it confused. Oh, you want a man with swag. Oh, you talk about Pookie and Ray Ray. No, nigga, we talking about a man who knows he's a man. When he come and finally figure out who he is. See, when a man figure out who he is, he knows who he is. He might even come to the conclusion that he's not beautiful, right? Or sexy. He comes to the conclusion that, hey, look, I'm not a light-skinned man with wavy hair, but I'm a handsome fella. When he comes to that conclusion and he realizes that's what he is, then that's what he is. And women will see that. Instead of holding your head down, wishing you was the latter, wishing you was somebody you wasn't. Nigga, you start realizing who you are, being proud of who you are and doing something about yourself. Maybe you might go and get educated once you realize that I could be a better version of who I am right now. But as long as you talking about all these women, I'm not going to pay no school to get better. I know you're not, nigga. You ain't going to pay no money to get better, then you ain't going to never get better. You wonder why you can't get no, you want to know why you gaining some weight? Well, it's easy to walk outside and lose a little weight. But that ain't going to help you though. Because the weight is not even the problem. For real like that. Because even big men get wives. Big men get wives. Once he realizes who he is and he's okay with it, and he look, and he knows that he could be a provider, he knows to be a man. Shit. Letitia, Tequila, how y'all doing? Caitlin, I'm about to put the link in, y'all. And for you women also, I don't think I have to say this to the women over here because I think y'all pretty much know that y'all are beautiful. You know that you work more than just somebody you have to baby and shit. Do not get with a man who you gotta always lift up his motherfucking spirits. Don't get with a man who you gotta always tell him, babe, but you are cute. Hey, babe, but you are this. Look, that might have been some shit you did when you was a teenager. I remember when my sons was going through that, right? And I'm their mother, so of course, I'm letting them know, oh, baby, you're gonna get taller, which you did, right? Oh, you're gonna be good. Right? I was the one teaching them how to take care of their skin and shit. Because, boys go through puberty too. I was uplifting them, letting them know it's going to be okay. It's going to be good. That's what I was supposed to do, though. I'm their mother. But his girlfriend shouldn't have been doing that. But when we're young, hey, when you're young, your boyfriend is vibing off of you. The more girls he could get the date, the more girls he gonna get the date. Like, y'all ever notice once one guy get one girlfriend, then all the other girls want to date him? That's how this shit work when you're young. But it don't work that way when you're grown, though. They still got some women working on that youthful, very childish motherfucking way, right? They got women who want to take your man from you because she sees how well y'all work together. And she sees that he's buying you things and she's not even paying attention that you buying him things. She don't give a fuck about that, right? And she might come and try to jump in the center of that. They got women like that. Okay. And I'm not even against those women. Hey, if you're not married, y'all, I guess it is what it is in the world of, the single and shit like that. Now, when she get married, then that's a whole nother story. And that's a whole nother thing right there. Anyway, let me put the link in. And let me see. So to the four men in my goddamn title, to the four men, that includes one, the belated well rested by now, Kevin Samuels. And it's more not him, right? I'm not coming for him, but his talking points are still very much out there in the live, right? So yes, Anton Daniels, who's AKA J Prince, they the same, right? Both of them niggas said once you had his baby, the pussy belonged to him. And all you niggas who believe that, them two niggas, you could keep believing that shit. But we all know that shit ain't real though, huh? Then the nigga Anton is so trifling. This nigga so motherfucking trifling that he talks about his wife, sex, and her body, even when she's not around. Yeah, my chick. I'm the only one she ever been with. My chick. I think you lying me. But then it don't matter. That might why she put up with the shit like that you're doing. Right? Being a frightened little bitch, scared to make any moves, okay with her man embarrassing her. Oh, and you might not think you embarrassed her, but you gonna think so when I'm done though. When I'm done, you gonna know everything that I heard you say about that woman. About how my chick, yeah, I'm proud. My chick ain't been with nobody. Nigga, listen, you better stop playing on this internet, nigga. Cause the things that could come out in this motherfucker, bitch. You look, you new to YouTube, Anton. You better back your ass up, nigga. Cause it's a few of us who will pull out every dick she ever sucked, nigga. Okay? Don't make us mad. I'm being messier than a motherfucker. I am. This is 2023, baby. Bomb is back. I've been on hyenas for 2 motherfucking years. 2 years. 2 years I stayed out of everybody's way. I was chilling. I was like, I don't want to fight with her. I don't want to fight with her. I'm not going to fight with them. Every once in a while, I got in a little squabble when somebody tested me and shit. And even then, I was playing with them, patty cake and shit. Patty cake, bake man. Don't make me punch his bitch as hard as I can. Look, and shit like that. I was playing. But, baby, I've decided I'm nobody's mammy. I'm not your grandma, motherfuckers. Some of y'all, I play like I'm your aunt. I'm okay with that one, okay? But I ain't your mom. Okay, I'm not your mammy. I'm not your mama. I'm not your mother. I'm not your dearest mother, and I'm definitely not none of y'all's motherfucking grandmas because I'm a little too old and fly to be anybody's grandma on this bitch. Unless you are at least Leaky's age, that would be the age of 3. And I'm gonna even go 5. 5, I could have had a grandson or granddaughter who could be 5, right? That would be Leaky's sister. She's probably about 7 now, right? It's 3, I think. Yeah, so I haven't seen her in 2 years. So she's about 7, going on 8 around this time. So if you ain't 8 or under, bitch, I can't be your grandmother, nigga. Now listen, just because your mama may have some grandkids who are old as you, then they ain't got nothing to do with me. They ain't got nothing to do with mom. Okay? Don't make mom go on your ass in 2023. Now, Rita, I'm sorry to inform you, that your husband has already informed us that you are kind of like a bitch, okay? A rat at that. And it's sad, sweetheart, because I've never seen you really say anything. You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen you and heard you say anything disgusting, but your husband, on the other hand, though, he has. And since you're married, you two are linked together. In case you didn't know, unless you're going to tell me different, which you kind of already got a feeling that you're not married. I think you're faking and fake and fake. I think that nigga fake too. I think your husband, that raggedy ass, lame ass, out of shape, fucked up nigga who over there talking about he cute and shit, right? I think the nigga working with a small ass dick, and I put money on that. Okay, I think he worked because he do tests and claims that he is the best when he got you, girl. Like, you, bitch, you not even, like, you not that, bitch. You better watch your man while he around them nice looking tenderonis, them young chicks, girl. You better watch it, girl. Cause Rita, you would be like my aunt, bitch. Rita is like, she could be my aunt. Like I'm older than you, but you like that old, you like my aunt, bitch. And so that kind of tells me something about your husband and you. Okay. Nigga on here talk about women with bonnet, talk about women he could never get but would fuck. When he told one of them young women he would have his dick down their throats, girl, you should have smacked the fuck out that nigga. Let my husband, listen, if any of you come to me and tell me Mr. Bond has ever said that he will put his dick down your throat, let me tell you, one thing's a promise and two is for sure. Number one, he will be on this bitch apologizing to all the women of the world. That's number one. Number two, if you see him on camera, you're going to see that he done been hit in his motherfucking head. That's number two. And number three, he going to be lucky, and I mean very lucky, that we not divorced soon after that. I'm not that bitch you going to play with. I ain't gonna be on this bitch telling no niggas how I'm gonna fuck them and suck them and all that shit. I don't do that shit. You understand? I don't do that shit. In fact, I never done that shit. Even when I was making money on webcam, I promise you, hubby always knew who was on the other side of that webcam. My husband used to be watching just like everybody else. And so when I was flirting at the webcam, I was flirting at him, and he knows that. So they ain't gonna find, you ain't gonna find no lots of men running around talking about bottom cherry, flirting with them and this. Fuck out of here. So what I'm telling you is, now, if anybody gonna flirt with you on behalf of my husband, it'll be me. I'll be the one to say, girl, my husband got a crush on you, right? And he ain't gonna, he probably laugh and he gonna keep it pushing. That's called respect. He ain't got to flirt with you because I'll flirt with you on his behalf. You woke up to some violence, you goddamn right. There's certain rules and regulations within certain type of relationships. I know some of y'all would like to be able to get away with some shit. You want to be able to go and talk about you want to be with two women. You could get away with that shit with certain type of women, but they're going to be some of us, baby, we ain't playing that motherfucker shit. I'm not into women in no sexual way. If my husband wanted two goddamn women, he could have confronted me with that. He could have came and say, hey, I'm thinking about bringing in another woman. I told y'all he could have did that. I never told y'all, though, that I would put up with that, though. I never said, oh, yeah, he could bring in other women. I never said that. I'm a Scorpio, motherfucker. What you did hear me say, though, is as many pussies as he think he gonna fuck, I will be jumping from dick to dick to dick. Now, I'm gonna have to let y'all know that you men, y'all a little more, a little more, how should I say it? When something is yours, you don't want to share it. You are more like that than we women. That's why a woman could get mad at you and cheat on you with somebody very close to your ass like it ain't nothing. Because she know it's going to hurt your motherfucking feelings. Right? Y'all motherfuckers be thinking some shit belong to you even after you done tossed it to the side. Talk about that pussy gonna always be mine. Nigga, what? I'd be like, nigga, even when I was giving you the pussy, I don't remember you getting the pussy, nigga. Y'all better stop playing. Be like, nigga, when we was having sex, nigga, all you was giving me was pussy. I thought we were bumping pussies together. You short dick ass little nigga. See, you better stop playing with these women. These women gonna hurt your feelings. And ladies, stop letting these little niggas embarrass you. Talking about you a modern day woman. Yes, we are modern day women. And it's very unfortunate that we are with other little niggas who are also modern day women. You niggas are modern day women too. Just like I don't know how to use a goddamn screwdriver, neither do you, nigga. You don't know what type of motherfucking wrench go with what piece of part. You don't know nothing about no engine. You can't go fix no toilet. You can't go fix no plumbing under the sink in your own fucking house. In fact, you ain't got no motherfucking house, nigga. If the door was falling off, you wouldn't even know how to put the bitch back up. If I needed you to hang up my 80-inch TV on the wall, nigga, you don't even know what a stud finder look like. And even if you did, you don't even know how to use it, bitch. And you got the fucking nerve to call black women modern day women around here with trans women like pearly things and shit. That bitch look like she bigger than most of you niggas. And you keep it up. You keep it up, she gonna rub a big dick right on your backside. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Whole bunch of black people acting like they ignorant and shit. Following ignorant ass niggas like Anton Daniels. Jay Prince, I understand that one. I understand why Jay Prince. Jay Prince is like a train wreck ready to happen. It's over there. You're going to get your labs in. You're going to think how stupid this nigga is. But the thing that trips me out is all the men who be like, yeah, you right. That nigga be saying the stupidest shit in the fucking world. You niggas should be ashamed of yourself. I would hate to see or find out that there are a lot of white people watching and looking at mostly the comments. See, because they could brush a nigga who wears a motherfucking bonnet on his head, just like modern day women. But what shocks us is when we look in the chat and see a lot of you niggas clapping and claiming that niggas telling the truth. Just a bunch of fuck shit. That nigga over there looking like everybody's over there like, yeah, what this nigga gonna say today? He came over here, y'all, scared than a bitch, scared to hit that link. They all scared to hit the link over here. And the ones who do hit the link, you know, I invite them up. I'm nice to them and shit. When they get me pissed off, though, they go home. they rush right off the motherfucking panel. They can't have a conversation to save their motherfucking life. They got some niggas who will never hit a link over here. That includes, and I could go down the motherfucking list. Let me go pull up YouTube on my iPad and go through these niggas in the manosphere. Let me see. Black manosphere, sorry. And you should be ashamed of yourself to be a part of something called a black manosphere. Should be ashamed of yourselves. Okay, so let me see. I'm going down this list. Oh, I never seen that. Don't know that person. What these freaking frack motherfuckers? Yeah. Anybody, y'all tell them to come over here. What their name is? I call them freaking frack, Dumb and Dumber. I forget their real names and shit. Them motherfuckers. Yeah, y'all tell them motherfuckers to come over here and we'll have a conversation. I'll talk to them like they my goddamn grandsons. Okay. Let's see. Angry Man. Yep. BGS Itmore. Yep. These niggas, BGS been scared of me since day 2. Okay. When I put him on blast and told him I knew he was lying, the nigga got so bold and shit with his lies. This nigga told me he used to be a fashion designer. That's what that nigga told me. Because I was telling him, hey, but y'all don't understand women in our sizes. I'm like, I'm short. So yeah, I may look like I'm bigger, but I may wear the same size as this slender looking chick. I was explaining, nah, I used to be a fashion designer. That nigga told me that. Then the next time when I told him, you told me you was a fashion designer, the nigga said, oh, no, I wasn't a fashion designer. One of my best friends was a fashion designer. My friend, he worked in the fashion industry. He was a fashion designer. I was like, nigga, this nigga know everybody in every field ever to exist in the motherfucking world ever. Okay? Ever. Shit. Lying ass little niggas. Who else? Let me see. These niggas, now I'm gonna give something to Obsidian. Obsidian will hit a link as long as we having a conversation, but he don't trust me anymore because I got that nigga that admit all kinds of shit. I don't know what it is about me and why people start admitting shit, but yes, they do. Now let's talk about some of the women, the Crimson Curl, right? So y'all notice I haven't been attacking women in the last 2 years. Like I kind of stayed away from the women. Only the women who come over to attack me did I attack them back. But on some real shit, I stayed away from women and their content, right? Now the Crimson Curl, y'all purposely I stayed away from her. Don't go listen to her or anything like that. Because it's why would I go and listen to a woman who hasn't even proven to be a woman yet? In other words, when y'all go get your advice from people, you might want some background on them. Now, at one time, she was claiming that she was married, but I was right when I told her that I doubted she was married as well. See, there's certain things that people who have been married, there are certain things that we will and will not do. That's a fact. I don't care if your marriage only lasted a few months, a couple of years, and even if it's you divorced or not, there are certain things that we just don't do. Even if the person you married, you hate today, there's certain things you just not going to do. And I'm sorry that I usually know what those things are. I'm not going to inform y'all what they are right now because people will then know how I know that they're not married, right? Or what weren't married. But what I will tell you is I knew she wasn't married. Everybody was saying, she was like, but I'm widowed. So you know when you say you widowed, people kind of give you a pass, right? They say, oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. As those who have been widowed, yes, we all kind of pour our little hearts out to them for that moment, right? Smack the shit out of them later, maybe. But now you got to understand who we're dealing with. We're dealing with a woman who lied and said that she was not only married, but widowed. So when it comes out that well, she was neither married and therefore she could not be widowed, then you have to then start looking at everything that comes out of their mouths. And you should. Like, boom, you're a liar. And you didn't lie about something small, but you lied about something big. See, if you catch me in a lie, please come up here and holler at me. Now, don't call me a liar when I'm roasting and gagging somebody. Because that's the only time anybody will say that I lied. They'll say, oh, you said this. And I said I was in the middle of a roast and I was talking about somebody. But none of my stories that I tell you, you're not going to find that I lie. Okay? Especially if there's a message in it. I try not to even make the story larger. I may try to make it funnier or some shit like that, but I try not to make it larger, stretch the truth. I don't want to even do that because I'm fearful that soon as somebody catches me in a lie, first of all, I'm not good at lying, number one. And number two, I feel like I don't trust people who lie to me. But Black people, what are we doing on YouTube trusting motherfuckers who we know they're lying? It's one thing to lie about something small. We got motherfuckers who ain't telling you shit about them. And that's okay. Or is it? They're not telling you nothing, but you taking advice from them? Why would you do that? We got young motherfuckers, y'all ruining even messages from elders. There are elders out here. There are lots of elders. There are lots of older women and older men who can give you some information. Now, what we cannot do and may not be able to help you with is today's exact issues, right? But we may have a story in our time that may help you to relate to something that you're going through today. That's what elders were here for. Every generation is different. Every generation has something different to deal with. So nobody gonna have a map for you on how to get through certain things. And really, we shouldn't even be caring about the past to a certain degree, right? We shouldn't be caring about what traditional women did, because that shit is long gone. Just like the traditional man from way back my granddaddy's time, that man is gone. That man was gone even before my daddy existed, right? So my dad will be some of y'all's great granddad, right? Or my dad would be your granddad. I'm sorry. My dad would be your granddad, even though I'm not old enough to be your grandma. I'm just old enough to be one of your aunts or some shit like that. But what I'm saying is stop looking at the past like it was something so great that we all want to go back to. Because nobody want to go back there. Not even my fucking aunts, who I'm thinking about trying to get one of my aunts to come on here and we could interview her. And maybe even an uncle. And let them tell you how they would like to go back to the motherfucking 40s, 30s, and the motherfucking 20s. Why would they want to do that? So I call bullshit on you little niggas who claiming you want this traditional wife. Nothing traditional about you, little nigga. You're not going outside to go to work in no field. You're not doing none of that. We're not even going to talk about slavery, nigga. Let's talk about you being a fucking man who not supposed to be at home on no video games. When the fucking sun rise, your ass supposed to be already out and about trying to earn money for the family. Let's talk about that. You doing that, no nigga? Nope. Some of you are at work. But even you're not traditional men, but nothing's wrong with that. Are you complaining? Those of you who are successful at what you're doing, you're not and should not be complaining about no modern day woman. Because you definitely don't want no traditional woman. You want to be the only one to get up and go work, and she stays home. Oh, I'm sorry, she doesn't stay home and she's black now, does she? She gets up, leave the children so the children can take care of the children while she goes to work just like you. You barely getting to see each other. You don't get to come home and look in front of no TV. Did you know that in the time frames that y'all talking about, there was no color television, let alone TV? I don't remember my grandmother having no motherfucking TV until I was a certain age. And then when she did, like I was probably about, I don't know, 6, 7, they had this little tiny ass black and white TV. That was on the bayou. My grandmother in Kenner, I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember no TV, but maybe there was one. I'm trying to remember. As far as I can remember, I can tell you what, nobody had no TVs in no bedrooms. There was only one TV, if there was one at all in a house. Lots of things that y'all share and do and use for convenience. That shit didn't exist. There was no microwaves. You want a traditional woman to live in a modern day society. Is that what you want? You lying ass motherfucker. Just lying. Just doing too much lying. That's all y'all do. let me paste this link. Is that the link? That is the link. Let me pin it. Claiming y'all want something y'all don't want. And then you got old ass niggas who not really old, acting like they knowledgeable on something. These niggas don't know shit. That nigga over there calling how do a man who call his woman a chick, how is that a traditional man who wants a traditional wife? Just because his wife get to stay at home and not have to go work, that doesn't make her traditional. In fact, we know she's not traditional because I could put up a stream where she's right there with him while he's working. She's working with him. And when did they do that? They didn't do that back then. That's some modern day motherfucker shit that we do today, where the woman helps. Oh, by the way, he's interviewing modern day women. And of course, his modern day wife is right there with his modern day ass. But they want to make it seem like women are so terrible. What's going on, Aries Queen? How you doing, sis? All this goddamn shit about modern day women. Oh, these modern day women. Oh, these modern day women. Nigga, anybody who lives in today's society would be called modern day. Wait a minute, let me change some settings here real quick. Give me a second. Screen and okay. So anyway, we have somebody coming in. Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, what's going on, Bomb?
What you mean what's going on?
Well, I heard you. Oh, I listen to you whenever I'm up early. And I heard you say that, you were being nice and I tried you and things of that nature. And I actually had planned on coming up before the new year. So I'm just like, you said that I tried you, Bomb, but and I'm not up here to argue. I'm really not. But you said that I had tried you, but yet you called me a bitch. And that wasn't the first time you've called me a bitch throughout the years, Bomb.
You ain't never called me a bitch, Bunny?
Before that, I had never called you a bitch, Bomb.
So,
Never.
Okay, let's back up, okay? Because you are up here talking, so I could talk, and you know that already, right? So
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when I did call you a bitch, but I didn't say it in a negative way. Like, did I call you like a you dumbass fucking stupid ass bitch, or did I say bring your ass up here? Come on, girl,
you said you've called me the bunny bitch before, but you said basically that I was a stupid bitch or a misinformed bitch. And
yeah,
you did. You said that.
I admit that. But I was saying that you was misinformed. But if the word bitch, and this is what I'm saying, like, God damn, I use that word even when I call myself that word. I use that word. I didn't say it like as if it was some disgusting thing. But since you didn't like the word, I apologize for calling you the B word. But I'm kind of like, you use that word. I use that word. Many of us use that word. So, but I do apologize for calling you that word, right? Because I really was trying to, I was egging you that day. I admit that.
You was trying to, now that when I look back on it, I feel like he was probably trying to get me to come up on the panel. Because usually I would come up there like, Bomb, what's going on?
Yes, that's what I was doing. And I admit that I was you was down there and you was like, I can't come. And I was like, come on. And then, and you was down there and I admitted that I was trying to get you to come up to talk. So I admit that. And so I do apologize. I do use that word though. I use that word. And I was intentionally egging you on. And I actually said it that night. I said, no, I was just trying to get you to come on up so we could talk about this. So I do admit that I was egging you on that day. And
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I want to say that I appreciate the apology. I actually came up here to apologize to you as well because I did take it next level. But listen, it was like that because it's like, okay, this lady has called me bitches, a few times, and I've been supportive, Bomb. And not only that, I feel like I've shared moments with you privately. Like that shit hurt my feelings. It hurt my feelings if I'm just being honest. I'm being transparent right now.
Okay, I can see that. And I apologize. If you would have came up and said, Bob, that hurt my feelings. Or even you ain't even have to do that. You grown, right? And you could do exactly what you did, roast me, and we go back and forth. But you kind of did take it to a whole different level with the grandson thing. Right? That's what made me real pissed. Not you calling me anything. I could deal with all that. That grandbaby thing, that kind of, because I still have not, and then you accuse me of saying something about your family. I never done that to you, buddy. I wouldn't do that. Okay? I just like what I just said, and I try not to say, because I know you'll say that I'm talking about it just by saying that somebody in your family. But that's all I said is, hey, I didn't talk about somebody in family. Then you said I did talk about somebody in family. But okay,
I did not speak. I did not speak on your grandson. Did I mention your grandson? Yes, I did, but I didn't speak ill of that little boy. I really didn't, Bomb. And that was like, okay, so she's taking it as if I spoke on her grandson. I didn't speak on your grandson. And you mentioned my daughter, and I feel like...
What did I say about your daughter? Go ahead. Let's get it out.
That she was getting ready. She was going to be 18. And that since you want to bring family into it, you're the type of bitch who would send somebody to get my daughter pregnant.
I did not say that. I did not say that. Wait. No, I said, I don't talk about children. I don't even know how old your daughter is. I said, but when our children turn 18, that's when they free range. And I said, I wouldn't even talk about her if she got pregnant. That's what I said. I didn't mention, why would I get somebody? How can I get somebody pregnant? But you know what? That might be some joke I might have told you. I may have said some shit like that, to be honest. That I might send somebody to get your daughter pregnant. I may have said that. Let me take that back. I'm not saying I said it, but it do sound like some shit I might say.
Well, I apologize because, like I said, I shouldn't have even mentioned Leaky's name, and I did. I took it to another level, and I do apologize about that. And like I said, it's no excuse for it, but my feelings were hurt because it's like, Mom, I've shared concert photos with you, wedding photos, all kind of shit.
Did any of those photos come out?
No, they didn't.
That's right. No,
they didn't. Yeah, no, they didn't. So, like I said, I appreciate you even allowing me up. One of the last videos I said that the only formidable opponent I've had all year round was you. And at the end of the day, I'm not supposed to be arguing with no women on this platform. I'm actually going to be in cities where a few bitch ass niggas live, and I'm pulling the fuck up and I'm dropping my fucking location, period. And that's where I'm at with it. I'm dead the fuck serious. And that's just really that, Palm. But there's no ill will, and like I said, I'm not the apology type of person, and neither are you.
But we cool. Listen. In 2023, we good. All that other shit, as far as I'm concerned, is dead. and over. And as y'all, you probably already saw the video is already down.
And that's one. Let me say this.
If you would have asked me to take that shit down, Bunny, you know I would take that shit down though.
Let me say this. What made me flag you was, and I never, what made me flag you was when Aries came up and was tanning Cali style. She drug multiple bitches on. Listen, I was getting my entire life. I actually had a text message about it. Got to my phone and seen it. Bomb, I am messy and I'm a screen recording bitch, especially when that type of dragging is going on. I didn't even get a chance to screen record it because it was flagged. I would have never flagged that. That shit was funny. And you were like, will she flag me? And I'm like, I didn't flag you.
Wait, you breaking up, I think. Is it me, y'all? Because it might be me.
Then I'm gonna flag you. And it was repeated, and that's why I flagged you. And that's something that it's probably me that's still fucked up.
No, it's better now. It's better. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, I'm sorry. I probably hit a dead spot. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm working right now. I'm driving. So I probably hit a dead spot. But no, I don't know what the last thing you heard me say was, but whenever that kept being said, I was like, okay, well, now I'm a flagger. And there's only one person on this platform that I have flagged, and it's a man. It's not, it wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Yeah, I remember when you got Baller, when Baller got hit with it.
Well, you know what? Then it is two. I forgot about Baller. It is two people. Baller was one of them, but that was one video. There's another person in particularly. He's extremely disrespectful, talking about deleting people by hitting them in the head, just disrespectful. And I wanted his channel. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. But no, I did flag you after that was said, and so that's something that I wouldn't have even done, because at the end of the day, you funny as fuck. Like, I was laughing this morning, and I do like it. And I'm not the only person that likes it. People say it all the time, that when you're up here talking, just sharing wisdom, So, yeah,
I feel good about this conversation because, I'm glad that we back on talking terms so I can say, hey, Bunny.
We good. No, we good. And I'm gonna be honest. I told Taylor, I think that was probably Thanksgiving. I was like, I'm gonna make peace with Bomb, and she was like, if you go up there, all she gonna say was, baby, it's not personal, and we good. I was like, I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was like, it's gonna have to be when I'm not working and I have me a couple of shots in me. But this morning, I don't know. I'm like, let me go ahead and go up there and make, attempt to make amends. So.
Okay, well.
But we're good.
Yeah, and it's not personal. I don't this YouTube shit. So I don't take shit personal. And I do want to go hard at these niggas this year. And
pulling up. I'm pulling the fuck up. I'm gonna be in Phoenix visiting my sister, and I'm gonna be in the DC, Maryland, that area, Virginia, all it. And it's gonna be very the fuck well known. And it's gonna be known where I'm at. I don't play with men. I just don't. I never have, which is why I'm a whole convicted felon. That wasn't me attacking a woman, even though she did set it up. That was me exercising my Second Amendment right towards a bitch ass nigga. And it's just like that. Listen, and that's why I don't be on here playing with niggas, because they're just disrespectful. Like, these are the type of men who will say shit like, oh, well, I'ma slap you, or I would slap you. I'm from the South. We don't wait. We don't, when a person say some shit like that and you around me, what am I supposed to do? Wait for you to hit me?
Right.
No. No. So yeah, that's where
Yeah,
I'm at
don't,
with it.
yeah, don't let these men claim they're gonna smack it. We're gonna kick their asses this year though. Okay. So we got it. We're gonna get it.
Yeah.
Oh, I want you to know, okay, because you know there was a joke that we were saying about you, but T Will always wanted to meet you. T Will, T Will's in the chat. You know who T Will is?
I've seen him in the chat, but I don't really like. I know him. I don't think he comes on panels and stuff.
Oh yeah, he come up here, but he was like he wanted me to introduce you to you.
Ew. I don't know him. If he ain't on no bullshit, then I might listen. Hi, how are you? You know. But if it's some extra shit, you gonna get cussed the fuck out. I'm not, and I'm not. It's gonna be nasty. I'm just being honest. It's two of them. I'm no longer going back to. My thing is like we don't do all that tongue wrestling,
Yeah,
especially Louisianans. Like you gonna be asked what's good, what you want to do, or what's happening. You
yeah.
know that
If that,
bomb.
no, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
all that fucking bullshit. So, and my thing is like I don't know. These people expect you to go back and forth with them for years with the most disrespect. I'm not doing it. I'm not, you know. But if somebody want to have some banter, one of them niggas want to have banter, then listen, we can have a little bit of banter. But I'm
Mhm.
not addressing any women on this platform. I feel like the women, and I said it on my last video, I feel like the women are more real and are more warriors than these
Mhm.
bitch ass niggas. And
Facts.
let's just be honest, the women are more formidable opponents than what these men are. And that's just a fact.
That is facts. That is facts. I'm not even gonna lie. It's the women, boy. We come at each other hard. You know what I mean?
And
But
y'all
we
come
all,
at the men hard too,
yeah.
real hard.
No, that's
And it,
facts.
and it's like it's been said, well, you know, she's male identified, she's a pick me. I've talked to you about this a little bit in the past. I have really, really good relationships with my stepfather. I love him so much, Bomb. And then my biological father. And I've actually been down, and I know you know where Pineville and Faraday, I know you know where all that's at.
Hmm.
I've been down there since the 17th. This is my second day back to trucking. And me and my mother, I'm not gonna get we don't have the best relationship. It is what it is. So, you know, at times, because I do have a love for both of my dads, and it's not even black men necessarily because my stepfather is white. That's been my stepfather for 26 years. And I do try to look at stuff, and then being raised around men, like I get you guys' aspect of it. But it's like with these men on here, they are not, listen, they not even in the same caliber, especially as my father. You were talking about the farming and men. My father is a soybean cropper. And my stepfather, he likes to build stuff with his hands. He's more of like a hands type person. And you are right. They're not even fucking built like that anymore.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Far
yeah.
from it. You know, men used to work with their hands, you know, and now we got the ones who own the computers, nothing wrong with that. You know, they working using their brain. And then we got a lot of men who just they'll rather sell drugs and shit and kill our communities.
I agree with you on that. They don't even have calluses or anything on their hands. These niggas got pretty ass hands and shit.
Like
Not
I
no
was
cuts on them. Yeah, not no cuts on them or nothing. This shit's sad, man. I was talking to my dad. My dad is up in years now. I'm talking about both of them are, but my biological, and we were talking about the land out there in Faraday and in Mississippi. And I was telling him, and I got emotional. Like, I think it's really, really fucking pathetic, Bomb, that when he passes, that is, I mean, my grandfather, to him, that was sharecropping land that they acquired. that the aspect of being a farmer is gonna be gone.
Yeah.
It's disgusting to me, you know?
Yeah.
This shit. And we had a whole conversation. Ain't gonna be no selling of the land. Like I told them, the old Ashland, and that's the one who will bust at a motherfucker. She is. listen, listen. She's been tucked away and put in an envelope and put in a drawer. But if they get on that bullshit, that envelope is gonna be open. I'm just being honest with you. He
Yeah.
said he understood. So yeah.
Is that you? Um. Damn, I can't see the screen right
It's,
now.
it's me.
Oh,
It's me.
okay, silent. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
That's good. Happy New Year's to you.
Happy New Year to y'all too.
Yeah. I was sick.
Hello, Happy New Year's.
Yeah.
Hello.
I had COVID, man. It took me down. It was after the COVID. Like the COVID was gone. I was testing negative, but I still was just real weak until today, until this morning.
Well, I'm happy you feeling better. That I got something when I was in Louisiana. I think it was from being down in Laredo and then going up to Pineville. But I had shortness of breath and everything, and I didn't have COVID. But I'm like, damn, like if COVID is like that, I don't want that shit.
Man, yeah. It's me. Oh, you never had it yet?
I haven't had
I don't think I ever had it neither.
No. No, I think I had it. I think me and my daughter had it back. It was like late December, early January. But they said it was the flu, and we don't get sick. I haven't had it. So I haven't had it.
You know what? I think I could have had it once before the big thing. Before everybody knew it was COVID, I think that's when I had it. Like back in 19. Back in 2019.
You there, Bunny?
Something about that ventilator. Whenever they, yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. She got knocked off. I think she hit in a dead spot.
Yeah. So she's a truck driver, huh?
Oh, I don't know. Is she?
I think that's what she said. I think that's what she says when she's driving trucks.
Oh, shit, for real?
I think that's what she said, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, she's breaking. So, Bunny, you driving trucks? What? I wanted to drive trucks. My son thinking about it, but I don't know. Especially now that he got to go to a school. So he got to find a school, and which I didn't know he had to do that. I thought he can drive without, like get some training from some people.
Oh, you can what I'm doing around where I'm working at, they doing everything, and I don't got to pay out of pocket or nothing. So, matter of fact, they kind of pissed me off, but it's cool though. They just let me know that I'm going to the final class next week, but they just told me
man, that is cool. So I guess I gotta find him a school, see if he really want to do it. It's up to him. You back?
Yeah, I'm back. When I go to the desk spot, just let me know and I'll come back out, come in. I may have to join from my other phone because this phone be tripping.
Did you say you drive trucks?
Yes, ma'am.
What? Oh my God. I didn't know. Do you like it?
I love it. I love it, honestly. I like to drive though. I've always liked to drive. So
me too. I always like to drive. I
always
wanted to be a truck driver.
Do you prefer the automatic or manual?
It's an automatic. That's the only restriction that I have on my license is the manual. I couldn't get the downshiftting.
That's so funny you said that. I had a problem with the downshiftting until I just did this last class, and they got me straight on the downshifting. But that's the thing about it, because like the truck at work, I'm going to be driving. It's automatic, but they making us train in manual.
Mhm. Mhm. So
He
you're in
said,
school?
Or yeah, my job paying for everything. Yeah, I'm doing it through my job. So like, I got one more training class to go through, which is next week, and then I can do my state test.
That's what's up. The the hardest part for me was the backing. The backing was really hard for me. I cried a many days. I
Yeah,
called my
that
daddy crying a many days.
yeah, them 45, them oh man. Because
Well, I don't
that
know.
jacking and chasing, and then the 90s and all that stuff.
I don't know if you're gonna be like over the road or regional, but that 45 is the most common thing that we do out here. Um,
Yeah.
you gotta do it whenever you're at a truck stop, and you have to do it also whenever you bump a dock. So what I found out here is the bomb the wheels, but a 45 bomb is basically like, I don't know if you've ever seen a dock and a truck being
mhm,
unloaded,
yeah,
but this is like I'm in a 53 foot, and that's the big long ones. It's 73 foot altogether if you count the tractor. But it's long, so we can't just do a simple, drive forward and back in.
right. So it's a
So
45-degree angle. Is that what the 45?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, girl. And then on some of them, it's a 90-degree angle. But
Mm,
with the trailer goes a different way. So if you want to go to your right, you have to turn your wheel to the left and vice versa.
right.
Yeah, that shit ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. But I like it. I like being out on the road. Right now, I'm on my way to Laredo, which is Mexico. I came from Arkansas and Texas. Texas is big as hell. This is the only state I've ever drove 12, 13 hours in and was still in fucking Texas.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
Texas big.
yeah,
California also was like that.
yeah. It's like, what the hell? But girl, but I do like being out here on the road. Honestly, I listen to my music, and it's been times where you have got me through, and I've been cracking up laughing like, "Bomb, no, she crazy." So
That is a fact. I am crazy.
yeah, good crazy though. Good crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you drive, so you're regional, or would that be called cross country? Like,
Oh no, I'm not built for that cross country. At least not. I don't think I'll ever do that. But I'm regional, so I just drive the surrounding states. So
all
I
right.
was in Louisiana. I did a load there, and then from there I went and picked up some stuff from Kohler, not Coles, but Kohler. And then I'm on my way to this. This is going into Mexico. It's going to New Juarez, so I'm on my way down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I'll be home. I'm home weekly. Um, with my job, I drive though. On average, it's good to get 8 hours in. So 8 hours is anywhere from 450 miles to 500 miles a day. And after that, I get my hours in, get my miles in, and then I head home. With
Oh,
this,
okay.
yeah, with this job though, if you let them know in advance, if you need to take some time off, just let them know and they give you time off. And most of them aren't like that. So
Oh, okay. So so you got a good company then.
it's a really good company, yeah. And they
That's
pay
good.
well too. They pay real. Listen, like I was saying, I was telling my friend, it feels really good to have them commas in my bank,
I know that's
and
right.
it feels good. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you miss being home, or but you like being on the road? So see, I like that too. And I think one of my sons, he like being on the road. I think he might like it. Not.
He would if he likes being on the road and likes driving, he's gonna love it. The only thing though for the men, and sometimes I do, it's sometimes I miss being home, but you kind of get used to it.
Mhm.
The hardest part for me is like how I was just on vacation. It's like sometimes it's hard to come back. Like,
Yeah.
damn, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But these trucks are a lot bigger than what people think they are. Like, they're a lot bigger. Yeah, it's like a little dorm, low key, and I got me a mattress. I have a refrigerator, a
Mhm.
microwave. I don't be fucking with that truck that them trucks that truck stop food. And then
Yeah.
even with that, there's healthier choices out there. It's just I think people don't do those healthier choices because you can't really the eating and driving the quicker stuff or the stuff you can eat and drive with. It's just not healthy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. So I gotta find him a school, but so I should get him one that pay. Is that what you're saying, Silent? Where the school it pay him? So you were getting paid to go to school too, Silent? Oh, he must have stepped away. Cause that's what he concerned about. Like if he gotta take classes and not get paid, he don't want to quit his job, you
Yes,
know.
hello.
Yeah.
No, I'm moving these kids around in the truck right now. That's all. It's loud.
Oh, okay.
But no, the company I work for, yeah, they pay me.
Oh, okay.
But I'm gonna be home every night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna be home. So you doing it like just local.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just local.
Yeah. I
Pretty
think
much all I'm gonna be doing is like going from the airport or from our ramp to the
Mhm.
station, and then I may have a few deliveries and a few pickups, and I'm done for the day. So
Yeah. See, I think he'll like something like that
uh,
too. I think he'll like both. But he can start off slow and then go up how he want to do it. But I think I'm about to look for him, find somebody who.
Um,
Go
Ask
ahead.
them if they have any. Like for me, what they have is you can. So certain jobs will pay for your trucking school, but you're in a contract with them.
Hmm.
For some for 2 years, some for 3 years. And then with some of them, like for me, I have a friend who helped me, and he's actually a YouTuber, but I had a friend who helped me with the back end of my tuition. But there was COVID. I'll text it to you. It's basically they had some money, the CARES Act. They had some money from COVID. It was a grant, and they will, if there's still any CARES money left up there, and there should be, then they'll, pay for either all of it, but it just
Hmm.
depends on the income, either all of it or a bigger portion of it. So I'm a free agent. I'm a
Oh,
free
okay.
agent. Yeah, but I didn't get money while I was in school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So how long were you in school for?
28 business days, just
Oh, okay, that's not too
4 or 5
bad.
weeks. I stayed behind though. I graduated 2 weeks behind because that back end, that shit
Yeah.
ain't no joke. Driving it like straightforward
Hmm.
is easy, honestly, and it's easy to stay in the lane. Just look straight ahead, if that
Uh-huh.
makes sense. But that damn back end bomb,
But at least you got it
girl.
though. If you working, you got it.
Yes, I got it. And then like with the men, I noticed with the men, they have an issue with the pre-trip. And basically with the pre-trip, you have to know everything from bumper to bumper, including under the hood. So men had like the radiator. I'll give you an example. So we have the alternator. The
Mhm.
alternator is not cracked, bent, or broken. The alternator belt is not cut, torn, or split. the alternator is connected to the water pump. The water pump is not leaking, broken, or bent. And you got to do that throughout this whole fucking truck bomb.
Man. Well,
Yeah.
so that's before you get in it, you check all that, or
Yeah, you're supposed to check all of it daily. Most people don't. And then you're supposed to do it afterwards too. And you gotta know the tires, you gotta know the steering compartment, the axle, all of that, the shocks. You gotta know all that shit. And so when school, one of the guys, he was having issues with it, and we typed up some notes, made a little rap song about it. I still got made a little rap song about it, and that's how I was able to help him with that, and he helped me with the backing.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's a good thing. Helping each other. That's what it should be about. My son wanted to get in trucking though, so I gotta look for him for real, because he worked nights, and then he home. He's probably asleep right now.
yeah.
And
If
so
it's, I've heard you say, sorry for interrupting you. I've heard you say that one of your sons worked for Amazon. Amazon may actually pay for his school.
yeah, both of them work for Amazon actually.
Yeah. And Amazon is real good from what I understand. It's just hard to get on with them. They want you to have 1 or 2 years experience because this shit dangerous.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna have a look into it. Yeah.
The most dangerous part about it is when you're heavy. So like right now I'm at 72,000 pounds. The most you can be at is 80,000 pounds. You can't stop it. It isn't like I tell people, whatever you do not get in front of a semi and slam on your brakes. That shit, like the bottom of the semi will literally be on top of I've seen it happen. It's some traumatic shit too to see. But the bottom, man, that in Dallas, that shit is crazy in Dallas. But the bottom of your damn semi will be on the top of the car. You're gonna die, especially if they're heavy. And it's because we can't stop like that.
Yeah, that's why. So I know, like y'all start if you're going up a hill, right? Like going through California, it goes real slow up the hills, but I guess it's full. But people like to cut in front of semis. But now I understand that shit could be dangerous because if you have to stop.
It's very dangerous. I tell people if they can be in the back, it don't matter how long it takes. I tell my daughter, don't fuck that shit. That shit can wait. Tell them it was a wreck or something. I know I ain't shit, but it is what it is. If you can, be in the back of one. And then if you also can, like, don't be in a cluster. Like when I say that, some of the highways are 3 lanes. Try not to be in the middle and 2 semis.
Yeah, I heard y'all can't be on the end, right? Like if because somebody might be parked to the side or something. So y'all got to be like a lane away from the edge.
Yeah, so like if there is a state trooper or like a truck or a car that's parked that's on the side for whatever reason, we got to get over in the left lane.
Okay. Yeah.
But they prefer us to ride in the right lane because it's generally the slower lane. But that's not possible all the time. And so like there's times in Texas, I do a lot of driving in Texas. So in Texas, they have like with certain areas, no semis in the left lane. But even still then, like right now, there is a flatbed coming up on the ramp and it's time to get the fuck over and allow them to merge onto the highway, if that makes sense.
Okay. Hell yeah.
and you got to get back over. I heard you say that before, but we weren't talking. Then I started to come up. Then you were talking about truck driving, and you said that you would like to talk to a woman trucker.
Yeah, I do that. So when you get some chance, get a chance, because maybe there might be some other young women who might be interested in going into it.
Mhm.
And tell us your honest opinion on you know, how it's out there on
Yeah.
the road. Are you running into a lot of other women or some or
It
not
depends
many?
on it depends on where I am. So like in Louisiana and old racist ass Mississippi, them some racist side note, them some racist motherfuckers, mom. Listen, listen. One thing about this job is it's great because you can cuss a motherfucker out and still have a job. It's the greatest shit I've ever came across. But let me get back on track. So in and like deep south, you don't really see it, but in Dallas
Mhm.
and in Memphis, you see it a lot. Seeing the women aren't really a big deal. It's seeing women that are girly.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
then the black women, we have this camaraderie. It's like a respect for one another because it's a white male dominated field.
Yeah. Shit, we need to get some of these men out there, you know. But women,
Right.
I think is because it's good money from what I'm hearing, and
I mean, 83 a year starting off. Most drivers start off making 72 a year. Even at
it's still
72 a
good.
year, that's 13 a week. That's 1300 a week.
Oh, that must be that check you pulled out on my ass.
Like I'm making money. That's one thing I be like, I'm more comfortable now. But before, like when I was saying I couldn't come up, I had to
Mhm.
get me some sleep.
Yeah.
And it takes a little bit to get used to sleeping in this truck. So
Hell yeah. You starting to get the feel for it. You have your good mattress or like
yeah, I got a mattress. It's a little expensive, but I got me a mattress. My trainer said really shit to me. He said, "This is the crib. This is your house. You need to make this as comfortable as possible." And
mm-hmm.
that stuck with me because it is. I
And
done seen fights and shit on the road, and the reason why I see some of them truck stops is cracking. Like they cracking like the outside of the park whenever the club in the parking lot type shit.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
and it's like that. People get so offended at the truck stops whenever their shit is hit because it's your house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You ever? I know some people go to motels. So do they pay for it or you
If
just get to keep the money if you don't decide not to go to one?
Well, they generally don't pay for hotels unless you're broke down.
Oh, okay.
Um, and then you got a little shitty ass breakdown pay. Like for me, it's $75 a day,
Mm-hmm.
and my old truck broke down a lot. But they got me in a brand new fucking truck, which is unheard of because I'm a new driver.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been
It's
good out here, you know.
That's good. Is it because you're in an automatic or
They got me a new truck. Well, they bought a bunch of new trucks. They bought a bunch of new trucks, and the last truck that I had damn near 500,000 miles on it.
yeah.
And yeah, and so the other trucks that had to replace my old one had 400,000 miles on it, and my DM, which is my dispatch, I can say she advocated for me because like I'm not gonna go to making $700-800 a fucking week because you got some raggedy ass trucks. Whenever I'm used to, I get good money. I get really good. I double that, and that's on a bad week. You
Yeah.
know.
And even 800 a week
And
is good. Shit. Some people make that every
I
2
mean,
weeks.
yeah, that's true. But when you get used to making that money,
Hmm.
it's just like, no, it's not worth it. And so with the way I drive, I can say she advocated for me. This truck that I got when I got it, it had 26,000 miles on it.
Wow.
So, and I've had it for a little over a month, and it now has 34,000 miles on it. So,
That's good that you got a
brand new
newer
fucking
one,
truck.
because you're a woman and you don't want to be
Mhm.
on the side of the road broke down. So that's a good thing.
No, that's one thing about us down south. We treat people like we want to be treated until they fucking fuck with us. But we we speak hi, how you doing, stuff like that. And the guy at the shop, he actually advocated for me as well, and it's because we treat people good. They
Yeah,
ain't used to that. People don't do that anymore.
that's true. That is so true. I know you said they're racist. What happened? You had an incident?
Ah, all right. Okay, so in Kansas, you can feel it. I mean, you don't listen. You can just fucking feel it, right?
Mhm.
And they're really, really, I've noticed this, and I've noticed in my entire life it's really bad out here. They're racist, period. But the disrespect towards the man and
Mhm.
the blatant how blatant they are with it is
Mhm.
really bad with the men. With the women, they're a little bit nicer. Okay, so let's leave Kansas right there. Okay, so let's hop, skip, and a jump on the motherfucking Louisiana and Mississippi.
Mhm.
Listen, um, my first day, the first time I went to Louisiana, I got a load to go to Monticello, Mississippi, Georgia Pacific. Bomb,
Mhm.
bomb. When I
Miss.
say, like I said, when we walk up, we speak. Hi, how are you? Let me see your paperwork.
Mhm.
What I said, oh my. And that's what I said, oh my. oh, oh my. And gave him the number. So, he got it and just handed me back the paperwork. And I'm like, so do you want me to just drop it right here? Because once you're checked in, they're responsible for the trailer. And
Mhm.
and I'm really truck drivers are crazy. Listen, I will drop that motherfucking trailer right the fuck there when they get real ignorant. And so I'm like, so what do I do? Like, where do I go? Where do I drop it? You
Mhm.
haven't been here before? No, sir, I haven't. So that was the first incident. So boom, I'm backing this big motherfucker up, and a yard dog comes. A yard dog basically is somebody who works for the company, and they move trailers all day. So, like this trailer, I'm gonna give you an example. So this trailer is already loaded. I don't have to bump a dock for them to
Mhm.
unload it. So this is what they call a drop and hook. So I'm gonna drop this trailer
And
at the
hook another one.
shipper, yeah, and hook up an empty, yeah. And the yard dogs take them, like this one is going into Mexico, right? I'm going to
Mhm.
Laredo, which is right there on the border. It's 1 mile from Mexico. But so let's just say this wasn't going into Mexico. It needed to be unloaded at the shipper. They bumped the dock, and it's just a recycling thing of it. So boom, back to Mississippi. I'm minding my business, and
Mhm.
I'm getting ready to drop the trailer. This motherfucker starts honking, and I'm like, doing my maneuver. This bitch starts honking again, and I'm like, sir, is there an issue? I'm thinking, maybe one of my tires is fucked up.
Mhm.
The blinkers fucked up because they do. That's how they let you know normally, and they'll point at the issue. And he's like, the problem is you, I need to get by. And it wasn't what he said, it was how he said it. And like I
Mhm.
told him, you see me back in it, either you're gonna fucking wait. I snapped it, either you're gonna fucking wait, or I can straighten this bitch up and you can drop it, being that that is your job. Um, and he said something slick, and I thought I just flipped them off and continued to drop the shit. They just and then like I said, some of the truck stops, I seen fights. They done got
Damn.
to shooting and shit. These
God
motherfuckers is
damn.
these these motherfuckers. This is not for the weak at heart. These motherfuckers is crazy, Mom. But they got the right woman on the job. I can promise that. So they got the right one. And so the first fight I seen, I was in Houston. So my first time going to Houston. And I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. Like, it's 11 o'clock at night. I didn't pay. There's no shortage in truckers. That's bullshit, right? We can get to that in a bit. So, long story short, I'm tired. The truck stops are already full by 4 o'clock. They're full.
Damn.
I don't know if you see, I don't know down there if you see people parking on the side ramps and stuff.
Yeah, I do see that. Mm-hmm.
There's the truck stop is full. It's fucking full. And so, I'm already like, I was scared. I had been driving for about a week and a half. And with some of the truck stops, you can pay for reserved parking. So I get there, and sure enough, there was a truck who didn't pay for the reserved parking that's in my spot. And so I went around. I was just trying to find me another space, and they was gonna give me my goddamn $18 back. So, girl, tell me why. I still say to this day that was the repo man, because those were used cars on the back of his trailer. So he was, backing up, and he hit a truck.
Mm.
Well, he finally realized that he couldn't. Either he realized he hit that truck and was trying to drive off, or he just realized he couldn't fit in that shit. Girl, tell me why when he was driving off, the guy gets out the truck and he's still driving off, and the guy is like, "Stop! Like, you hit me! Stop!" Um, and so he wouldn't stop. I don't know what that was in his hand, but he threw that shit like Sammy Sosa threw that goddamn shit. And he shattered the window. It spidered the window. And I'm actually on the phone talking. And as soon as I seen that, and confrontation don't scare me. But as soon as I seen that, I'm like, oh shit. And I'm talking to her.
Mhm.
And they get out the car and they square up and started fighting. I started crying, Mom. I ain't gonna lie. And it wasn't the fact that they were fighting. It was like, man, I'm fucking sleepy. Like, I'm sleepy. This shit cracking. Like, I need to get parked. And so I just parked my truck right there, went on in, and they made the person move from out of the reserve spot. But yeah, this shit is crazy. Like, and then some of them I seen that was in girl, and then in Memphis, that's whenever dude got to shooting in the air. I don't know what happened. I do not go towards gun gunplay. I do not run. I hit the fucking ground. Because that's what you're supposed to do, is hit the fucking ground. So, I'm duck walking. I'm fucking duck walking back to my truck and shit, like, they crazy, man. And then, like, with some of them, they're extremely aggressive towards women.
Mm.
Extremely aggressive. And it's on some flirtatious type of shit.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I don't even stop there. And when I have to, I got my box cutter in my hand. So
Yeah.
yeah.
That's good. Can you carry in the? Oh, they got a rule where you can't carry in the truck.
So federally, you're not supposed to carry.
Hmm.
Um, so a lot of people still carry. A
Hmm.
lot of us will still carry. And then with the people who like have a permit and stuff like that, it's from what everybody's told me, as long as you have it in a lockbox,
Hmm.
and if you get pulled over or have an inspection, then and they ask you, then it's okay. But it has to be in that lockbox. And there's
Yeah.
not like kind of like how it is in the car. It can't have the magazine in it.
Right.
So
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Especially being a woman, on the road. But get you some mace. Do you have some mace?
girl, I got just about every weapon you can think of. That's all I'm gonna say. Like
Okay.
ain't, ain't none of that shit. But certain places I don't even stop it. Like Memphis is crazy. The Memphis, they ignorant. They really, really ignorant. Um, one of the ones in Houston, that shit like the club parking lot. It's like parking lot pimping. I
Maybe
mean,
Rude was out there. Was Rude out there?
you know, girl, they be like, so you're not supposed to drink. You can drink, but it's supposed to be 8 hours after you drink before you drive. But a lot of them drink. Some of these motherfuckers drink and drive. It girl, but that's whenever that shit be cracking. And one of them, I'm like, his music was playing. I hear Percocet, Molly Percocet. I'm like, yo, I am dying laughing. And I'm like, does this nigga got subwoofers in the goddamn truck?
That's
In the goddamn truck.
that's how my truck
Like,
would be. The music had to be loud. It keeps me up, keep me pumped. You know, that's how I be rocking down the road when I'm driving long distance.
that's how I be. I be dancing and everything. And some of them, some of them they pass by and they be cracking up laughing. And some of them will like get beside me and start jigging too. You know what I mean? and and then the old racist white men, they shake their head. So yeah, I be
Uh,
jamming.
Man, I bet you some of them races out there on that who driving trucks, they pissed when they see women and black women at that. Even black men,
No, they get really pissed. Like some of the shippers. I mean, some of them are like super nice.
Mhm,
Like I just now started checking my own tires and stuff like that. I've always been able to, like just some of them are really nice.
mhm.
Even the men who you can tell, are a little ghetto boy, a good old boyish, and was raised that way. I think it's a matter of we don't want this bitch's tires to blow when we on the road. So let me make sure this bitch's shit is right, type shit. But other ones, they look at it as you got into this field, it's a man's job, so do the man's job.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what
they
you hear
won't
these manosphere men say. Oh, you want to do the job, then do the job.
do the job. Yeah, and so like I'm gonna go back to that damn vacuum bomb. Some of them, you gotta, like I said, like I was talking to the sissies the other day. I said, man, y'all gotta hold on. I gotta do this Kim Possible ass motherfucking shit, and they just started laughing. And it was in Louisiana, and it was one of those shippers who was like, okay, you're doing a man's job, we'll do it. And I had to back from the main fucking street. I had to do a 45-degree backing from the main street, and he would not spot me.
Oh, he wouldn't spot you?
He wouldn't spot me. And like I told that bitch, um, listen, if your doc get fucked up, that's on you.
Mhm.
And you gonna have to be real to fuck patient. Bitch, you not doing nothing else. I ain't gonna lie, I talk real whenever they on some bullshit. That's what I say. It's wonderful, bomb. You can cuss everybody out. You can cuss everybody the fuck out. You gonna get cussed out back. but
Mhm.
it's some wonderful shit. Um, but it didn't take me very long. And afterwards, he was like, see, and he started like pointing at his temple. He was like, it's fucking mental. You gotta have fucking confidence. Which they did tell us that in trucking school. And I just looked at him. And then whenever they unloaded me, he came and you have to sign the paperwork and they give it back to you. And he was like, it's men who take way longer than what you took. And I was like, I appreciate that. So I was like, I appreciate that. And he was like, no worries. And he actually said it. It was an old, like, damn nigga, you still working looking white man. And he was like, that's why I didn't spot you, because you gotta learn this. He's like, I wasn't gonna let you get nothing. And I
Mhm.
was just like, I appreciate that. That was it.
Yeah. So your confidence is up too a little bit, right?
No,
Now,
that made me feel good. That made
yeah.
me feel good. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's good.
Even yesterday, like, I had to do something similar like that. But I was in Shreveport, but those roads are very narrow. They're not
Mhm.
like wide like here in Texas. And it was off of the street. It took me a little bit. I got to the dock, but I wasn't straight.
Mhm.
Um, but it wasn't very much room to get straight. And that one, it took me a little bit, but the man was helping me. So
Yeah. Do they ever like get in and do it for you?
hell no.
Really?
They some of them offer, but the thing is like these trucks have cameras,
Uh-huh.
and not only that, but if if they hit something, you're still responsible for it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and then some of them they'll spot you, and you can tell, you're a little close, and it's
Mhm.
like they want you to. I don't know. I've had two of them. It's like, damn, do you want me to hit something? And you just gotta. That's the biggest part about it is getting out and looking. Like, you gotta. And sometimes you gotta
Mhm.
get out and look. You gotta get out and look a couple times. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, you're gonna get it though. Watch. It's like you got it already, but you're gonna get it to where it's like second nature.
yeah,
Like me,
yeah. It.
like when you parallel park. First it's nervous. Shit, I could parallel park like it ain't nothing. I ain't gotta get out. I know exactly how to go up to the car on side of me and how to turn and get in there without
Hmm.
even looking back.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah,
easy
that's.
part for me was doing the parallel in that big truck. Honestly, that was the easier parking thing for me.
Mm.
I got the parallel too. I had it on my driver's test. Did they have you do a blind side? Did they teach you to do a blind side, or was it?
Both of them. Yep, blind side. Yep, we had to do both of them. I'm not sure what they're gonna do on the state test yet. So, but they teach us all of them though.
Do you test at the school?
No, because right now I'm doing the training at work, and then after I get with this last class, then I'm gonna set up the training for the state, and they're gonna actually do it at the state test. They're just gonna let me use their truck for work at work.
Okay, you got it. You got it. If I can pass the first time around, I promise. Yeah, it sounds like you can.
Oh yeah, it's just I was just saying to them that manual shit is unnecessary. That's a extra shit you gotta do for no reason.
Most of them, though, most trucks, if it's a newer truck, they don't even have manuals anymore.
Exactly, yeah. Because like the truck at my station, that's for me. It got like 4,000 miles on it. It's just sitting there. That's a truck I should be using, but no, they want us to learn the manual, so we don't have no
Just in
restriction.
case,
Yep.
just in case you end up with a older truck. That that makes sense.
What kind of truck is it?
A Freight-Line Cascade.
Okay, that's what I learned in. I got a Kentworth, and I like the Kentworths. The only thing I don't like about the only thing I don't like about it is there's no window. So like I stay away from the blind sides. The only time I'll do a blind side is if there's nothing else around it. I'm not hitting shit. You hear me? Listen, if I'm at a dock, they gonna have to drop that shit. I'm gonna drop it and they gonna have to do it if there's a bunch of shit around. But with those freight liners, they have that window and you can use that window to see where you're going on that blind side, you know? And Bob, I know you probably like, what the fuck is a blind side?
Oh no, I just assumed that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's okay, so with a standard setup, let's say the dock is on your left side, it's easier when you do your pull up, if when you're backing to your left, you can see stuff better because of the way the trailer goes. But if you're backing to your right, it's actually harder to see. You can't really see because it's so long, you can't really see it like that.
Oh,
And
okay.
so yeah, whenever I have done it, it's more, get out and look type situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And based on where your angle you are, you know how to adjust, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So you got to get surgical with some of this shit. It's just like, I know I keep talking about the backing, but that shit, I'm getting good at it though. People say that I'm self-conscious about it,
Yeah.
But yeah, I ain't hit nothing.
Well, you gonna get it. You gonna get it. You got it. You got it. You already doing it. You just when you get more comfortable with it,
Yeah.
Sound like you're doing a great job to me, shit.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've come a long damn way, like a long way. So, and I got a bunch of truckers in my family, like a bunch. So, I'm getting ready to hit a dead spot. So I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna be listening from the clouds. Once I get out of this little KKK town, I might come back up. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for having me up.
Thank you for coming up. Thank you for coming up. Okay. Oh yeah. I'm yawning, but I have been up all night. Anyway, what's going on, Carla? Good morning. Good morning, Aries. How you doing? Sapa say what's going on? Choco Kitty. She said she got a long day ahead. I hope you have a great day. We were just talking about women truck drivers, and so she is a truck driver. Gabby, what's going on? She's a truck driver, and she was just giving some information. Did I pin the link? I don't think I did. I don't see it. Let me see. Paste it. I thought I did, but why don't I see it? Oh, it is pinned. Okay. I probably don't see it because I'm not up enough. Anyway, truck driving with kids to look after. What's wrong with truck driving with kids to look after? It's more important to copy that what Black men are doing, taking over our professions. What you mean, y'all professions? So you got a profession? Because if it was a profession just for you, then I guess they wouldn't be hiring women. But when did it become a man's job just to drive? Because all it is driving, right? Let's be clear about that. It's just driving. You're getting in a car or truck, an automobile or truck, whatever you want to call it, transportation, right? And you're sitting behind the wheel, lazy-like, and then you're going from one area to the other. So now, I don't mean to say it's lazy-like, but when you make it seem like it's a man's job, now the reason why it would have been considered a man's job is because you're on the road going from area to area. But as far as the actual job, as long as I remember, I've been driving since I was, old enough to drive. And I could tell you, I'm a good driver. No accidents. So I think women, young women, not attached to any young children, I don't see no problem with it. It seems to be a good field to make good money. Okay. I think she mentioned starting out at 73 grand a year. And she says her, she getting a little more probably due to the company that she's going through. That's good money. And if I was a young, unmarried, or even married, shit, and as a matter of fact, I ain't lying, I always wanted to be a truck driver since BJ and the Bear. I don't know what it was about that TV show, but I just thought it was cool, Like, I liked to drive, even though I wasn't driving back then because I was a little girl. So up until maybe about 7, 8 years ago, I was hoping that me and hubby, right? Because I still want to drive, right? I met a team, a married couple who was a driving team. And I thought that shit was awesome. Like, they showed me the back of their truck. These motherfuckers had a bed, bunk beds with microwave, television, internet. This is my first time seeing this shit. And this was like 10 years ago, right? And I was like, damn. I'm like, me and hubby, we can be a team on the road, make more money as two of us, right? They started putting laws in where you can only drive so many hours a day. I'm not sure if it's 8 or 10, right? And I was thinking, shit, if he could drive 10 and then I could come in driving 10 right after that, and, and we'll make this money. But I never knew, like, why is it just a man's job? Like, there's women out there, once Bunny get real comfortable backing up, she gonna kill it. She already killing it. She already doing it. She don't have no babies, right? She says she gets home every week. And I don't see the problem. Then you goddamn men who like to claim every goddamn thing. You want to claim everything except having them goddamn babies. That's what y'all was telling me when we was talking about computers. That's what they were telling me, y'all. I'm talking about the hardest thing. Seemed like everything. In other words, in reality, men worked in all these fields, and they claimed all of them. And y'all know goddamn well they claimed the IT field. So here I am, not only I'm the only woman in the fucking class, and I'm Black. There wasn't even a Black man in the class. I'm the only Black person, and I'm the only woman. And I'm gonna tell you, it was difficult, because no matter what, at every chance, even when my answer was right, they would make it seem like, you're not gonna be able to get this. Originally, I remember even when they told me that you had to be good at math in order to even get in the IT field. Some of you are young, so you don't know, but that's what the rumor used to be. If you don't know math, and I wouldn't say that I was good at math or bad at math, right? Because I took math, of course, right? I never took algebra, but I did take geometry. And of course I passed, but I didn't consider myself to be great at math. I didn't consider myself to be great at math. I didn't consider myself to be bad at it neither. But I'm going to be honest with you, I don't see no mathematics in no motherfucking computers. The shit that they was claiming, you got to know math. Now, the only thing, and maybe it's the way I learn, and maybe the way I understand computers, but binary came to me real simple, as easy as fuck. Once you get the binary, the shit is easy as hell. I ain't have to know no math. I just had to understand numbers. I had to understand 255, and how the network is broken down in octaves. And all that shit is simple. I know that's Cola. Welcome to the modern day society, baby. That's why, ladies, we're gonna accept being modern day women. We're gonna accept it. And every time I do a video, I'm gonna be okay with saying that I'm a modern day woman. And we're gonna grab on to modern day woman. That term is way better than bitch anyway, right? And we're gonna grab it, take it from these niggas so they can stop putting it in their titles as if it's something negative. And we're gonna be okay with it. Modern day society, modern day woman, and then I guess we're gonna look at them like the modern day men that they are today. Okay, because I don't see none of y'all driving no goddamn wagon with no horse in the front of it, no horse and buggy. I don't see none of that going on. Look, they want us to act like we riding in horses and buggies. That's what they want, ladies. They want us to have the hardest time. But they still want to be able to drive in they goddamn luxury vehicles and shit, burning diesel instead of regular motherfucking gasoline. And they want to be able to come home and still have those modern day meals, but they want us to cook them as if we traditional women. They want us to get in the kitchen and bake bread, but they're not going to eat that bread because they're going to want us to go to the goddamn grocery store to buy the bread. You know what I'm saying? Trust and believe that shit. Look, Cola said, until you create life, nothing is off limits. I know that's right. I believe that 100%. I think now, when we start having children, it slows us down a little bit. But you know what, ladies? I was listening to, it was Whoopi Goldberg, and she was talking about Barbara. Is it Barbara Walters? No. Who just died, y'all? That's not Barbara Walters. Is that Barbara Walters? No, I'm getting them confused. Which one just died just recently? It's not Barbara Walters. What's her name? Let me see. The one who created The View.
Yeah, it was Barbara Waters.
Oh, that's who it was? Okay. Barbara Waters. Okay. So she was talking, and she said how her and Barbara ended up working together. She said, so Barbara Walters interviewed Whoopi Goldberg many years ago, like 30-something years ago. Right? And she said during that interview, they ended up connecting because Barbara asked her, how is it being a single mother and being out here working? And she said, she told Barbara how difficult it was, being a mother, but also chasing your dreams. And I think this is where ladies, right? How we sometimes how should I say this? How we separate ourselves from other women, because we do have the career woman, right? We have the one who chasing her dreams, like she's on a path and she's chasing, and y'all see these men right now upset and they keep lying to you and telling you that you're not gonna be able to have no babies later. And so they want you to have them babies now, and then they know that for the most part, that's going to tie you down and you're not going to be able to chase your dream. Or they're going to consider you a bad parent because you're going to have that baby, still want to chase your dream, and you may leave the child with someone, even whether it's his father, your mother, the father's mother, the grandparents. They're going to consider you a bad parent. Society does that to us, and then so we will regret it, right? We regret it. Even today, when I tell people, okay, I was a stay-at-home mother, that's looked upon like that's a good thing. And do I consider it to be a good thing or a bad thing? I don't consider it to be good nor bad. It's how the family is set up, right? I'm gonna be honest, I would have rather worked outside the home. Cause woo, baby, being a stay-at-home mother, dealing with children all day, barely being able to have friends, that shit could be hard. But see, you younger people though, let me tell you about you younger people, you millennials and you zennials, mostly millennials, right? Because zennials, you pretty young. Y'all smart. Y'all smart and bold. Don't let nobody tell you any different. You motherfuckers, and I say motherfuckers with all of sincerity and goodness in my heart, with a little jealousy, Y'all have created things like mommy time at everywhere. Like y'all go exercise and y'all can bring the children with you. Y'all learn to exercise with y'all children. Y'all meeting up in parks. Y'all are doing things. Let me tell you something. That shit right there, I'm a little jealous. Because we didn't create that shit. I would have been nice for me to be able to grab the kids, put them in a car, and still be able to go meet up with some friends, and still be able to go to the gym, and still, you know what I'm saying? Y'all created that shit. Y'all came together and put up that shit, and y'all also are making employers. Y'all getting employers to give y'all a little time where you could breastfeed, which is very important. I've been embarrassed so many times because I used to work. I told y'all I worked up until my second son started school. My first son was already going to third grade when my first son was going to kindergarten. Wait, I might be wrong. Second grade kindergarten, they like a year and a half apart. So whatever that equals, okay? Anyway, I think my oldest was going to second and my youngest was going to Head Start, okay? Think something like that. But anyway, before that though, when I had my first son, he was in daycare and I was working. When I got pregnant with my second son though, I had to stop working, which I was very afraid because we had just moved in a new apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like I was so proud of myself. In fact, I had gotten the money and everything, moved into the apartment due to my job, right? Because hubby, he had just gotten out the military, but not really out. Y'all know, for those military people, you know what I'm talking about. You could be out, but you're not really out, right? Because the paperwork ain't done yet. You still in, but you're not in. Anyway, and because he was getting out, we were scared to use them as how to get this apartment, right? Anyway, and plus, I was in Delaware. We were stationed at Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri. But long story short is, I got this using my job, and then as soon as y'all we got pregnant, I'm telling you, I know exactly when we got pregnant. The only thing I don't know is what position we was in, because we changed so many positions. We moved into this apartment. The first fell like maybe like on a Tuesday. The first, right? And that's when you pay, you give your security deposit, your money, they give you the keys on the first. But because it was a Tuesday, we didn't legit move in until Saturday. Y'all see what I'm saying? So, but we got the keys. We went to the place, signed the lease, and got the keys on the first. And then me and hubby went into that apartment and we christened it. Okay. We christened all the new places we moved to. We christened it, and Lord and behold, we christened that shit we used to have a futon. It was this was a wooden futon. And for those who know what a futon is, it sits up like a couch, right? And then it lays down like a bed. This was the first type of futon. It was the wooden one. I'll show y'all a picture if y'all need me to show it to you. But we didn't even have the actual frame to it. We went to the storage. Hubby got the mattress part of it, right? Got the mattress part of it, and we put it in the kids' room. We was in a 2-bedroom apartment, not too far from here where we live at now, right? Actually, but anyway, we put it down in the kids' room. We had no furniture, nothing else there, and we decided we were gonna spend the night there that night, and we did. And when I woke up in the morning, I had to run straight for the bathroom, throwing up. My husband had already got me pregnant. That's how sick I was, just like my mother. Soon as my mother got pregnant, soon as everything did and caught on, she was sick from day one all the way through until she had the baby. And so was I with both my boys. Soon as I got pregnant, I knew it the next morning. Soon as his little sperm found the egg, right, or the oval, whatever y'all want to call it these days, and it went into the thing, and now bam, I'm pregnant. My ass was throwing up. And that means I can't work, right? And I was crying. We were supposed to be so happy. We was already married 5 years, right? We were just moving on to a different part of our life. He was getting out the military. So it's a little scary. It's a little scary when you're getting out. Because when you're in, you ain't got to worry about no rent, no electric, no nothing. Y'all know that for those of you in. You ain't got to worry about nothing. In fact, you really don't have many worries. There's a safety net when you're in the military. If you're in the military, you could go to the car. You could go get you a new car right now. As long as you ain't fuck up your credit too bad, you can go to a lot. And them motherfuckers will let you sign. You ain't got to have no money, and they will give you a car.
Bum. What they did with me, he let me take it for the weekend.
Wait, what they did?
Like when the first car I got when I was in the military, he just let me take the car for the weekend. He's like, take it for the weekend, and if you don't like it, bring it back. Of course, he knew I was gonna like that shit.
Hell yeah,
them papers.
Man.
But you're right. You didn't need nothing. They see, oh, military. Here you go.
Yeah, you military, baby. You look. Because they know you gonna pay, right? If they gotta go to your captain, to your goddamn captain, and talk about you not paying, especially them local. Cause see, around the post, that's who you dealing with. Them local motherfuckers, huh?
Yeah, because what it is it's gonna be either Navy Fed or Marine Fed. And then that's the people gonna give you the loan, so they set up the payments already. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's right.
Come out directly out your check.
Directly. Yep. Direct deposit was something new to me, and they had just started back then. So I was in the Army Yard 88. So remember, there's not many computers network like that. It's I don't remember ATMs some of us was here before all of this shit that y'all got, that everybody used to, like as if it's been here forever, right? I don't remember. The only ATM they used to have was on the side of the bank itself, but they wasn't at local stores and shit like that. I don't remember that. And so outside of every post I've ever been to, and I've been to several of them, there's local car places that sell cars. I don't remember any large ones, like where I live now, you got Honda, where you could go to the Honda dealership and the Honda dealership and all these BMW dealership. I don't remember any big ones like that outside the post. I remember little places that sold cars. And like you said, they would give you the fucking keys and say, here you go. Sign right here. Here you go. You want this car? Just sign right here. You ain't got to have no money. And like Silent just said, they told him, look, he probably was questioning, wondering, and they probably say, here you go, try it for the weekend. See if you like it. Yep. Bring it back out. Then they knew, because they know they're gonna get their money. And you're right, direct deposit. Where they was starting to, you fill out some paperwork and shit like that. and then they would get paid directly. Now that's normal to all of you now because y'all younger, but back then that was new. That was some new shit that they were just bringing out. Because we didn't get paid like I got paid. My first year of getting paid was through a regular check. Like an actual, the only thing that they took out was when I paid for the GI Bill and then and taxes and shit like that. And I also donated to, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Y'all, we do need to teach our kids a little better. That's why when my kids was ready to go in the army, you know, I had to call my mother and ask us, were we Democrat or Republican? Ain't that something? I was grown. And you know, when you fill out your taxes and shit like that, I forget, I'm not sure if I did that before, like at the when I went to go take the AFAB, and as soon as I took the test, y'all, they signed me up. Like I signed into the Army the day I took the AFAB. I just had to wait, you know what I mean, and to go because I was too young. They had a program, the delayed entry program, but officially though, even though I was in delayed entry, I was legitimately already for the government. I was the property of the United States Army. Anyway, long story short is this, because I was getting off kilter. When you're in the Army, they give you everything, but you better pay for that shit. Okay, you better pay for that shit. Anyway, where was that? So I got pregnant, and I guess what I'm saying is, you're pregnant. I had to quit my job. I had just gotten that job. Okay, I was working at Avon. I loved the job. Like it was through a temp agency, but it was a long-term to permanent, long to permanent, which means you could be there forever. And if they offer you a permanent job, that's even better because now you'll be salaried. But like I decided to become a permanent temporary person. There's benefits, like when you're salary, no matter how long you work, you still get the same amount of money. You know what I mean? But I used to get overtime and shit like that. The thing I liked about being a temp is because if I didn't like a job, then I would just let the temp agency know, say, oh, well, I don't really like this. Can you find me something different? And they'll end that assignment and give you another assignment. And that is how I found out what I like to do. You know what I mean? I didn't just fall into a job. I actually did several different jobs until I found one that I like. Which I think that's what I recommend people do when you're young. Go to a temp agency, take the little typing test or whatever. You ain't got to be great at it. Don't be scared. If you're not good at typing, you're not good at typing. You're probably going to be better than you thought because y'all motherfuckers are Texas, right? Y'all be using your fingers and shit. Just take the test. And if, you know, and customer service is really easy for those who might have children and don't know where they want to be. I'm still having problems, y'all, with my sons on some real shit because I'm trying to teach them work smarter, not always harder, right? And don't be afraid to go into different areas that you may have never thought about. Like, I wanted to know why you won't be a lawyer. Hey, why won't you go to be, you know, why don't you think about being a politician? And I want them to dream. I want them, but they're not older though. They're getting later in their 20s. And now the time in which they had to dream and figure it out, to me now is over. And now they should be making decisions. So for those of you in your early 20s, like go and test things out. Go test jobs. And please don't go testing out McDonald's and Popeyes. The fuck? That's some shit you should have did when you was young, when you was like a teen, 16, 17, 18, even 19. When you in your 20s, why are you still at a Popeyes or McDonald's or in a shopping like a Safeway and shit? You too old for that. You're too smart for that. Like, you're fucking too smart for that. I like when I see young people working in the Walmart. I like seeing young Black people in Safeway and even at the Popeyes and McDonald's. But when they turn 21, 22, I don't want to see that. And it disappoints me because I watch, I'm not even lying, people in the community who I knew were like, they were getting A's, straight A in school, A, B students. And I'm thinking to myself, hey, like this one girl, she had great grades and she had the opportunity to go to college. And you know why she go to college? What's going on, Mew? I miss you. She didn't go to college due to her grandmother, right? Her grandmother was ill. Or let me back that up. Just because we older don't mean we're ill, okay? Her grandmother was just older. She lived with her grandmother. Grandmother raised her. And her grandmother just would have been alone. And it saddens me because the young girl, smart, no children, she had a head on straight. She talking about conquering the world. But she didn't have the support from her grandmother. So when she didn't go to college, like when she had the offer and she didn't go, and she was telling me, Miss Lavanya, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a year off. I said, no, for what? What are you taking a year off for? Well, I'm tired of going to school. What you mean you tired of going to school? I'm like, you a straight A student. You like, I wish, y'all, it's so much that I wish I had known when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even know, I never heard anybody mention college to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, my mother went to college, right? But not until after. Not until after. My mother had gone to like, it was almost like a trade school. That's what it was, trade school. It's called OIC. I remember it, and she was so proud of going. I was a young girl, and she would drop me and my brother off on the bus to go to school, and then she would get on a different bus to go to New Orleans to go to school. And you know what she learned, y'all? Shorthand and typing. Secretariat work, and she was so proud of it. Oh my God. A woman, thinking, yeah, I'm gonna be a professional secretary. And now we got women in Congress, a woman vice president. We got women heading off motherfucking technology companies and shit. We got women doing everything. You got babies. It's a great thing. And Black men too. Like, I've seen things change, right? Where a Black man who used to work, my dad used to be a construction worker. Other Black men, I saw them working like regular, like my uncle delivered milk. Believe it or not, they used to, milk used to be delivered. Like the milkman would come to your door and drop off these, I think they were half gallons maybe, or pints, or jugs, and then take the empty ones back. And then that's how they did it. My uncle used to do that. Good morning, Brownie. I am saying, man, I work at Popeyes. What's wrong with that? I get free chicken and biscuits with all the honey I wanted. Well, I am, well, you will be a little different, right? Because first of all, I'm not sure how old you are. I am. I'm not sure. So I don't want to lie. I don't even know like what range. But what I do know is that you are a smart man. And so if let's say you was working at Popeyes, that would be something you want to do that you don't have to do. That would be like a man who, like my husband, retires and then he decides he wants a job. But if you was a man who needed that job to pay your bills, you know goddamn well you ain't at no Popeyes. So that's a difference, right? But anyway, what I was talking about, my sons, right? So the children, I saw this young woman, and it was like her grandmother held her back. And I felt sorry. I felt sorrow for her. And because there was no reason for her grandmother to hold her back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what, you were just gonna miss her? My mother missed me when I went in the army, y'all. I remember my mom crying. My mom cried out of fear. She cried out of happiness, right? And she cried out of, I'm gonna miss you. Like, all of that in the same tears. And I remember calling my mom doing basic, right? We got the call on Sundays. Sunday was the only time you could call. They would take us down to the phones and shit. And I remember calling. Look, I was tough. I was one tough cookie, y'all. I intentionally went there being kind of mean, if that's where, because I'm short. I guess I have that little Napoleon complex too, right? Because I knew I'm short, right? And I just didn't want nobody to pick on me, for various reasons. There's a few things people picked on me about. They picked on me because I was light skinned. I got picked on because I'm short. I got picked on because I had a big butt, right? And my eyes. Even the drill sergeant called me bug eyes, funny eye. They came up with nicknames like that. And while they was trying to fuck me, of course, right? The drill sergeants, nasty ass motherfuckers, man. Anyway, so I was kind of tough. Like, when they would try to wake me up, for like first thing in the morning, you got to get up and you got to get dressed, and then you got to be out there ready to do PT early in the morning. And nobody could be late. Now, what I'm saying is nobody could be late. This is the type of thing when you are a group. That means if one person is late, everybody's late. Okay. If Cola is still here, she know exactly what I'm talking about. If one person is late, one person not late, everybody's late. And everybody gonna get punished. Everybody gonna do them sit-ups and them push-ups. Now, they do different exercises now, but back then it was the 2-mile run, push-ups and sit-ups. Now, the good thing about all of this is we got punished a lot. That's the bad thing, but that's also the good thing, because by the time it was time for you to take that test at the end of the 8 weeks, you was able to do the push-ups necessary, the sit-ups necessary, and that 2-mile run. You was able to do that shit with ease, as a matter of fact. Okay. You did so many push-ups. From day one, you just got to do one push-up. And by the end, I'm not sure how many I had to do. But I could tell you I did as many as the men. Okay. That's right. Push-ups and sit-ups, baby. I was right there with the men. It's that fucking run. If I would have been better at running, I would have had, the highest score in basic. But I wasn't good at running. Okay. I made it within maybe like with a couple of minutes to spare. And they had this one chick, she was fucking the drill sergeants. So she ended up getting the highest points, which I'm still not sure why, because like she wasn't good at sit-ups and definitely wasn't good at push-ups. But that run though, she was a cross-country runner. So she was, she even beat the drill sergeant. And plus she was older. I think she was like 27, which by the way, 27 don't seem old. But when you are 16, 27 is old as a motherfucker. Okay. 27 is old as a motherfucker. What's going on, Brown Beauty World? How you been? Yeah. So anyway, I done got all off track of what I was talking about. I think I was originally talking about women and jobs and men and jobs. This is the modern day society. The men, you actually should be happy. Like, it's just like if I had gotten a man who was a doctor, right? By the way, I never ever said my husband is a doctor. What? My husband is in the medical field. He does not clean anything. Okay. The medical field is huge and large. There's all types of areas, right? I can name the different areas, but what I will tell you, while he was in the Army, though, he was a physician's assistant. Okay. Now, in order for him to become a doctor on the outside world, which I'm gonna be honest, I did try to persuade him. I did say, babe, just go get the classes you need. But that's not where he wanted to go. I'm not even sure why, right? Because y'all have seen him, talk to him. My husband is smart enough to have done any fucking thing he wanted. Right now, still today, if he wanted to go be a doctor, he can. I don't know how somebody so smart would be I'm not gonna say he's just afraid, but what I would say is, if I'm thinking about it from my point of view, there's a lot of things I was afraid of, to be honest, right? Even though I have the education right now, if I wanted to go and if I wanted to go to California and work for Google, or actually I don't even have to go there now, right? I could get any job in any IT field. There's not too much I do not know. Okay. I know networking. I know how to program in several languages. I like hardware and software. That's the beginning of the shit. That's the A+ that I received way before that. That shit's simple, and there's no money in that because computers are so cheap today. So I wouldn't go there. And I'm learning that there's even more, another year or two for MD. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why, hubby. Like, maybe I need to still talk to my husband. Is so fucking smart. He retains knowledge. This man could go to school, even if, let's say, he had no college, zero college. You could become a doctor in 8 years. In 8 years, we're not that old. Now, we are old. It would have been nice to be a doctor at 30, 35, 40, right? But hubby just turned 55. And if we planning on being here till we 80, right? His dad lived until he was, I think his dad was like 78. So that means he got another 20 years, right? 20 years. And I like to think that most of us gonna live as far as our parents. You know, if they naturally died at a certain age, listen, that's what I'm shooting for. I'm shooting for at least where my parents were, which was in their 70s. That means I got another 20 years, right? Even I can go and be a doctor in 8 motherfucking years. But listen, that's not my field. Okay. Me and blood don't do well. Me and needles don't do well. I do like helping people and shit like that, but that's not my thing. Me too, Miss Bond, but I'm challenging myself more. I know that's right. I don't, and there's a lot of things I didn't do when I had the opportunity. And the truth be told, it's out of fear of failing. You ever like, people was like right there telling you, yeah, look, we're gonna back you up, we're gonna give you the money, you're gonna write this book, bam, 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 we're gonna support you. And then I came up with all kinds of reasons why I couldn't do it. I even blame my husband to a degree, which in a sense it was his fault, but not true, right? Because I'm not the type of woman where my husband could tell me what to do. So I just used the fact that I knew he didn't like it to be like, nah, hubby he's not gonna go for that. But truth be told, hubby couldn't tell me what to do, right? He might have suggested that I don't do something. And And I would take it as advisement. And I would think about it, but I would always make my decisions on what I was going to do. And of course, I take in account for him, his feelings, our children, our family, of course, right? That's the way a family is supposed to be, not like these niggas are trying to say, oh, the man get the last say. Why do we get the last say about what the hell I do with my body and mind, my spirit and my feelings and why would any man get that? My husband don't have that type of power, but he does have a lot of influence on me. He does. That's because I allow it, and that's because I love him, and mainly not due to love, but mostly trust. That's what I do. I trust him. There's a lot of things I trust about him. I know that he's a little selfish. Of course, he wants me to himself. Like if I wanted to go off to another country and go to school, he would tell me he don't like it. And he would tell me that mainly because he would want me to be here with him. Right? But that's reasonable. That's not unreasonable. Yeah, and I would consider that. Of course, I wouldn't just go off to another country, away for a year or two, away from the family, without considering the whole family. I wouldn't do that. Back to what we was talking about with women and today and back then. Women having the opportunities, and Whoopi Goldberg and Barbara Walters, how they connected over feeling bad that they said they don't think that they were the best mothers. They said they didn't think they were the best mothers because they were out working a lot. And that's where the rubber meets the road with women, right? Where we feel like we need to choose. But can you be a good mother and still be out working, providing? Because I think you can. I think nothing's easy. Because I don't think, even if you was a stay-at-home mother, does that mean I was a great mother? Or was I a great mother because I love my kids? I thought about them. I wanted the best for them. Truth be told, if I look back at it, I probably could have been better if I was a working mother, because I would have been bringing in more money, right? I don't know. Like, who's to know? But what I would tell women to do is you got to do what's right for you and your family. Like you have to take an account for everything, right? And make that shit work. Just because you're a stay-at-home mother, some women not built for that. If you're not built to be a stay-at-home mother, then don't try to fit in those shoes. Those shoes don't fit you. So you're gonna make sure that you're gonna find you some person who's gonna help you take care of the kids while you at work. Right? You're making the money, so you find you some tutors if you need tutors to help the kids with their homework. You're gonna make sure that you listen to your children, because if they having some issue with somebody, then you're gonna take care of that issue. And your kids may look back and say, my mom wasn't there a lot. And then you'll be able to say, yes, I know, but look what I got for us. Look what you're able to do. And they might end up being selfish little kids like that motherfucking Romeo, Lil Romeo. I call his ass Lil Romeo, because that little nigga acting like a little spoiled little boy. His daddy, the things that them little motherfuckers got, that little motherfucker in his message, did y'all see what he said? That because of his daddy selfishness, the nigga had to downsize his bills to $15,000 a month. That's what that little nigga said. His daddy was so selfish. Oh, my daddy's so selfish. I had to downsize my bills to $15,000 a month. $15,000 a month. Lordy have mercy. They got some people not making $15,000 a year. This little nigga was getting his dad paying $15,000 a month in bills. And then he got the nerve to cry and think that I'm going to talk about his daddy. Shit. Listen, when I talk to one of my sons, right? So both my sons, I raised them exactly pretty much the same. With one got, the other one got. When they got older and they developed their own personalities, then I start handling them differently. Now, my husband, on the other hand, didn't do that, right? He likes to group them both together. But the truth of the matter is, they are two individual people. He likes to say if one of them did something bad, then both of them did it. And I'm like, well, that's not true, though. He think he's being fair, but he's absolutely not being fair. It makes no sense. Like when they were little, it was okay to group them, right? You could say, okay, this is y'all room. So if one of y'all don't clean the room, then both of y'all in trouble. You could do that when they little. I even noticed then one of them would get away with murder because he knew one of them wanted to go outside and play with his friends. The other one didn't care. So the one who didn't care wouldn't do nothing. He would hardly clean anything because he didn't care if he go outside. That means my oldest son would left to clean in the room. He would go in there, hurry up, get home from school, hurry up, do his homework. Or most of the time, I didn't make him do their homework. It just depends what time of year it was, right? I would let him go outside and play while it's daylight. And then when he come in, after I'm done dinner, then I would help them with their homework. We eat dinner, right? So think about that. How I have one son who he didn't care to go outside. So he felt like, I don't want to go outside anyway. Once I noticed that, that's when I realized, okay, I can no longer treat them the same. I can't punish one for what the other one do because one of them is benefiting from it. Hubby never got that. See, he don't understand that because he's the worker outside the home, he don't understand there's a lot he don't see. And we had an argument. Y'all, me and Mr. Baum had an argument about 2 weeks ago, Christmas, about the children. And he said something, which let me know that he feels some sort of way about something that happened a few years ago. And let me tell you what happened. And I want you men, if y'all want to come up and tell me how you feel about it. And anybody want to come up, right? So remember, I'm the stay-at-home mother. I take care of the children. Hubby is the provider, to protect, all that good shit, right? That's what these men say. Okay, I'll give him that. It's true, right? He provided. That's true. And protected. He also did that. Okay, so I'm not taking that from him. But when I took care of the kids, and I only used the hubby when it comes to the kids as the disciplinarian, right? If the kids did something wrong, I would threaten them with their dad. That's it. And it would get the job done, right? If I say, hey, don't make me tell your dad, then they knew to listen to me. Hey, it better be done before your dad get here. They will make sure it was done before the dad got here, right? Anyway. So hubby mentioned something about me and my oldest son having secrets. He said, yeah, you and him have secrets. Me and him have secrets. Like, what do you mean? So I remember what he was talking about. So back when my son was probably in 11th grade, maybe. It may have even been 12th grade, but I don't think it was 12th. I think it was probably 11th. My son had gotten suspended from school for a day. Now, he got suspended. He told me he got suspended on Friday. That means on Friday, they said he's suspended for one day, which would have been Monday, right? He comes home from school. He tells me everything that happened. And I'm like, okay, I'll take care of it on Monday. He tells me he didn't do what they say he did, and I believe it because I know my sons, right? He explained to me what happened. It's already Friday. Ain't shit I can do. Like when I'm supposed to call the school, everybody's gone. It's Friday. So I said, well, look, don't tell your dad. I'm going to take care of it on Monday. Now, so Monday comes around and my son he's at home, right? Because he's been suspended. But I'm planning on going to the school maybe around lunch, right? I'm going up there to get to the bottom of it. But hubby, I can't remember if he came from work early. I don't know if he came home early or if he just was off that day. I think he came home early and he saw my son there. And he was like, what is he doing here? Like he missed the bus. I was like, nah, I'll tell you later. So he says, based on me not telling him, that means me and my son kept secrets from him. I was like, what are you talking about? We ain't keep no secrets from you. You were doing your part of the job, and I was doing my part of the job. Right? If I needed him, my husband, to go to school, I would have let him know. But I'm taking care of this. Hey, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Bob.
How you doing, my brother? Happy New Year's
Good,
to you.
sir. Same to you. Happy New Year's.
Yep. So what you thinking about my story so far?
It's a slippery slope. I get it from a man's point of view. Because the fact that like you end up being the villain in a sense when you just a disciplinarian. So the kids don't feel comfortable coming to you about certain stuff because, you know, they're afraid of being, you know, of you being, are you disciplining them instead of being kind of your role of kind of being more understanding and listening. So I kind of see, you know, both sides, you know what I'm saying? I think, you know what I'm saying? For me, like when I got my son, you know, that first year he would still call his mom for certain stuff. And I'm like, well, you know, then the mom called me and I'm like, look, you can call me, you can tell me I'm right here. So he had to get comfortable of used to now instead of going to his mom for everything, like, okay, I can go to dad for every single thing and I can talk to dad every single thing. So it's hard for men to kind of, well, maybe with girls more, but even with boys, that balance of being a disciplinary, but then still being loving and caring. So if you always presented him as, I'm gonna tell your dad, so they knew that certain stuff, maybe I can't go to dad, so I'll go to mom because she might be a little lenient than dad would be.
But that's a fact though. But that was the facts. Like hubby, soon as he found out he's suspended, without even hearing him out, he would have been like, what you did, and would have been talking about punishment and all that shit. Right off the bat. Just like his dad and probably his mom. See, but my mom and dad didn't do, my dad may have done it that way, and that's why I'm more like my mom, where we can tell our mother, she would know if we telling the truth or not, and she would make a decision. Hubby would have been ready to, he would have yelled at him and everything without hearing
him. Maybe. I mean, I don't know, you know, the particulars.
No, that's a fact.
The story. Okay, so
that's what that's how he is.
But
that's
then,
how he
but then I think that maybe you and the kids never gave him a chance to be that loving side as well, or to show that, you know, or maybe if y'all would have did it together, you know, then the kids can understand, okay, well, mom and dad are both this way, so I can go to either way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's no right or wrong
Yeah.
way, but I just think that when you're presented as a position, you stand on it. And then, you know, by y'all being military and stuff, y'all kind of stick to, well, okay, well, this is my position. This is my role. So he probably took that on heavy, like, hey, my role is a disciplinary because that's how it's set up. So I'm gonna make sure that I do the best job of it instead of, you know, maybe cultivating sometimes where, you know, it was more of a loving situation. Or maybe you could have been like, you know what, you go talk to the boys this time. You know, you go talk to them and explain to them and da da da. So that way they
He
don't
believe
feel
in.
like
He didn't believe in. You know how they got. You know those parents who they believe the adults no matter what. You got. So we coming from a generation where there were people who only believe the adults.
Right.
So that's hubby. That's if the adult said he did something wrong, then he must have did something wrong.
Gotcha.
Like it took a while for him to start seeing that every adult is not out here being truthful.
Right.
So that's where we come from, and that's how it was. I'm not saying it was bad, but I'm saying that it wasn't.
No,
yeah. Like so. Yes, I did not tell him that he was suspended because I knew I was going to take care of it. So I'm doing my part. You know what I mean? And I'm taking care of it. But he feels some sort of way because he mentioned that happened years ago. My son.
Yeah, because like I said, it makes him seem like the bad guy. And like I said, I mean, you know, just from the story, you're already a male. You're already not in the household. You know, you're home with the kids more. And I'm pretty sure he wished he could have did more. Maybe not. But just from a father, you know, did more or been there more, or even maybe how the relationships are now, maybe even, you know, the loving aspects more. I think it's just that he feel like those are points where you were the softer side, he was harder. And as his helpmate and his other half, you could have softened him a little bit when it came to the kids by including him more in those situations. Whether y'all talked about it, you know, and then went to the kids and did it or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's why he held on to it because, you know, maybe even now, maybe he wished that his boys came to him for more stuff compared to coming to you.
They go to him more now.
Assuming, you know, if they're older, got it.
Yeah,
right.
they're older now, they go to him more. But he was a great father. I'm not even saying he was a bad father, right? They went
took him fishing. We're not judging that.
He took him fishing and all that, but there are certain he even mentioned that I got him tattoos. So for some reason he keeps saying that me and my oldest son had secrets. And I said, oh, so we the only, yep, y'all the only two. I said, no. I said, me and boys. I said, because if that was my job, then yeah, when they got in trouble, if I believed them and we went to handle it at the school, then why would I tell my husband? But if they needed discipline, you know, if something they did wrong, I would tell them. Or if I
just think it's the fact of
I think the fact of
him being a man and just not in the known of what's all going on in his house, regardless of what it is.
Yeah, that's
it
what
might be an ego thing. It might just be a macho or a man thing. Not saying that you're wrong for that or he's wrong for feeling that way, but you like to know everything that's going on in your house, regardless if you lose this battle and you win and got it done, or you win the battle and say, hey, let them wait a little longer. But it's the fact that he didn't know it, and that probably bothers him. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I kind of agree with that, but there's a lot of things like he also brought up the fact that when they went and got tattoos. Now, see, he don't remember. He just don't remember. But you know how boys are, right? You see Fred, you see tattoos out there. Tattoos became a big thing, and they was only like 12 and 9. And now I want a tattoo. I say, you know what? I said, you ain't getting no tattoo in this house. I said, but when you turn about 16, I'll let you get tattoos. Like I remember when I told them they could get their ears pierced when they turned 12. I said, when you turn 12, you get your ears pierced. And when they turn 12, they held me to that shit. They remembered it.
Mm-hmm.
When they turned 16, I said, when you turn 16, you could get a tattoo. And as soon as my oldest son turned 16 on his birthday, he was ready to go get that tattoo. But hubby didn't know. I guess he didn't remember because I was like, okay. He reminded me when, like a couple of months before he turned 16, I was like, okay. I told him what he can and can't get. no marijuana, no this. I told him where he can't get it. And as a matter of fact, I told him the only thing they could get is something like either a heart, some doves, or a cross. Right? And anyway, yeah, it was something simple, and it had to be somewhere where they can hide it. Because I kept telling them how careers, things have changed since then. People could have tattoos all over now, but he settled with it. They got both of them got crosses right on their heart, same tattoo, and both of them got it on the day they turned 16. Hubby didn't like that. He was like, "Oh, y'all didn't talk to me about it." I said, "Babe," I said, we told them they could do this when they were like 12 and 9.
Yeah,
and
but when you went and
actually,
got it done, you didn't
Yeah.
refresh. You didn't refresh his memory and remind him.
I did
So,
tell him, but he didn't like it. He wanted to talk about it. I said, "There's no talking about it. We already promised them." Like when like 5 years ago, we made a promise. And one thing my mom taught me is that's what you don't do to your kids. You don't lie to them.
right.
And what happens when you lie to your kid? When you told them they could do something at a certain time, and then when that time comes, you don't do it, you become now unreliable.
Right. They ain't gonna trust you, and then they're gonna start sneaking to do stuff instead of coming
That's
to you and
exactly.
you know what I'm saying, asking you.
You don't
So,
understand what I did. When I told them when they was 12 that at 16, guess what we didn't have to worry about? We had to worry about them coming with no half-ass tattoos that their friends tried to do on them. We ain't have to worry about, them constantly asking us, because I gave them an answer. And then I stuck to it. He's not the only parent, But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's that big. But I think it's just maybe he's just him getting it off his chest and that it bothered him, because if it was that big, then he would have made a fuss about it 2-3 years ago.
He did.
You know what I'm saying?
But he just brought it back.
Okay. Well, then I guess it bothered him then. So
he fussed about it right before we was going to go get the tattoo, and I told him, "Hey, I already made the promise."
Well, I think in your case, you could just be like, "You know what, babe? Going forward, I won't keep nothing from you when it comes to the boys and now Leaky Leak. And make sure that at least, I'll run it by you and let you know." You know that old saying, like what mom used to say, like she used to say, she let my dad think that it was his decision, even though it was hers all along. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So
my mom did that, and I did that with hubby, but hubby just, he was at work all the time, like, and sometimes he would be right there when I said, okay. I think I remember looking at hubby and said, "What you think?" When they turned 16. Mm-hmm. And I think he said, "Uh-huh." And so I looked at him and said, "See, when you turn 16, you get your tattoo." And they both got excited, and they waited too. It was like every day in their mind. I bet you they was waiting to turn 16, because I swear before Jesus Christ, 2 weeks, a month before they turned 16, they had me going around to see where we're going to do the tattoo. We did the research. I made sure that, the people was legit.
And you know what? Maybe he thought that you were just telling them that and maybe thinking that they was going to forget, because it was, 4 years ago. And that's why he just said, instead of like really going into depth, you know what I'm saying? But I guess he learned his lesson. Like you cannot express yourself. You have to express yourself if you feel a certain kind of way. You can't just let it go by the wayside and be like, "Oh yeah, whatever." No, because kids definitely gonna remember, and then they're gonna hold you to it. And then now you said yes, so now you gotta own up to it. You can't say no when you want to say yes. You know what I'm saying? You gotta follow through. So but
if he would have said, "Nah, 18," like when I said, "Okay, what you think? 16?" I said 16 is good, you'll be in high school, right? And if somebody would have said, "Nah, they turned 18," then I would have looked at him, we would look at the kids and we would have talked it out, and he would have won. But you can't, when I say 16 and I look at him and he like, yeah. And then, okay, now the kids remember. Maybe he was thinking they would, like you said, they would forget about it.
Right.
They didn't do.
Right.
Like when they wanted their ears tattooed, they was even younger. I got them done when they turned 12. They don't even, one of them, he might put it in every once in a while. The other one, I don't think he put an earring in many years.
Mm. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a fast. You get it and then find out it ain't you, and
Right.
then go. You know what I'm saying, with things like that. But yeah, like I said, I just think it's just more of, he wants to be in the know. Instead of being in the dark around stuff.
Yeah, that's what he
Um,
said.
you
But
know,
I told him, I said, you was there, babe. I was like, you was there. He said, I didn't say anything. I said, that's the point.
right. That, what is it? Closed mouth don't get fed. So
Right.
you don't answer. It's just like you answering because I'm
Right.
gonna do
Because
what
I
I want
looked
to
at
do.
him for approval.
Right.
And I'm just not, my mom didn't lie to me, and if she did, let's say she said I could do something, but then she would explain why when it came to it. Like, we don't have the money or this or that. And so I wasn't doing that to them. And that was their birthday gift. So, and he could have had some saying what they got. But why he bringing that up now? I told my kids, I said, you're going to get this tattoo. You're going to pay all that money. I said, and then you going to forget you even got the tattoo. And they didn't believe me. And my son be forgetting how many tattoos he got. He got one on his back, because once he turned 18, that's when you can't stop him anyway. But because they already have one, now they not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not where they got to go get all these full sleeves up and down their neck. Ain't nothing we can do when they turn 18. But there's something I can do when they're 16, though. If their grades are bad, I can tell them that
Right.
you're not getting it, right? So that means I'm holding them to this. As long as this is right, as long as that is right, then yeah, when you turn 16. Hey, preacher, is that you?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
How you doing? How you doing, my brother?
Waiting for my turn. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year's to you.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. How y'all doing?
What's going on, bro? What's going on?
I'm
How you
good,
doing? Happy
man.
New Year.
I'm good, man.
All right.
This trucking thing is coming along fine. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm going to Georgia. I thought I was going somewhere else. I'm probably gonna end up in Georgia for training. So
Okay.
if
So
any
you
y'all-
found, so what, you going for training or school, or are they the same?
School. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going for school.
Do they pay, or you gotta?
It's gonna be like $600 a week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's the money. So wait, so you got to go to Georgia? Do they have you in a place that you got to stay, or that 600 is where you got to find your own place to stay?
Well, I mean, it was two companies. One paid for all the room and board. This one, it won't be paying for room and board, but I could cover it. It's fine.
And how many weeks is it?
I think only 3 weeks of training.
Oh, okay, that's not that bad. Is that good or bad though? The training, 3 weeks, because I think Bunny was up here. I think she said she did 8 weeks, or
No, that's about right, because she said she did I think 21 business days. So yeah, about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
She did say she did some extra to get the back. Okay.
Yeah. I guess if I want to do other endorsements, I can stay longer, but they're probably only going to train me for as long as it's going to take to get my CDL, and then that's going to be it.
Okay.
Most likely. But yeah, it's coming along pretty nicely. I ain't been engaging a lot on the internet. I've been getting shit in order.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
I've been on here. This is my first time back, because I was sick with COVID.
I'm sorry about that. I'm glad you made it out though.
Me too, man.
You know,
I've been feeling good.
Class and all that.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy belated.
December
What, you a
19th.
Capricorn?
December 19th. No, December 19th.
Oh, Sagittarius.
Yeah, so right before Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was pretty cool.
That's good. Yeah. You did something good? You went out to dinner or something? What you do?
Well, I was working on my birthday night. So I kind of celebrated, I think, a little bit after my birthday, around when everybody else was celebrating holidays. At least that's what I'm used to, celebrating my birthday around the holidays.
Oh, yeah.
When everybody else, I mean, obviously I was celebrating myself as I got older, but as I got older, I'm really not. Oh man, hopefully I got a lot more birthdays coming up. So
Yeah.
You
How
know,
many weeks? How many months clean you are now? Where we at? Where we at?
I restarted
You restart.
January 1st. I drank New Year's.
Can't be doing
Like
that.
champagne.
Oh.
Hey, look, man, look. I wish I was fake like everybody else on the internet and clout chase, but I don't.
Well, at least you're telling the truth, though. No,
Yeah.
that's good. But what
Yeah.
I'm saying, though, you got to get, I know, because you're thinking, okay, it's New Year's, I'm going to take a sip, but you got to understand that like, it's just not for you. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
taking some apple cider, because right now you're on the right track. We don't want you to, but I got hope in you. I listen, I know you can do this.
Yeah, I was on day 177, and yeah, but I was like, I'm gonna have some integrity. I hit the reset button. So I mean, it's kind of,
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. This is just not to beat you down, but this is just coming from. So, why did you drink? Did you drink because it's New Year's and you like?
Yeah, pretty much. The dumbest reason I could think of.
Did you drink because like it was calling you?
Nah, it wasn't calling me. It wasn't calling me. It was a very much conscious decision, and I had I think I had a margarita or something, or like a light drink or something. They was like making drinks. We had like a bar at the get together we was having. So they made like a margarita. I was like, I'm gonna drink a margarita. I drank the margarita, played some spades, and that was the night. I think I had some champagne, and I took a shot, and that was it.
See, and that's why you can't see. That's the thing. I don't know if it's better that you did it consciously or if it's worse.
I think it's worse. That's why I was gonna ask.
Yeah, that's right.
Those are the days where you keep pushing. So if it ain't calling you, then you know that you can beat this. See, you now have to get through the trap days, like New Year's, birthdays, anniversaries, people out drinking. That's when you know you beat it, and it won't beat you. Is where you can be around it and it doesn't affect you. You know what I'm saying? You could have made it 178 because it wasn't calling you. You know what I'm saying? It kept your streak and stuff alive. Not beating you up. Look, I'm proud of you. Great job for even going through it and stopping it. And yes, you got to reset. And I like the fact that you're a man about it and you come up here and you say how it is and it's truthful. You know what I'm saying? But now you're going to a new career, going into trucking. You know what I'm saying? Like kick that shit for a year or two. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let it be behind you to where like it's not even on your mind. You don't care about it. You don't need it. You don't need to function with it. I think you could do it though, bro, because you got the attitude to own up to what you do and how you are and how you been. And then by you driving trucks and stuff now, you don't want to get to one of the people that's drinking and driving and end up hurting somebody. You know what I'm saying? So
no doubt.
Just keep it up.
Even when I was a heavy drinker, I never drank and drive. I never did. Even when I'm slizzard at the club by myself, still never drank and drive. That was never a thing for me. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it was never a thing for me. I was always too afraid to do that. Just like I was always afraid to try anything other than the devil's lettuce. You see what I'm saying? Allegedly. So fear is healthy for me. Also, I learned something about myself the day after. I think I have developed an allergy, and I was pretty messed up the next day, like I've never been. I mean, I almost had to go to the hospital, and I didn't even drink a lot.
Probably because you cleaned so long and then you put it back in,
But it was a intestinal thing. Like I think it's kind of serious. So not only is it not for me, my body. I don't know if my body's rejecting it.
Have you been to the doctor?
Yeah, they told me it was an intestinal thing. They said it was. I said they were pretty much like the drinking I've done at this point. With my it's gonna screw me up bad. So not drinking for the amount of time I did, knowing that I cannot drink, I just felt kind of stupid. Like if I could do without it, why? Like what was the point? It felt kind of pointless. Felt like kind of dumb, but I learned something. You know what I mean? At the end of it, I learned something. So if I ain't get nothing out of it, it was that. And so And so what was it, 6 months of replacing other activities with drinking? Like I got so much other stuff going on. And on top of that, I do care about my health. That's another reason why I never drank and drive. I care about my well-being and others. So I mean, I got a lot of good reasons, you know, and I talked to my sponsor. So I I got some work to do. My sponsor was like, that's we got to deal with that. And like, all right, I understand. So I'm just trying to take full accountability, like for real. Because at the end of the day, it was pointless. I could have played spades and had fun and ate anyway, and it would have been the same experience. Wasn't nothing new, wasn't nothing most special about it with the liquor involved. You know, and I wish I would have kind of known that when I was younger, but you know, you gotta mess up sometimes to see.
Right. No, we feel you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, transparency is important with things like this. You get the lying, and then you get the perpetrating the fraud, and then you're not in control no more.
Well, what you on day 5 or day 6?
Let me check my app. Well, I mean, technically, I started drinking before New Year started. So let me see. My app been talking to me every day, and my sponsor too. Day 5, yeah.
Day 5, yeah.
Day 5.
Okay. So we're gonna get past that. Now you just got to get past the last. What it was? You said
177.
77.
177. That night was 177.
Mm-hmm.
So that was what, a good 6 months. Yeah, something like that. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. You're gonna get there.
Yeah.
But like you said, you know, like it wasn't calling you. So
yeah, it was just kind of like it wasn't nothing. My thing, it wasn't nothing special about it. It kind of made me feel like, damn, it wasn't never nothing special. It was never nothing special about it. Kind of made me feel a little dumb. I ain't gonna lie, I felt a little dumb, you know, but it's all right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the best thing is don't beat yourself down. Too bad about it. You know what you did. Restarting, and hopefully, you know, going to trucking school will definitely keep your mind off of it and give you more of a reason and a purpose, you know, to be here and you know, stay clean and do what you gotta do. I mean, at the end of the day, look, this life is short, man. People are dying left and right, so you don't want to end your life sooner than whatever the date is that you're going to be gone. And you want to be able to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? In a sober mind. You know what I'm saying? So. Yeah, just, you know, good luck in trucking school. Good luck with that, man. And, you know, Bond Channel's always here if you ever having thoughts and stuff. There's people up here. You know what I'm saying? One thing about Bond Channel, even though we talk shit and fuss and fight, but you got people who really care about people. You know what I'm saying? Who will give you some kind words, who will be here to talk you off that ledge, or, you know, or even do what they can do to help you, you know, get through the situation. You know what I'm saying? So
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. And it was some other personal stuff I was going to, which could have affected it a little bit, but I don't want to say that because then it's like that's an excuse. And so I definitely wasn't ain't making no excuses. But it was some things that happened around my birthday that were kind of heavy. And New Year's was sort of like I was around family and I was relaxing and I was like, okay, I'm kind of chilling right now. It was kind of like I don't know, but I'm not using no excuses, but it was some tragedy, you know what I mean? But it's cool, you know. It's what I didn't have before. What I didn't have before I started AA was actual like planning. Like I think I never really planned nothing. I just kind of lived life and figured, because like joining the military so young, everything is kind of planned out for you. You just have to, you take an order and you stand in a spot and you wait to do the next thing. And so now I'm planning everything out. So having a schedule, like alcohol just doesn't fit. You know, I don't really have time for it. And on top of the medical things, the way it can affect me moving forward, it's even more like it really, really doesn't fit now. Like a nigga got health insurance, dental. A nigga got shit going on that should have been in place before. You know what I mean? Like it's like when people say when you have a kid,
Right.
it's certain things that get in order, you know,
Right.
and it's certain things that just don't fit in that schedule.
Well, make sure you take advantage of those insurance, and then, like, people don't understand. Find you a hobby. That is one thing that, like, find you something that you like to do. You know what I'm saying? That can fit into your life. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, whether maybe it's working out, going playing basketball, hell, going to amusement parks. Hell, you can get a season pass. You know, painting, pottery. I mean, whatever the fuck it is, find something that you crossword puzzles. Find something you like to do, and then when you got idle time, or make time and just do that, where you could just slow down, meditate, get your thoughts together, and put your energy into that. You know what I'm saying? They always say the worst time for a person to have is too much idle time.
Yeah.
That's when trouble comes. You know what I'm saying? So try to think of what you're good at. Hell, if you like to shoot in the military, go find a shooting range. And maybe once a month, you know, twice a month, you can go there and shoot and let off some steam. Because one thing, people use tragedy as a cause to like relapse. And I'm only speaking because I dealt with a mom who has been on drugs all my life. So I mean, I can tell you from that experience as a child and then seeing her growing up, is that she will use tragedy as a reason why. But tragedy happens every day. Somebody's going through it. Something's going to disappoint you, whether it's big or small. So you got to find a way to not use that as a reason to relapse, because we all know people are going to die. Things are going to happen. Things to you are going to happen. You might not get certain things the way you wanted. It might not happen the way that you expected it was going, whatever, and you have to bounce back. But you can't run to something that's going to make it worse. It's not making it better. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so find something like that like I said, that can mentally stimulate you. And when you think about, I need to go do this, you can go pick it up and do something different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, in these 6 months, I've been picking up things like I've been cooking. I might make a cookbook. That's what I've been thinking about. I might make a cookbook. I know that sounds crazy. Preach making a cookbook. I might make a cookbook. Cause I done made enough dishes that I wanted to make, but everybody cook different. And so I made enough things enough times that have come out good. You know what I mean? Not even my opinion, other people's opinion. And so I was thinking, next time I cook something, I'm gonna just make sure I write it down exactly how I do it. Cause I get in the kitchen and a lot of people, Mom cook all the time. She could just go in the kitchen, it's automatic. Just tell her what it is. And if she ain't got a recipe for it, she'll find it. You know, or when it comes to cooking, it's like some things are similar to other things. As far as the only things that really vary is cooking time and you know, the method in which you're doing it, whether you're frying it, baking it, broiling it, whatever. You know, so even though it's a lot of different recipes, it's only a few different ways you can do something. So if I'm like, hey Mom, I want you know, I want some fish with sauteed onions. Well, how you want it? That's the first thing she probably gonna ask me. Well, you want to fry? You want to bake?
Right.
And then it's like, I don't got to tell her how long to bake it. I don't got to tell her how long to fry it, or what fish to fry it in, or what type of pan to use to fry it. You see what I'm saying? So I've gotten to the point where I'm kind of like that too. Like you just tell me something. All I want to know is how you want it. So I was like, okay, so that's a good thing. I might start a cookbook. 31-year-old male cookbook. I feel like if I sold it, it'll sell for real. So it's been a couple things I got in the works. You know, I don't know how I'm gonna pull that off in the trailer on the road. You know,
That's where you're gonna think about your best meals,
that's
probably.
what I'm saying. I'm gonna be hungry as hell away from home.
When you're at home, making some meals and pack them up. Bunny says she has a microwave in her truck, and she got a mattress back there where she could go sleep.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. That's what I was gonna try to inquire about, like the truck live, because I could watch YouTube videos all day, but I want to ask somebody who like real. You know what I mean? Like I could watch tutorial. I watched a few of them. And them things got a lot of space. You feel me? I'm just concerned about the cooking part, like how I'm gonna be able to prepare meals in there, because I'm not a mama's boy, but I learned how to cook from my mom because my mom know how to cook. So I need to be able to cook something because I know the importance of a cooked meal, how important that is, especially being living away from home like that. It does something to the soul when it's something that's actually cooked opposed to somebody else that prepared it and then you just warm it or what have you. I'm gonna need to be able to, like you said, pack something, freeze it, what they call it, seal it, take the air out of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that. Shit, Bomb, I might pay you to send me something. Because I don't drink like I could securely say I don't drink no more. I eat sweets now.
Oh, okay.
So you know, I was before I picked up the alcohol, I liked peach cobbler as a kid. Apple pie, like those. Like now in the past 6 months, I've been picking up all the stuff, all the sweets. You know what I mean? Again, you know, it's not a whole lot of them, but it's a couple. So eating sweets is also a deterrent. Is a good deterrent for drinking. I was me and my sponsor talked about that in the past 6 months. So it's a lot of things in place now that wasn't in place before. I'm not super worried about, you know, relapsing, and I'm always stressing, like, even though I like to drink a lot, as far as other people went with it, like when I hear their stories, you know, I'm like, damn, that's why y'all stop. I stopped because, you know, because other reasons. You got people that, you know, they actually it's a lot more severe. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not saying mine isn't. Mine was a personal choice. No judge or no prison time made me want to go to AA. It was just a personal choice. So yeah, I'm it's a lot of things in place. I'm excited though. I'm excited to literally go all around the United States. Probably what, 10 times over, most likely.
It sounds exciting to me, you know.
Very much so. Look, all these people I done met on YouTube, I'm gonna meet a lot of them. That's what I plan on doing. That's on my list.
Yeah,
that's on my list. I'm planning, especially the ladies. I met a lot of girls.
He said he gonna have a woman in all the states, baby.
No, that's not what preachers say.
Go get you some lot lizards.
No. See, that's the first thing. That's the first thing I inquired about. Was the lot lizards? Because they call lot lizards for a reason, right? You know, I don't think I want none of that. You know, but the YouTube girls, they cool. I met some cool ones.
The YouTube girls.
The YouTube girls, they cool.
They're not the lot lizards, but they the YouTube girls.
Right. The YouTube girls is not lot lizards. That's a step up. How far a step up? That's
God damn.
That's based on perspective.
Okay. No.
It's based on perspective. You know. But yeah, I met a lot of cool people on YouTube, man. A lot of Cubans, and not even just the girls. You know, it's some bros. It's some bros that's pretty cool. Like I want to meet Big Truck. He done gave me a lot of advice through me looking for not just employment, but what jobs I should look at, like, and how I should pick them.
You be trusting them motherfuckers, huh?
Trusting? No, not as far as like, well, trust is a strong word when you're talking about people on the internet. Which is but as far as jobs, you know, he gave me like a list of like 20 places, you know, and I checked them all out. You know, I looked into them. I called, I talked to the recruiters there, and you know, some of them ain't hiring out of my state, so obviously they get scratched off the list. But it was a lot of decent ones, decent ones. I settled on one. And the funny thing is,
you ever seen him driving his truck?
See now.
Because you know I'm not a trucker, right?
I know
you know that's for a fact. You know, but I
know
can
you're
probably
smart,
go
though.
get you that. I probably can go get that same list that he gave me too.
Well, I know you're smart though. You know, so I'm just saying.
I can go get that list, and I guess I just say that because we be trusting too many people on here based on the way they speak. We got to be very careful. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Just be careful, baby. Just be careful. So if your list was good for you, that's good. You could have probably Googled that same goddamn list.
I get it. But like I said, I double checked everything, and you know,
I know you're smart too, so I know.
Yeah, I double checked everything. I just don't, you know, take everything that people give me. But it wasn't just him. It was a couple other people that say they're in that industry, you know, because that way you can cross reference and things like that, and do your own research. And it was pretty much just advice. Like I was never taught how to deal with money. Like when I first joined the military, they was giving me them checks with no taxes on the 1st and the 15th, like clockwork. I wasn't doing nothing with that money.
No taxes? What, you wasn't paying taxes?
In the military, you don't get taxed when you get paid.
When they stop doing that?
They don't tax you in military paychecks. They don't tax like regular civilian taxes. I mean, if you do get taxed, it's probably minimal. And the only thing I saw coming out my pay stubs in the military was like DFAC stuff. They charge like $250, maybe like $300. Well, not even that much sometimes.
What's DFAC?
DFAC, the dining facility. Like, you know,
they
you
was
can go
taking
to
out dining facility money?
When I was in the military and I was getting my pay stubs, I know I wasn't getting taxed regular.
Like I got paid. I got taxed. I pay Louisiana tax, federal tax. I don't get taxed now with my disability.
Yeah.
But when I got paid in the military, I got taxed.
Now, I was in Biloxi, Mississippi, and I was in tech school, and it was 2020, which could have made a difference. Well, no, I'm sorry, 2020. I said 2020. Goddamn, 2012.
Yeah.
2012. So, I mean, that could have made a difference.
No, we pay taxes in the military.
I was in Biloxi, Mississippi, on a tech school base.
But no matter what base you're on, you're still in the military, right?
Yeah.
No matter which branch, we pay taxes.
I know I got taxed more as a civilian when I got home. I don't know if the taxes are less.
The same.
No, I don't remember that. If I could pull them up, I'll pull them up. But I know you like to do your research, and if what I'm saying sounds inconsistent, we could put up the DD-214s bomb. I can send them right to you.
No, I'm not. Yeah. I think you just, like you said, we pay taxes. You're working for the government. That's all. Now the only time we wish they didn't tax military people, but they do.
Yeah. Now
disabled, your disability, we don't get taxed on that.
Now I was coming from working for McDonald's, so maybe my mind was just looking at the numbers I was getting paid. and not the taxes. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah. But
Because
you got FICA. And
yeah, and
Or maybe you wasn't
Louisiana.
paying. Do y'all pay state taxes in the
Mhm.
military?
Yeah.
Oh, and federal?
Mm-hmm.
is it Social Security? Do we pay Social Security too? I don't
Yep.
remember none of it.
You pay all that.
I remember I was mismanaging my funds. I remember that part. And that might have been a part. And all
Is
that
it
drinking, that might have been
mismanagement
part
or
of it.
you were just spending them like
That's
a young person
mismanagement.
do?
That's
Well,
mismanagement. You know,
but that's not, you wouldn't be hard on yourself for that. That's something you did. You were young. And I think we've all done that. And I think sometimes some of us still do it, you know?
and so for the people that say this in the industry, I was just pretty much asking them, like, well, what should I put my money in? See, now
shit.
that's what I'm saying. Like they was giving me some decent. It was a whole
What,
lot of different answers.
What kind of answer? Give me an idea.
Not. I don't want to get it wrong because I didn't do too
Just
much
ideas.
research.
You ain't gotta,
But it was
Mhm.
possibly improve if the credit ain't good, improve the credit obviously, and try to get a property. And while I'm in if I'm planning on living in the trunk, I ain't gonna be paying rent. Get a property and have somebody rent it out so they could just pay. So I could have somebody pretty much just pay me until the property's paid off, and then continue to rent it out. That way, I'll have what they call it, equity or assets. There we go, assets. Because equity is just the money that you put into a property, which is liquid.
Money is also an asset. You could have just
having money in general. Yes.
So instead of buying a property and dealing with being a landlord, when you might not be ready for that, because it's a lot into it now. Motherfuckers be hating that they did it. It's not for everybody. Suppose you get somebody renting who don't pay, but you still got to pay the person who's managing it. And then they take them to court, and even if you get a judgment, don't mean you're gonna get your money.
Oh, of course you can't get blood out of a rock.
And then they tore up your whole place.
Right, ripped all the wiring.
It might not go that far, but you might need new toilet, new carpet. Every time somebody new move in, you might need to buy a new carpet. Now you got more of a headache than So if they didn't tell you all that, then they don't know what they're talking about themselves. Anybody can say, "Oh yeah, go buy something and rent it out, and that'll be your income."
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's why I asked multiple sources. I'm not just gonna move on something. I'm gonna ask 1,000 motherfuckers. Then I'm gonna do my own research. So these are all things I'm just thinking. Cause me, even if it's not liquor, I find a way to spend it. I spend it on my nieces and nephews, or something like that.
I see what you're saying, but
I needed to go do something, because if I'm looking at it, I'm gonna feel like
don't look at it. Have 2 or 3 different accounts, and one you just don't look at. But I'm not saying it's a bad idea neither. You just got to be built for it. Might know more about, but all I'm just saying is, we got people on here claiming to be millionaires, and yet everything they show is nothing similar to a millionaire.
Right.
And these niggas still think Kevin Samuels made $1 million. And when I tell them
I
the
doubt
real
that
number,
highly.
Well, he had to make like $12,000 a day to make $1 million a year. In the numbers that they were saying. If you add that up, even if he was making $12,000 a month, that wouldn't have been $1 million.
How much money you have to make a day to make $1 billion?
To make $1 billion or $1 million?
How much did they say he made?
They claimed that he made $1 million in that year. But
in a year?
Yeah,
let me Google that.
Well, you know how much $1 million is.
I do. I just don't know how much a day is supposed to be. And if they were saying 12,000, I think that's over.
No. There's 52. How many weeks in a
52
year?
weeks.
52 weeks. So
Right.
even if he made $1,000 a day, right? I'm sorry, $1,000 a week, he would still come below by half $1 million, right? That'd be
That's
like a half.
500,000. Yeah.
Right. So now let's add that. So $1,000 a week ain't gonna get you there. So 2,000 a week? No, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm adding this wrong. Lord.
2,000 every 52 weeks. So you're gonna need what, 1,000? That's 3
52
zeros
times
on the
the
end of 52. So that's
You have to
52,000.
you have to make at least 2,800 a day.
2,800 a day.
Yeah, there we
Okay,
go.
there we go. $3,000 a day.
$3,000.
Between I think between 28 and $3,000 a day to get $1 million a year.
Yeah, that's
And
essentially
and
you
that's
live
before-
streaming every
And
day.
that's before taxes. So if you're
That's
talking about
before-
after taxes, you at least gotta make at least over $3,000 a day
Right.
to have $1 million outright, depending on your tax bracket. I mean, depending on what you file for your taxes. So let's just put it at $3,000 a day.
Okay.
Be a millionaire.
That's a nice chunk of change. So
So
either
how much
the-
that is a week? Like, isn't that what I said? Or more
Yeah,
than what
yeah.
I said, right?
That's 21.
6, 9, 10. Yeah, I said 12. I said over 12,000 a week.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, over that. Yeah, yeah. It's 20,000 a week. Yeah. that's astronomical numbers. That's big YouTuber numbers. That's white boy YouTuber numbers.
They got a guy on here who make a couple of million, but he has 20 million subscribers, not
Right.
just 1 million. Right?
Right.
Like, if for him to make $1 million, he would have to have all million of his followers give him at least $1. We know that wasn't happening, but he would get somebody who was sending 500, and maybe somebody was sending 150. Somebody might send him $50. So we know that he wasn't making no $3,000 every stream.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
He may have been making that in a week though, right? So 3,000 a week.
Yeah, I was
That's before tax. So he wasn't even making that because they would take. He only got 40% of that money.
if it's YouTube donos.
That's right.
But what about you got people that love your message. You got that silently invest, Now I don't know who's saying that he made this money. Depending on
just anybody on here talking about I saw it make it. I was like, no, they was claiming they saw it like through his through his cash apps. Not his cash apps, what they call this stuff on here on YouTube.
The monetization thing.
They was claiming, oh, somebody just gave him $300. I'm like, 300 is way far from $1 million. Even if somebody gave him $300 every day.
That's 0.00. That's 0.0003%, or 0.03% of $1 million, or something like that. Yeah. So you
they don't understand. They don't understand what $1 million look like.
Yeah, $1 million. It's not a small number. People say, "Oh, it ain't nothing." Then, well, you saying that because the social media, tell you everybody rich,
Right.
But $1 million. If somebody give you $1 million, you're not gonna turn it down. I ain't shit.
It's a lot of money now. It don't seem like a lot if you buying things like cars and homes, because you could buy $1 million home, right? And then the money be gone. But
yeah,
a decent home, you could get a decent home for 200, 300,000, a quarter of a million, right?
Yeah, if you put down 20% on any home, that's considered the perfect range for a down payment. That's A1 right there. 20%. So you put 20% down on $1 million home, you got 800,000 left. You invest 90% of that and pay yourself a salary of 100,000 a year. You on easy street.
What happened?
If you
give them the 20%, then you can't invest that 20%.
No.
What about you take that 20% and give it to yourself and draw the interest off it yourself?
You know what I was saying is, if you put 20% down on $1 million home, if you got $1 million, you put 20% down on $1 million home. That's 200,000. So you got 800,000 left.
Oh, that's if you got $1 million. You mean?
That's what. Yeah, with $1 million, that's what
Oh.
I do with $1 million. And then with the other 800,000.
Wait. But why would you buy? Okay, so let's look at it like this. If you're making $1 million, why would you go and purchase $1 million home?
Oh
And
no,
why would
I
you
was
even
thinking
put-
in the space of if I was saying in the context, if somebody just gave me $1 million,
right,
tax
but
free.
why would you go right? So why would you go and purchase $1 million home, and then why would you put 20% down? The perfect thing is to pay for the house outright.
All right.
Or put nothing down, or put 3% down, because you could put the 3% down. Say the other 17% that you was gonna put down, like Bob said, invested that, and then that can pay for the rest of your house as a draw interest, or you can put it in something else. But so when people buy houses, the misconception is, oh, I want to go buy a house and pay off in 30 years. But you want to look at it like this: whatever that house costs, you should be making 10 times the amount of whatever that house is originally cost.
Okay.
So if you got $1 million, then why go buy $1 million house? So go buy you a 2 or a $300,000 house. Then you gotta look at it like this. What's the area? Is that area bringing you interest on the house?
Right, because it could make it
lower. Right, because are you buying a house just to live in it? Because if that's the case, then you don't even want to pay that much for a house. You'd rather go buy something that's a little raggedy where you can fix it up and put your own touch into it and get it for cheaper. You see what I'm saying? And they look at it like this: how many kids you got? How many rooms you really need? Do you need a house with that many rooms? That's why a lot of sports players end up foreclosing or bankruptcy, because they go and buy these 10, 20 bedroom, 30, 40, 50 bathroom houses and only got 5 people living there.
Well, that's for the sex
You gotta
parks.
remember.
That's for the sex parks. You gotta have the sex parks.
Well, if it's making you money, then that's it. But see, a lot of them get misconstrued because of the upkeep of these $1 million houses. That's right.
It's high as hell. Your electric bill gonna be, your electric bill
gonna be $5,000.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Your land, the upkeep of your land, something go wrong in the house, water bills. So, you know what I'm saying? People don't look at the upkeep. They just look at we got these many bedrooms. Oh, it look nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the upkeep's gonna cost damn near a quarter of what the house is.
Right. I've seen people buy them big houses, football players and basketball, and they can't even furnish them rooms. They don't even have the money to furnish them. You bought this big ass house because in your dream you wanted a big house to show off. Listen, rent that motherfucker for a weekend, show it off, and then go to your little $300,000 house so you could put all them other millions in the bank, because you're gonna need them for a rainy day.
Well, fuck renting that house. I'm gonna show you my real house and say that money that I did rent. I'm not trying to show off for nobody. You gonna come to
I meant rent it for a weekend, like what they call it.
I get you like an Airbnb.
Yeah.
But
that's what I was thinking about. What y'all think about Airbnbs though?
No, I was gonna say that while you're out there in Georgia, you can rent your Airbnb for 3 weeks. Is a lot better than
I'm talking about buying a property and making it an Airbnb.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot of work though.
It's a whole lot of work.
Yeah, I've been seeing horror stories.
Suppose you deal with some people who rent it, and then So we got something like that in our so we bought a home in Lake of Ozarks, and he didn't want to live there, so it rents out. It's paid off by now. We don't pay it off anymore, but it rents out, so it's income. But it ain't all income, because the property management, when they decide they need to update the furniture and shit, they do it. Right. If a roof needed to be done on it, they let us know and they take that money.
Okay.
But I mean, it's not for everybody, because you could end up with some people go in and destroy your shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's happening a lot. So I don't know. Right. But it could happen. And you be thinking that it's going to be a certain group going to go in there and tear it up. It really be the ones who you probably think gonna be all respectful, man. I used to do housekeeping. I'm trying to tell you, man, some of the people who we thought were just gonna be the most, who gonna be clean, right? Gonna be clean.
Right.
It was nasty. Nasty. And even when I rent out a little hotel room, you know what? I strip the bed, right? Because I used to work. I stripped the bed and put everything on the floor so they can get it and wash it, right? The reason I do that is because, y'all, I used to work in housekeeping. And when the sheets ran out, they used to tell us to do something called stretch the sheets.
Oh.
You know what that means? That means to take the sheet and flick it a few times and stretch it tight to make it look like they brand new and put them and keep them on that bed. And that's why when I go to rooms, look, the first thing I want to look at is the sheets. If I see any hairs, and I see no hairs.
Oof.
Somebody that just slept on them sheets and no telling what they were doing, sweating and shit.
I learned that from the military, man. Them big ass, them thick green joints from basic.
Yeah.
Man, we had to wash. Man, listen, when we was on duty to wash, man, we had a black dude.
Shit.
We had a black dude that was gay. He was from like South Carolina or something like that. He wore glasses. I'll never forget him. He was a troublemaker, bro. He was a troll, a real life troll. And he would like to troll the TIs. But man, when it came to washing them clothes, he'll beat your motherfucking ass. You played about them damn clothes. He would make sure he was on every single washing duty. Like he would make sure he was involved some kind of way because he wasn't playing about them sheets. He wasn't playing, and we appreciated him too. We didn't appreciate him until the first time he got mad because he was like, "I told y'all," motherfuckers started getting pink eye. He was like, "I told y'all," and we wondering why he not sleeping with his sheets. He getting in trouble and all because he don't want it. He was like, "I make sure I'm washing them clothes because y'all don't care." And so that I never thought I would see the benefit of living with a gay man. But it he was clean. He ain't play that. And them sheets stayed clean. We left him on that duty too. You know, even latrine queen. They would swap with him. Be like, nah, I clean the bathroom for you. Go and wash them. Go and wash them sheets. We need you. We need you in that washroom, dog. Because you're the only one that care enough that's gonna make sure we ain't getting sick in here. We ain't waking up with pink eye, all kind of stars and shit. But I think he stayed in. He got his act straight close to the end of basic. I think he got tired of doing PT. They PT'd the shit out of him. I think he got tired of that. Training in the rain while everybody else sleep. I think he got tired of that.
You said they PT'd the shit out of him. What that mean?
Physical training, like extra physical training.
I know what PT mean. What you mean they PT'd the shit out of him?
Oh, that sounded crazy the way I said it in that context.
The shit of all
what I'm saying is they like I got in trouble one time and I had to do extra duties in basic. They'll have me outside, you know, just throwing trash from one trash can to another, waiting for the trash trucks, shit like that. But with him,
what service you went in?
I was in the Air Force.
No wonder. I'm trying to figure out what kind of training is this?
Because I tell people about the Air Force, they're like, that sounds crazy. I be having to prove shit to motherfuckers. They'd be like, yeah, because the Air Force was different. Like we had little cards. If you was in distress, you could pull the cards out your pocket and pretty much be like, you know, and be like, oh, I'm in distress, or I got anxiety, not anxiety, but they called them 341s. There were these little sheets we had to keep at least 30 of them on us at all times, called 341s. They was probably about the size of an index card. You had to write your name. Your social, the amount of money that you got in your wall locker, any cash that you bought with you to bring. That's why I tell you. That's why the recruiters would tell us not to bring no money to basic, because even down to the cent, you had to write down all the money you had. So they want you to write your full name, your social, your flight number, your TI's name, and you had to write that on every single 341 you had. So if you did something stupid, they'll scream, "Give me the 341." So you got to give them one of them, and they'll write down whatever infraction it was, and then they'll take it, and then it'll be like getting sent to the principal's office. So they was used for that, and they was used for infractions. They was used for demerits, and then people could pull them out if they felt like they was being wrong, like overly wronged in some kind of way.
What kind of pussies they was making in the Air Force?
Hey, listen, I never used them because I thought it was a trap. I thought it was a trap, so I never used mine. Now mine's always.
You said you couldn't bring money to basic.
No, it's not that they said you couldn't. They said you shouldn't because it just makes extra shit you got to write on the 341, because you have to write down all the money you had down to the cent.
Yeah, but that's not a lot of money. That's not a lot, right? If I got $2.50, that's just $2. I write down $2.50, but
some people would bring more.
Yeah, of course you're gonna bring more than $2.50.
Right.
You just write down $100 and $150.02.
Yeah, but they like, the recruiter would be like, why would you make yourself do that? They're gonna give you a card, put your money on it, and the only time you're gonna be able to spend money in basic is when they take you to the not the DFAC, but the BX. That's the only time you ain't gonna be able to use cash. They're not gonna let you use cash. They're gonna make you use the card that you get paid on. So they like, why even add that extra?
Oh, so that's why they didn't want you to bring cash, because
they don't want you to bring cash, because it's like you can't use it. It's just gonna sit there until you can go home, or until your parents come and you can give it to them when they come see you when you graduate. So why even bring money? Like, that's what they're like. Don't bring like cash, because you don't get paid. It ain't gonna be that you don't have everything you need until they tell you to go get your toiletries and your shaving cream and your razors.
Right, that's the stuff you need the money for, to buy that.
Yeah, but see, they'll give you things you need until you get the money to need them. You see what I'm saying? That's what the recruiter told me. So I was like, okay, so I'm just not gonna bring no cash.
Yeah, you had to bring no cash. They did pay when we was in basic. We got paid. I think we got paid basically as soon as we got there, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
But we still had cash, you had your cash. We had cash. But back then, people didn't have credit cards or debit cards. There were no debit cards back then. So we had cash. But so they gave you some cards to talk about your feelings, huh? God.
Right.
Wait till I see Mella, baby. Mella, you got some explaining to do.
It depends on when she was in, though. Because I joined in 2011, 2012.
And they still was a bunch of pussies anyway.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And when we drop in them drones, we'll make sure we miss your house by a few feet.
You're probably gonna miss by a whole mile. Y'all stayed in the classroom, so if you're not in the drone, if you're not in the plane, then what else you doing?
Right.
What else the Air Force did besides those who flew planes?
Right. So they turned it from the pilots to now we piloting drones.
Well, well, you're not the only one piloting drones, though.
Yeah, because you got
Army pilot drones.
Oh no, I know it's other branches that do it, but the cyber ops AFSC that I had, it was geared towards that and just cyber security. So people that wanted to get into that, they could easily just get into that. It was just one of those, it was in that main vein, because it was a transferable skill, and they paid the recruiters more to get people into a job with a transferable skill. I wanted to work on diesel engines because that's what my homeboy did when he joined the Marine Corps about a year or two before me. He joined straight out of high school, which is what I should have did. You know, instead of going to Florida, I should have just, as soon as I graduated, I should have just got on that bus. And then I could have stayed with my girl and all that shit. But she's the one that got away, you know. But yeah, so once I actually did decide to join, he sold me on a transferable skill job. So if I'd have known what I know now, or like had family in the military or knew military people, I probably would have chose a different job. You know, that was more something up my alley, you know, because it was very technically taxing. The test was hard as hell. So tech school was extra stressful. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wanted to work on diesel engines like my boy, or be a mechanic. I wanted to work with my hands. They was like, no, you got high ASVAB scores. You can do this, and this. You like computers, don't you?
But you don't like computers?
I do like computers, but not as much as I like working with my hands. I get bored. I got ADHD.
Oh, okay. Yes.
You know, so sitting down all day isn't necessarily my thing like that. You know, so I think that's most likely why I got into trucking.
But isn't that, and so how you gonna drive if you got this ADHD?
Now, as far as focusing on one thing, as far as driving, I like to
I'm not talking about the focusing. I think you could do that. I'm talking about, but you just sit there. That's even worse than on a computer.
Yeah, but see, no, for me, it's not. Like, because with the tech stuff, with the writing the code and cybersecurity, that's different. At least when you in a car, it's stuff passing you. You know, you got to stay alert. Your hand is on the wheel. It's not like a, you know, it's kind of a little bit more involved, I guess you could say. You gotta and from what I learned from the other truckers when I was doing like my studying, you got to maintain that truck all the time. That truck damn near got a heartbeat. You got you with the if it's refrigeration, you got to make sure that you keep it at right temperatures. You got to make sure it's on and you don't turn it off or keep it off and spoil all the food. The depending on what truck you're driving, they can have certain type of brake lines, and then you got pressure gauges for those brake lines and all kind of stuff.
Yeah, Bunny just explained that. She said, you know, she just said on the test you learn all that, but she said you don't really do all that like that.
I don't know that, but that's what I'm expecting because it was emphasized in the material.
Yeah, she did say that, you know, y'all had to test on the truck, the engine and radiator, all that, wheels. And she said, yeah, you're supposed to check it, you know, make sure everything good. But I think it's more about you recognizing it. So in case something happened.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're gonna be doing that all day though, you know what I mean?
But see, also, even if these dudes is lying or telling the truth about trucking, like I'm pretty sure, you know, I could you know, you do 12, 13-hour lives and then you start to fuck over. So if I need something to do or something to listen to, I know it's somebody on YouTube talking. Right, you know, right. And I'm gonna talk back. You know.
No, yeah, because Bunny was driving and talking up here, you know. So
yeah, so I mean, I don't see myself, you know, dying of boredom in there. You know, it's I like being I don't know how to explain. I like being alone, but I don't like to fight the feeling of feeling alone. You know, like and with the tech stuff, with the top secret security clearance and all that. And it's another thing with me. It was kind of unsettling for me to even be in a space like that. You know, like okay, top secret security clearance to a civilian is like, wow, that's something. But the military still need to know basis. But still, even if your job is only need to know certain things that might not be that detrimental to the country, you know, well, all of it's detrimental to the country. Let me not say that because it's the internet. uh,
Well, I have a top
all of our
clearance.
information could be detrimental if given to the wrong people, right? But
Right.
so yeah, being in that headspace, I didn't like being in that headspace either. I didn't like the thought of being in the military, to be honest.
Yeah, but in the tech world, you, depending on your level, you get top clearance. You get that same security clearance.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Because you're dealing with data.
Yeah.
That's why. But it just simply just to make sure, because you're not going to be reading the data, but I guess they want to make sure you're not going to be the type to steal the data and try to sell the data. So that's basically all it is. Right? You have access to data. That's all. They just want to they go through your background, make sure you don't owe no people, make sure you ain't connected to somebody from Russia. They just making sure that you don't owe millions of dollars out there where you're gonna steal. And the only reason you need that because you have access to giving permissions. You give permissions, and you have permissions to go in places where a lot of people don't have. So basically, here come this raggedy nigga, man. I don't even know. Is he coming up here to do what? Let me get y'all some co-hosts real quick. I think I had the co-hosts in I think Silent left. Okay, there y'all go. And let's see, you hear I am? Because this fool might be coming for you or me or both of us.
Yeah, I'm here, Bob. Who you talking about? Not Randy Slowcow. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, y'all can hear you. I must have muted. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, it's slow. Let's see what's happening. Let's see if he changed his ways in the New Year's. Swoop, swoop. You there, Randy? They might not be here. That probably wasn't him. When he realized he couldn't turn on his cam or show any video. Yeah. I don't understand these dudes, man. They just so I thought in 2023 his speed will at least go up one notch. He would go from being a snail to a turtle. But it's unfortunate. As he gets older, he seems to get slower. Yeah. Anyway, I've been thinking for the last week, and I keep saying, I need to sell these sewing machines and get back into computers. Really, I've really been thinking about that. Like, I don't have no babies to stop me. I don't have no reason not to really go back to work. And I can work from home. And I'm like, I do have the information, the knowledge, and I do love computers. I love sewing? I don't. Yeah, I get a couple hundred. Well, no, that one is a couple hundred. That one will be a couple hundred. The one downstairs is a couple of thousand. And I'll keep one of the machines and get rid of all this crap shit I done bought. Printers, t-shirts, all that shit. Get me a couple of $1,000, maybe about $4,000, $5,000. And then get rid of this shit. What y'all think? I bought a machine, y'all. Y'all saw me. I bought that machine, put it down there. I think I sold on it twice. And I haven't sold on it since because it's for when I make purses, but I haven't made a purse in like 3 months.
Why you won't be like a instructor? Why you won't get some of these people who want to do it as a hobby, set up a page just for that, and then charge them like you know, because I think it's a way that you can kind of like, I don't know if you can like um have only like subscribers only, and then
Yeah,
have them pay you like $2. You know,
a
whoever
class.
else. Yeah, and you just demonstrate how to do this, and they kind of do it with you. You can kind of do it on Zoom where you're doing like step by step.
Yeah, I was thinking about actually doing it in my household. I was getting ready to advertise, locally.
I don't know if you want
But
to do that. Remember,
for the
COVID's still out.
kids,
People got,
huh?
oh, for the
I know.
kids. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
like the
Okay.
kids.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That might be different.
And
But,
if they have
these,
some kids, I wouldn't even let them come to my house. Like we have a neighborhood, area with the gym and the pool and all that.
oh, yeah, yeah,
I,
yeah. Yeah.
I'll let them. I'll use that and offer classes for the kids to come and learn how to sew.
Oh, yeah, you definitely can do that. You just gotta
Yeah,
probably put on there the stuff they need for the class.
yeah.
Like what kind of sewing
Sell it
machines, what kind of
myself,
materials.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that way, that's even some money. I was thinking about doing that. I think I may actually put out a feeler, like a like a little flyer, and see what the response
Well,
is.
you know what? What you probably could do to get it more better. I mean, unless you wanted to do it, um, face to face, you still can do that through Zoom.
I sure
It can
can
be
now.
it can be virtual. That way, you ain't
Yeah,
got to go there. You ain't got to carry your stuff there. You can do virtual. Give them the link. They sign up every whatever, and then you virtually teach them. Unless you want to be like hands on, walking around and showing them, that way. But you probably can do it virtual for those who still don't want to come around people or who can't get out. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
But they might have some kids who don't have sewing machines.
Yes, I'm saying, but you will put on a fire what they need. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
mean, I don't know. Probably, and then you could probably go around and look and see who got cheap ones. Or like you said, you can go and purchase it for a small fee, and maybe a few dollars upcharge to them if they can afford it. If not, give them to it from what you pay for, or get with a place that sells them and work a deal. Like, look, I get you know so amount of discount if I bring people your way that will buy these machines from you. Because
right.
shit ain't selling right now. You know what I'm saying? People
Yeah,
ain't out here just going to spend their money. But
I
yeah,
know
different ways
that.
you just got to brainstorm. But yeah, like you said, put out a filler and see, you know, um, if people bite and want to do it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing. I'm saying before I get rid of my stuff, like, you know, should I just? I was thinking about making it a whole instead of just a sewing class, it'd be a home ec, like home economics, where I not only teach sewing but cooking and make
Oh
it like,
yeah,
yeah, you know what I
yeah.
mean? Like come in and do some teaching of baking. And like I just learned how to make y'all pan pizza. Like remember I've been making pizzas. My family loved the pizza. I tried the pan pizza for the first time. That shit came out so good. That's what I was supposed to make yesterday, but I guess I'm gonna make it tonight. What time is it? I have time. I'm gonna go make a dough. Anybody want to make a pan pizza tonight? The shit is easy, y'all. You will never buy pizza again. Okay? You'll never buy pizza again. You will never buy pizza again once you make your own pizza dough. And really, all you need is flour, butter and oil, yeast, and water. Wait, what I'm missing? I'm missing one other. A little bit of salt. And then, of course, you need your toppings for the pizza, pepperoni, pineapple. I put pineapple on the last one I did. It was okay. I don't think I'm going to do it again, though. Some sausages. And some cheese, mozzarella cheese, low moisture. And you can make 5 large pieces with just one recipe if you wanted to. Make the dough and put in the freezer when you're ready to take it out on Friday, Saturday, or whenever. Pull it out, let the family make pizza. Better than Pizza Hut, and it's most definitely better than Domino's. I don't know what the fuck Domino's did with their recipe. It used to be good back in the day, then it got bad, and then it got sweet, I guess. I don't know what this is they got. No, I'm going. Little Caesars beat out Domino's any day. And Pizza Hut, I haven't had Pizza Hut in a while, but the last time I did have them, which was quite a few years ago, they were good. They just was too expensive, when you could buy a pizza for $5, $5 and carry that motherfucker out. You ain't going to buy no $15 pizza. But I can show you how to make that $15 pizza though. You ain't even gotta go through me. Yeah, y'all can look that shit up on YouTube because that's where I found it. So I've gone through different recipes on YouTube, right? And I found the perfect one, like I'm talking about. So good. Comes out good every single time. And then I learned how to make it deep dish by putting it in a cast iron skillet with some oil. Yep. Put it in cast iron skillet. And so I think in Chicago, they call it something in Chicago, like a deep dish or.
Yeah, I think Chicago is deep dish. I think New York got that long ass thin pizza, whatever.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, with these food prices, everybody should be trying to learn how to cook. Cause see, for the price of one you buy, you can make many of them motherfuckers and save a lot on the ingredients.
Not cheap. Flour's cheap as hell.
Yeah. And then too, like I've been seeing a lot of videos of what the fuck people be doing in these restaurants, and I'm like, man, I'm glad I don't eat like that no more because this should be disgusting.
Oh yeah. Don't even taste the same. Yeah, but I tasted a McDonald's burger only when I'm like really hungry and kind of be like, okay, I got a feel for a burger, right? It's usually that sauce. I think people say it's $1,000 island or some shit.
$1,000 in ketchup, probably with a little pickle juice in it. But yeah, you can make that shit at home.
I know, man. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna test it out one day and see if I can make it. Because I be having a taste for that sometimes.
Right.
I'll have hubby give me a burger, but I know.
Oh, you need it's relish.
Oh yeah,
relish in it. Well, no, you know what? I think he might be good. Remember that old sandwich spread? Remember like the old stuff? It had pickles in it. It was like $1,000 with the pickles in it. It was like a sandwich spread stuff. My dad used to eat that shit. It was like I think what was it called? It's called sandwich spread.
That might be. I think I remember something like that.
It's the same as $1,000, and it got relish in it. And they sold. I don't know if they still sell it no more.
Hey, Bob, how you doing? I remember that stuff you talking about.
Yeah. Oh, you remember the sandwich bread?
I remember. Yeah, I remember. It was almost like a mayonnaise with relish in it.
Yeah. So
right, but it didn't have sweet relish, so it didn't come out like a tuna with mayonnaise. Like tuna fish. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, Bob, when you was talking to somebody, when you was talking about bread, somebody better learn what to do with Melba white flour, When they go, people need to learn how to cook. I go back to when they had a hurricane and the shelves were out of food and they didn't have bread. I mean, literally nothing. But when you went down the baking aisle, they had an aisle full of flour and
no, that's right.
Right, shit, that's cornbread and bread right there. But that aisle was packed, but everything else was empty. They're out of bread. Yeah, they got bread right here.
Bread right there. Y'all, bread is so easy to make. Look, it's true that they say, okay, you gotta, what they call it when you take the dough and kind of beat it, but you don't have to do that. They call it forgot what they call it, bread.
When you knead the dough.
Knead the dough. You knead dough. That's right. Thank you for the word knead. You don't really. It's no wrong way to knead the dough. You could take it and slap it on the counter and fold it and pick it up and slap it on the cup. That's kneading the dough. That means you're building the gluten to make it stretchy. And then you sit it somewhere, put a towel over it, sit it somewhere in the dark, and just let it sit there for a couple hours. And then when you take it out, put it in the pan, put it in the oven. Bread. That's it.
Right, long as it cook all the way through, it's bread.
Yeah, and it don't take long.
Right.
So
right.
And you cut that, and fresh bread is better than any bread you ever taste. Now the difference is it's not gonna last no 10 days. You gotta eat that, you know. That's why in Louisiana we used to make different things like for breakfast. We would use it for French toast. That's why French toast, right, beignet. Right. That's why French toast came about, because it's the day old bread that they make something with. And so they would add some eggs and, you know, put a little cinnamon on it.
They still sell day old bread at the Sunbeam place out there in New Orleans East at the factory. Like
and breadcrumbs too, right? Then they make breadcrumbs out of that.
Yeah, you make breadcrumbs, shit like that. Yep. But we used to make, you know, with it. Right. Yeah, we cook with it. Yeah, meatloaf and all that, because you know, people were poor back then, so they weren't making no breadcrumbs just to, you know what I mean? You have to eat that shit. They figure out something. Crawfish bread.
Right.
Yeah,
we'll use
make it like it's crackers where you dip it in your gumbo or something. We are spoiled.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Bread pudding too, right?
Oh yeah, bread pudding. Oh,
I knew
that's
it was
the
something
one
I wouldn't think about.
Yeah.
Well, they don't miss a drop. Every drop of bread go in the bread pudding. You don't make the bread pudding right.
I haven't had a bread pudding in a while. Bread pudding is so good. I might have to make one, y'all. I just need some raisins.
Did they put a little bread in peach cobbler?
Yeah, they used to do it like that.
Yeah.
But I learned a different way to make my peach cobbler with just making a dough, pour dough. It's almost like one of them dump cakes. Man, that shit is so good. I think a preacher was mentioning desserts. That's what made me think about that. Get you some peaches, canned or fresh. I made a video, but I lost all that shit, man. When I lost that channel, I'm gonna make them again though. But I think doing like a home ec, learning how to sew, cook, split it. I'll figure out some other stuff. Maybe I don't know nothing about finances and shit. I was looking up to understand what you was teaching, Mr. Kales. Like I need to understand what is a stock. No, what is stocks? And you did explain it, but I looked at a video that kind of showed it a little. So because I'm more visual, you know, when people talking, if I can't visualize what you're saying, I don't understand it. And it has nothing to do with you, the way you teach is the way I learn, you know?
I ain't really teaching. I'm just
actually you explained it just like they did, except when they was explaining it, they were showing little pictures, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's I saw all of those. You follow along with them and you get the basics of it. When you hear it enough times, you understand what it is. It's just like you buying a little ownership in a company.
Right. But you know what confused me was the fact that when you said that there's a company and you can only have a whole company, which is 100%, but then you start dishing out all these little bits. And I'm thinking, wait, if I pay $1,000, how much of the company is mine? And
what they do is they set so many outstanding shares that the public can invest in the company. And so you're pretty much into that. So even though they have that astronomical number of how many shares that they're going to let the public invest in the company, you could just go to the dollar amount. You could say, okay, well, $100 is invested in it, or my $50, or I can build up to whatever I want. Even though Google stock price might be 2,000, what they call a partial shares. Like you might not have $2,000 to buy one complete share, but your $100 still can make the same amount of interest and grow like if you had one complete share. They call that fractional shares. Before they didn't let you wasn't able to do that. You wasn't even able to do that when I first started learning. Everybody didn't have fractional shares. So it was hard to buy stock in companies because everybody didn't have $2,000 to invest for the long term for one damn share. $400 for one damn share of Tesla, or $60. You may have $40 for Gap back in the days, or $80 for a share of Nike that get dividends. So now you can do it, and you can build it up yourself.
Right. But and see, I always see that's why I don't I was looking at Madoff. Is that the name of that guy?
Bernie. Bernie Madoff. That's it.
Man, I saw they was talking about what he did and how he made. They used to say that it used to take like weeks to buy and trade shares, but he added computers and made it where you could do it like damn near on the spot, I guess, huh? Like,
well, no, that's the last guy. Well, that's something different. What Bernie Madoff did is he was guaranteeing a certain 10% or a certain high percentage return on your money. But the wealthy people was running to him. He made a name for himself scamming just with wealthy people. They was giving them, the superstars were giving them $1 million, $2 million. And he'll send them back one time a nice little return for like a little quarterly, but he was spending the money. He wasn't even investing it. So he did the pyramid thing. And then when they caught up, when people start wanting their money, he ain't have it.
Right, but in the beginning, he was an investor who used computers. He was the first to use computers. And then he started another company, and that's the one that got him in trouble. Right. So he had a legal company.
Well, see, how he got away with it was back then, you couldn't really invest yourself. You couldn't go to these stock exchange and then look on there and then do it yourself. You had to go through what's called a broker.
A broker, right.
And then a broker will put your will put your money in there. And so what he was doing was he was investing money on his own, using their money to invest in certain stocks, and then was spending like Kev said, would give them, hey, okay, the stock went up. See, he was investing for them to lose.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But he was showing them a return.
Yeah, he tricked them.
Giving them a return.
And all they did was just print out monthly statements like their money was growing, but he really was spending it. And just made it look real fancy.
Right, but they said at first the way he got away with it was in the beginning, they lost money, but they didn't know they lost because he got a loan from his family member to cover the loss. And those people thought he was genius because they said everybody lost in the market.
During a down market, he didn't lose. Right.
Yeah.
Like that.
So like the market crashed. I think this was in the 60s or something like that, maybe the 70s. I'm not sure. But everybody lost.
Right.
Oh,
the recession was in 08 with Bush. That's about the right time.
No, I think no. This is not in 08. This is before. This is when he first started. Right. This is how he first got his name. So he was young, and so he had just started doing it. He invested. He had people invest. The market crashed, but he didn't want to be a loser, so he then borrowed money and gave all those people their money back and said that he protected their money. So people thought he was a genius. They was like, whoa, everybody lost except who did whatever Madoff told him to do. They were the only ones who didn't lose. So then that's when he started becoming bigger. Huh?
Everybody started running to him after that.
Right. Yeah. That's what got him famous. And that's when he started building his companies, and then he built that second company. And they say they don't even understand why he built the second company, because he was wealthy enough, getting good money. And
but he had to make up for that downfall, because even though the other company was successful, it wasn't like paper money. It was all invested. So our second company was gonna give him liquidated money to where he can use to do whatever and live his life how he wanted to live it. You see what I'm saying? So that's what the second company was for, but he ended up, that shit ended up collapsing. You know what I'm
He was
saying?
living off the people's shit.
Yeah.
So how he thought it wouldn't collapse? Like if he spending their money, what he thought they were gonna never want their money, or what you thought? Like what was he thinking?
No, but see, the stock market it kind of move. The stock market kind of moves slow, and it's normally a long race. Only recently, with all these different apps where you can day trade and all that, where you can start getting money day to day. So back then, these people was expecting to get a return within like 5, 10, and 15 years. So he figured he had enough time with these other investments to pay them out, the dividends, you know what I'm saying? Or pay them out when the stock market moved up. So really within the last 10 or 15 years, really when a lot of these companies started to jump off and people started to make a lot of money because, you know, the world has advanced and stuff. But back then, when you invest in the stock market, it was really your retirement fund for white people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when they turn,
mutual funds that handed down wealth and all that, and some of the people lost damn near 50 to 100 million of their wealth with the food. You know, they lost a lot.
So you know, so he didn't think they were gonna miss their money. What you mean? Like it was
no, I think he
time?
thought that. Yeah, but I think he figured in his mind by the time I got to pay them out, I'd have been made money in investments and I'd have been got other people money. It's kind of like the NFT that guy just
tried
did.
to flip it. He thought he was gonna be able to flip it and pay him back.
Right. His company, he made over billions, but everybody else went broke. But he thought he was just going to be able to pay the little people. He's going to keep investing, pay the big people. He's going to keep investing. He thought it was going to be, you know, a whirlwind of money to keep. So basically, when I paid you, when I paid him for me jumping in, knew he was going to pay somebody else a little percentage of that and make them think that they're getting money, but they really wasn't. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't think it was going to advance or get the way that it was, and you know, or he's gonna get found out.
So are you saying, like, let's say I gave $1 million? Wait, what the hell? I should say preparing live stream. Y'all see something to say preparing live stream?
I'm in the car. I can't see it.
Oh, okay. I don't know what this thing said, but anyway. So if I gave $1 million. And you send me something saying my $1 million is making money. So you send me the little bit that I made off the million, but my million is still in there. So let's say you say I made
you let it stay in there and you're thinking it's compounding like compound interest. And he just show you like your million and made 100,000. You know, in 6 months.
He gave me 100,000 on my million, but my million is really gone because he spent.
Oh, maybe like 10,000 in 3 months and a quarter. Right. But so it's sending your paperwork.
So it collapses though when I decide, okay, I don't want to play this no more because I've been making money and I think it's gonna go down. So give me all my million plus.
Plus what you said you owe it, right? But he already then spent about 400,000 of your million. And that's how he got caught. He was living, you know, he had yachts and shit, Bond. Yeah. This man had 2 or 3 mansions.
I guess they figured, well, shouldn't he be getting paid off for people making money?
No, so not half of your shit. He said, you take it when they do that, and when you have guys who are brokers. A broker now is like what you was just saying, E-Trade and all that. Those are brokerage firms. But before your broker get a percent off of when you buy or sell a stock, he would have to put the order in for you. Let's say you was a doctor and you want to buy stock in Viagra, but they was playing with big money because they was give me $10,000 worth of Viagra. It was $10 a share at one point, right? What a broker get his cut off the dump just from just for putting the order in, and he get a cut for selling the order. Now you don't have to do that. I can put my own order in to buy Google stock. I can watch it on my phone, and I can sell it, and it's free to do that now. The reason why you couldn't do it before because they used to charge a fee. Even E-Trade used to charge $15 a trade.
Let's be technical. It's not free. Because you never buy it for what it is. Like, let's just say it's at $10. They're going to charge you and you're going to pay like $10.10 or $10.20 on that. So that's the
Well,
other line
yeah,
thing.
everyone gets that. Well,
Yeah.
they got it where you could do it at a reasonable fee now without having to pay the broker.
Yeah,
But you pretty
that's
much
true.
finished.
But the broker also too back then used to go and research though. Remember, they would research the company for you and let you know, like, okay, yeah, this is a good investment, or no, that's not a good investment, or how much you should put in it. So
with that though, with that bound, when they used to do that, they just put your money in there. They don't tell you when to get out. That's why everybody lost all their money. The way I tell people do it, you can follow your own money yourself. I told my mama to cash in her 401k in 08 because she was over 65, and I saw all the banks were crashing, and that's when people weren't able to pay back the loans. So my thing is, you could do it yourself now. You don't, and he just gonna put your order in. He ain't gonna tell you how to manage your money. That's why so many people lost hundreds of thousands in their 401k. Like you hear people say, "Well, I don't invest in the stock market. I'm not into stock things." Well, your 401k is. They got companies that's in the stock market that makes your 401k. So
can you lose it? Can I lose my 401k?
Well, your 401k is fluctuating with the market anyway. Right. And it did, and a lot of people did lose a lot of their 401k when the market crashed. People 401k might have been at 300,000, went down to about 100,000 or 80,000. That they'll never see those returns but get regained. Right. That's what the big crash was. That's why they couldn't even cash out their 401k to save their homes. It's tied into the market. Right. That's what the too big to fail banks and all of that. So I just put my money when they put their money, and I move my shit when I see they fucking up to. Right. And I just watch the chart. You can set alerts now so you can watch your own money. Let's say you brought something, let's say you had $500 in Google. Okay, well, you could set it if my $500 ever drop below 400, sell it.
Yeah.
Or you could just do long term and say, okay, well, it's going to fluctuate, but I know at the end of the day that it's going to pay me some dividends, like 3% on what I have invested. And that's to keep you going. And that 3% builds up over time. And, you can either roll it over, or when you get older, you can have those dividends drop down to your personal account. As long as you hold the stock, it'll drop down dividends every 3 months. And that's a wealthy people. That's why you got some of these, you have some of these stars who can't go broke. Like Paris Hilton would get $12 million every 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the dividends kicked down from her family owner the Hiltons. She can't go broke unless she sell a stock. Now, what I try to do is just have a nice little base set up where I can get the girls a little change every 3 months, kicked down to the grandchildren, regardless wherever I leave it off at, where they can have a little something. Just don't sell a stock. But
if the stock, if it go bust,
what's happening, Ben?
My bad, y'all. I had to drop off.
The stock go bust, that's always a thing too. And then you got shit like wars. So if you listen to people like Warren Buffett, who's pretty much the guru, you invest your money in things that people are going to use the most, like Johnson & Johnson products, or if Pepsi owns something with a wide moat, like Pepsi owns Frito-Lay, KFC, Pizza Hut. They own so much shit under Pepsi. Or you invest in something like a railroad. Things that people are always going to use and consume is Warren Buffett with.
Oh, okay.
Right. And then you get dividends off of that. So those things can take a hit, but you still going to need medication. That's going to be here. So then it'll be like Pfizer, good long-term companies.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm in the writing something down there.
Oh, okay.
I'm mad I caught that at the end. That's the damn question I was asking.
And that's why I was trying to tell you, Mr. Kev is the, and I told you that.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Also,
go ahead.
And I was also saying that, the men over here, I know about this. There's a few men over here who know about, making money, whether it's through buying homes and renting them out, or stocks and trades, and I don't know nothing about that kind of stuff, so I ain't gonna never lie to you. But I will tell you everything don't have just a up for, That's why I mentioned if you could buy a home and rent it out, but it could be more work on you than you think. You know what I mean?
Right. Especially if you have to fix it up yourself. That's different.
Right.
You have to factor a lot of things
in.
Yeah. Now he mentioned the Hiltons, right? Now, and you said you worked in hotels. So long, I'm talking about long run. I ain't talking about the new career money I'm about to start making. That's small change. Let's be real. I'm talking about long term. If I get my hands on some real money, some real investments, do you suggest single properties or like duplexes or like hotels or even apartments?
Or if you ask me, I just say I think you should get in where you fit in. If you're gonna be doing it yourself, try to get a double, man.
Yeah, well, so you got
close to.
Well, you gotta look at too. You gotta look at the area. You gotta look at you want to go and check the economics in that area, how houses sell in that area. You gotta look at the crime, you gotta look at the schools, because all that matters on where people are going to move at. Also, too, it got to you gotta look at what you want to like when you so when you buy a house, you gotta remember that you're responsible for everything. So then you gotta look at like, can you fix the stuff in the house? Because if not, then you gotta hire a maintenance person to fix it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at, is the house going to be in a community where you got HOH and stuff like that? So a lot of things that go into it. But I would say start off small. I would say start off a little small fixer upper where you can go in, maybe add some bathrooms. A lot of houses be having like 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. You can add an extra bathroom. You can fix it up, give it a facelift or whatever, and then see if you can flip it. You know what I'm saying? Then if you can see you can flip it in that area, then you know, okay, that's the area that people want to buy in. Then you want to go and buy your next one. Then you want to make that one into a rental property. You know what I'm saying? And so then you just go from there and there. Like people be trying to go too big. Like, yeah, you buying a hotel, but now you gotta hire staff. You gotta have insurance to pay the people. You gotta have the money to pay the staff that you're going whatever. You know what I'm saying? So buying an apartment complex, are you gonna be able to be? You gonna be the apartment manager?
That's what I was saying. I'm thinking about long run. Like let's say
the long run is start off small and then build it up.
Yeah,
and really, right now, you got a lot of areas that's been like right now. Detroit, if you got money, places like Detroit is a place to go. It's an upcoming city. It's starting to be gentrified. And you got a lot of abandoned houses that you can get for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. Yeah. Right. And then really you can just buy the land, tear the fucking house down, and put you a mobile home on it, or put you a little small 2-bedroom, 1 bath, 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and then rent it out. You know what I'm saying? And then once you get a collection of houses under your belt, then the bank's gonna be willing to loan you money. And then now you could take their money and go buy your apartment complexes. You know what I'm saying? Go buy.
And I could definitely tell you that, I could definitely tell you one of the things, if you're gonna do it yourself, like a guy, like a good friend of mine, like a little brother to me, take carpentry. Because if you don't have those skills, it's gonna cost you to pay. Plumbers, all that kind of stuff there. If you're talking about going, to apartment complexes and things like that.
Yes.
So
most people who make money,
take that,
who make money in houses, either have a family. People who really make money in houses either have a family member that knows that, or they know it themselves. Because the more you can do yourself, the more you're gonna save yourself, and the more money you're gonna make.
Right, and it's pretty much $100 or $150 just to come out on any type of housing job.
Yeah. Air conditioning costs more than that. Yeah. Air and heating. Especially in Detroit where it snows and get real cold. For those who not thinking about going into trucking, air that in this area is needed. You can learn, you could go get that schooling, and it's just a tech school, right? But you do have to get certs, right? You got to get like licensings and shit like that.
Yeah, you need that indoor air quality. That's right. You need that.
So, but once you get that, you ain't got to go and ask nobody to hire you. If you like what you do and you know what you're doing, you start that business, you have customers right off the bat. I heard that they got people for heating in the summertime. People who wanted heating, they were 6-7 months behind. They don't have enough people up here to do the jobs.
They don't have it down here either. It was $280 for 2 pounds of pressure of the stuff that's needed for the air conditioner. Was the Freon. $280 for 2 pounds. 2 pounds of Freon. Right.
It's expensive.
Right.
So I heard, I was asking my son, like, hey, dude, the Delaware Tech offer that class, and it's not even that much, like a couple of $100. I think it's only a couple of days, or maybe a couple of weeks. I'm not sure. It's one of them, couple of days, couple of weeks, and he could start that.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing about males, and I don't know what it is that like, it's either you love school or you don't. It ain't really no in the middle. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of hard because a lot of us nowadays, like, back when my dad was born, they ain't really, you didn't have the school. You need no service, certificate or whatever to go and fix something. You know what I'm saying? But now you need research, and it's like they don't want to go and sit in these classrooms. And like I said, I came out of working for a college, and to be honest, all you would see in those classes is whites and Hispanics. Even though they knew they shit, but they knew they needed to go there to get that certification so they can make more money and do more stuff. But far as our race, you will see like 1, maybe 2 in those classes, the AVAX classes, the automobile classes, just other little trades or whatever, and it sucks because we used to have those in our schools.
That's right. They used to be in the school.
Used to be electives. Right.
And Black people used to control a lot of those jobs. We did the automotive, we did the housing shit. We would go and do that grunt work, get under homes and shit like that. And now we're not in those fields no more.
Well, see, the misnotion to it is like you don't want to go to school and you don't want to, and you're not getting paid. But what I tell people is go get you a part-time job while you go to school if you weren't about making money while you go to school. Plus, you can get grants. When you go to school, they give you grants. You can get money out of it. You know what I'm saying? And it's quite a few that you don't even have to pay back. So
that's right.
I know
they'll pay for the school. No, I'm sorry. You're right. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, go ahead.
Just adding that you're right. They'll pay for the school, and if you go through the right program, they'll pay you to go to school. They subsidize what they call it, they'll give you the money, transportation,
sponsor or something, like paid training.
Stipend. They call it a stipend.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Or 2, if you really want to play the game, and you've been at a few jobs for over a year, then quit the job, go on unemployment, go to school. Unemployment will pay you. It might not be a lot, but it will be something.
They got all kind of programs.
Unemployment will pay you.
The people, we got to take it. We're not gonna get no damn reparations. So whatever discount they give you, you got to take that and run with it.
That's what Obama put in place.
Will pay you.
Yeah, but you can't quit the job. You gotta get fired some kind of way.
No. You can quit if you're going back to school.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
If you go back to
yes, if you quit to go back to school because you're furthering your education, what they want you to do so you get a better job. Now, if you just quit, no. But if you quit and enroll into school, unemployment will pay you the unemployment benefits.
Oh shit! That's what my son was worried about. He was worried about that. He don't want to quit a job.
Yes, as long as you going to school and you showing that you're going to.
You know what, Bob? They may be, if he going into something in the field that the company may use, they may keep them on. I'm sure they may have some government assistance to keep him on as big as the field is, and so he can stay with the company. If he gonna talk to him.
That is true. I know. I used to work for jobs, and they used to offer free classes. It didn't matter what it was. Like if I was customer service, I wanted to go to be a doctor or anything.
Some jobs do that. And like Bayou Bunny said earlier, because I was listening, I think, I'm not sure. I'm not really up on Amazon, but they might do have where he can work part-time and go to trucking school, or go to trucking school and they'll pay for it. Just have, if that's what you want to do, go into trucking, have them go and inquire about that. See, the problem is too, a lot of these stuff be with the
And
company.
walk right in there with Amazon. You already got experience.
Right.
Just tell them you want to get you're gonna get your CDL.
Yeah, but see, they don't take advantage of these programs. These companies got the programs, and they tell you
Yeah,
in
they
the
be
beginning. But a lot of
Yeah.
people don't take advantage of it. So you can go and inquire to where either you work part-time, or if it's like trucking, they'll probably send you there, because remember, they need truck drivers.
Right, and
Like
they
it's
probably
local or on the
see,
road.
we don't keep up with it. They're probably getting federal kickback money, company wise and school wise. That's the incentives. We just
Oh,
got
they
to hunt
are.
them
That's
down.
why all these jobs ask you, are you a family that received tank and whatever the other stuff is, like, like Walmart and stuff, because they get paid for you working there if you on government assistance. And so of course they get money for you to go back to school. But yeah, I would tell them to check into it. Or like I said, you go down into the unemployment office, tell them that you're quitting your job and you're going to have them go enroll in trucking school first. Go there, and he will still get paid unemployment from that.
Right. Even with my daughter's school, my daughter's considered the golden child because they get kickbacks from her because she tested in, and I can put her under a lower income bracket if I want, and she a minority child, while some of the other kids have to pay.
Yeah.
Right. So I always knew, I said, okay, well, we could take this test and test in, and they measure things like for kids to get them in good school attendance. And if they, if you get them reading a little early, like Leaky is, its attention gonna be on something that they measure that, and then they give the kids, incentive to get to some of these, rebuilt new schools that they redistrict, so that's what I try to tell people. You got to take advantage of all of that, because the school my daughter go to is around a bunch of rich white people out there in Chateau Estates.
Right.
And those programs were meant for minority kids more so, but they built the school way out there by the rich kids.
So the rich kids are right there. Yeah, they right there. They paying the taxes for that school.
All those kids with the top in Louisiana, the TOPS program is supposed to go to kids for scholars, under a certain level. The rich kids got all of that TOPS program money and drained the whole system.
We got to learn how to make things work for us. Did y'all hear what happened in California? So there was some land, ocean, beachfront land that they took from Black people years ago, back in like the 30s, 40s, man.
That's a crazy story. Go ahead.
They gave it back to them through lawsuit. Them people been suing for decades, y'all. Them people been suing.
Yeah.
So they won. They just finally won like a few months back. And the people just sold it back to them for $20 million.
What?
I don't know why they sold that fucking land. Yeah, sold it to them. Now,
I wouldn't have sold shit.
I wouldn't have sold. So there was something that came with them winning. They couldn't evict anybody, but now they were the new landlords. And I guess them Black people. See, that's what I'm saying. We
wait. It wasn't Black people. No.
Wait,
it wasn't Black people. It was one Black person.
One?
It was like a son or a grandson or whatever. He was the sole one that was left.
Damn.
Yeah, they killed everybody off. Yeah.
No, well, that too. But what happened is he didn't want to take care of this stuff. He didn't want to put in the work to have the receipt. That's what comes where when you get this stuff, you have to be prepared and willing to do the work. So what he did was took the money, and the money was that money
gonna be gone 2%. By the time, huh?
Yeah, but it's probably like 2 or 3% what that property is really worth, or would have been worth if it stayed.
Yeah, he gave away a couple billion.
Right. This man sued him, won, and I couldn't believe him when I heard that he sold that. Like, they did say that he had to be the landlords, but he would have been making nothing but money. He ain't have to do the work. Hire people to do the work. Like, hire you some motherfucking college educated Black folk. Give them money. and keep that shit in your family. That man
already in the business, just gave away generational wealth.
He just
Yeah,
gave
but
it
see,
away.
people want that fast money. That's what I
God
consider was a problem with our race, that we want fast money. You know what I'm saying? Instead of looking at he had no kids.
I bet you
no
the
none
black
of
and
that.
white people talked him into that shit. They probably say,
Man,
"Oh, it's gonna be too much for you." Oh yeah, because you know them lawyers gonna get a percentage of that money and shit.
And we don't know how he was living too.
Yeah,
don't
but
matter.
still, it don't matter
don't
because
matter.
now he wealthy. Everybody on that beach. Now, by the way,
Got
this
to
is
pay
beach.
him.
Gotta
Got
pay
to
Right.
pay
him.
him.
Yeah.
So
That's
no
like
matter
Monopoly. Every time you cross the boardwalk, pay me.
That's right. He
Every
could raise
30
the
I
rent.
don't care if I was a bum on the street.
every
Still
30
got to pay
days.
me.
That's
He was
right.
getting a check. Every 30 days, he gonna get some money.
He gonna get
Right.
some money for the rest of his life, and he can go just. So
Will
he
it
got
to
20
somebody
million.
else.
That 20 million gonna be gone.
Yep.
$20 million is not a lot. I know to us that's a lot, right? It is a lot to us. But to a man who just got $20 million, watch. He gonna go and buy him some cars and homes and shit.
Try to start a business when you already had one.
Yep, dumb shit, right? And then before you know it, before he's dead, his money gonna be gone because he just swallowed it away. How old is he? I am. Is he like in his 40s, 50s? Is he young? I had to look that shit up. Yo, I couldn't believe it. I first of all, I was shocked that he won, but because
for the pictures I've seen, I would say between maybe mid-20s to mid-30s.
Oh,
he didn't look like no
he
very
young.
old person. Yeah,
Yeah, he gonna run through that.
Yeah, he is
He gonna
going.
run through that. And I ain't gonna just say that because he's a black man.
Yeah, let's
I'm
just
saying
say it
that
because he's a
that
black
usually
man.
what happen. I
He's
say
young
because it
and
usually
black.
happen with young wealthy people blow through that kind of money when even lottery winners, they blow through that kind
They
of money.
blow through that money.
Right.
Y'all see that? Did anybody win that lottery? Y'all, I ain't gonna lie. The lottery, there's two of them higher than a motherfucker. I don't never play lottery. I'm gonna be honest. I just, I ain't had no dreams about me winning no money, so I ain't giving them no dollars. Okay.
Right. If I win it, y'all will know. I set up a cruise for everybody.
Thank you. Can I get a small little house? It ain't even gotta be 100K. Like, you could just on our friendship, Mr. Cab, just buy me a house.
And let me explain this real quick.
We'll network something and make it like the old Underground Railroad from here to Delaware. Right, well, our family's gonna be all right.
Wait, Mr. I am gonna tell us. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. What I was saying was we talking about earlier about the unemployment and about going to school. We were saying was how black men or young black boys don't want to go to school because a lot of them don't feel like they can make money or don't have a job or whatever. So that's why companies put in the incentive to where you can still work here and we'll pay you to go to school because they don't want you to take out of their insurance fund, which is unemployment. And so, yes, if you quit a job and you enroll in school, you can still claim unemployment. Now, would it be the same rate as you getting fired or something like that? I'm not sure the percentage, but you can, and you don't believe me, I can go down to your local unemployment office and ask them, if you enroll into school, then you can claim unemployment from the job that you quit to go to school because, i.e., it didn't fit with your work, with your school schedule, especially if you were a full-time student. So what we were saying was, if someone's going to trucking school or whatever school, or worrying about not making money while they're going there, or for HVAC, now about making money, whatever, then you can quit and then go there and then file for unemployment. I'm not saying just go and file for unemployment and then go to school. I'm just saying that way you can have money that can be incentives for you to go and get one of these trade jobs and still make some and still have some money in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't just saying
give you a $4,000 bonus. You know, some of these companies will give you an extra bonus to sign on.
Yeah, but that's why some companies did put into where they'll pay you or they'll allow you to still go to school, but then your school got to fit with your job or you just work part-time. But yeah, I wasn't just saying quit your job and go to school and then click on employment. No.
Yeah.
Unless it's worth it. Sometimes you got to go ahead and make the move. If you can plan for it, it can be done.
You know, they knew they first of all, through brainwashing, they the ones who told us we don't want to go to school, right? Even right now, like I hear a lot of people telling Black women, but yeah, you got that big bill though. Okay, school is expensive, that's true. But I guess what I'm saying is we used to have these jobs. So they start putting in where you needed certificates, which is dumb because if you could do the hands-on where somebody actually teach you, right? Yeah, apprenticeships and shit like that. What's the difference? But they want you to test. They want to test you, make sure you know what you're doing. But that was a way to push us out. But I'm saying to our Black men, though, look, you can decide not to participate. All you got to do what it takes to participate. Sitting on the sidelines, waiting for them to change it back, well, that ain't going to get you nowhere. And we got a lot of young Black men who they can do it. School is not like when you went to school, y'all, and sat in no elementary or even high school. You're not in there all day going from class to class and then going to lunch. And then
they're making it more focused on careers now, like they did back in the day when you could do.
Well, that's how it's always been.
Yeah.
Well, but I think that's the reason why a lot of people don't want to go to school, because they think of it like it's going to school. But college is not like going to school. Like, you know what I mean? Like you could have a class on Monday and you could pick it, say I'm gonna have a class on Monday at 3, you know, or you could have a class on Tuesday at 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. You choose your schedule. You just want to make sure you get enough credits that school year. If you're getting a grant or something, you got to meet the criteria on how many credits you get per semester. But it's nothing. You don't go to all the classes every day. You might go one class twice a week and another class twice a week and another class, and it could be different times. You choose that.
Right. And so 12 hours was like 3 classes on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 2 classes on Tuesday and Thursday. That's a full load. Right. And you're only in there for like 3 hours on Tuesday and Thursday, 3 hours on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
But that might be the tech school, but in university, you go to a class for 45 minutes. I go to my English class, on Monday, and I'll be in there 45 minutes. I may go to a class right after that, or I may not. I may not go to no more classes that day. Like legit, you choose.
You can go from home now. Shit.
That's right. Oh, and that way you don't. So let me tell you how you do it on the computer, because I have gone to school on the computer too. You got days. Every day. I mean, once a week or twice a week, I had an English assignment. I already knew all this assignments from the beginning of the class. So you already know what you got to do. They call it a syllabus, right? Syllabus, yes. They give you a syllabus. They tell you everything you want to do. You know what days is due right off the bat. You could really go and do all your work in 1 week if you want. But every assignment has to be done by the date that is assigned. And it's really easy. It's easier online. Like you can really, there's no, you don't have a test. The test is, it's weird the way the test was running. You know what I mean? College isn't about.
That's what I tell the dudes now. Now we have no excuses now. We can get an education damn near at home. You know, for the most part, trade schools all over the place now. And so they don't really have us locked out like they used to before.
We the only people locking ourselves out. You could, and look, if you get to school through a program, if the class is through, they don't pay for tutoring if you need it. If you're a veteran, man, there's no fucking reason. As a matter of fact, I didn't ask Preach. I forgot to ask him. Like, if he a vet, his trucking class should be free, and they will give him money. He get money every month. Right now, if I wanted to take any kind of class I wanted to, I go down to the Veterans Administration. I say, hey, I want to take this class. I put in the paperwork. I tell them when it's going to start, and bam. At the beginning of that month, I get a check. They pay for everything, and my books and all. And you don't have to have the GI Bill to do that. Okay. And especially if any of you was in wartime and you men, you get that shit free. And they give you kids money. That's where I messed up, y'all, with my kids. Because I didn't know, people wasn't giving out information. My kids was missing out on $2,100 every month. Every month.
Right, and could have had that coming right into the household. That'd have been fire. That's 40 something else coming in. Yeah.
Trying to figure out if I can go back and claim that shit.
The government.
That's a fucked up. I wonder if my children could sue them for that. Because why wouldn't they why they're not telling people who, like, I should have, like, I'm disabled through the Veterans Administration. And they've always known I had children. So why wasn't there a form already there, a part of my forms, right? I don't even understand it. And it's almost like there's certain people hide money from certain people. How is it that some people know, but others don't know? That's why I like to share information when I find information. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the one thing Black people should have never got away from. Sharing information. Not for the betterment of, for everybody else. Because they won't tell you. And even if it's not the system, they can be that damn one lady behind the counter who don't like the fact that you get some benefits and she doesn't. Or she does, and she just don't like you have it.
Yeah. I'm telling you, look, I remember, I told y'all the time when we came to Delaware, I'm not sure how long we was here because I had already had both of my kids, right? And let me think. I had both my kids already. And I don't know what happened. Oh, I do know. Okay, I think if I'm correct, we used to live in these apartments that my husband had found, right? And we were living there. We were probably there for 2 years, maybe even a little longer. What I didn't know, he didn't know. We know the landlord, but we didn't know he was on drugs. So hubby, this man started knocking at the door on the 1st to get rent. He did it to everybody, right? He knocking at the door to get rent. So hubby would write him the check for rent. And okay, it's over. Next month, he's knocking at the door to get rent again on the 1st. It don't matter. And it'd be late at night too. This little motherfucker, hubby would go and write him a check. So he did this for 3 months, right? Maybe even longer than that, to be honest. So 1 month, we get a note on the door talking about you evicted. And we're like, evicted? The fuck, how we gonna get evicted? So hubby say he don't understand. He said, I paid the rent directly to the man. I said, well, because I'm looking at hubby, right? I'm looking at him like, what the hell going on? He said, nah, I paid, right? I said, well, how did you pay him? He said, I paid him with a check. So I'm like, cool, because if you pay with a check, you go to the bank and get a copy of the back of the check, make sure that they cashed it. Well, anyway, so hubby did that. He went to the bank, he got the copy, showed it to me. So I'm like, yeah. So he went down to the office and showed it to the man and said, hey, I just got this notice. Look, here's proof that I paid you. You came to my door and collected the money and you cashed it. And he said, oh, okay, don't worry about it. Now, so hubby came, he said, oh, it's all straightened out. So hubby don't go to the court, right? He don't go to court because the landlord told him he gonna straighten it out. So 2 weeks later, there's a chef note on the door telling us we got 48 hours to move out. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Anyway, long story short, we go down to the court, right, to try to emergency stop this eviction. And they tell us that they made us pay. They like, ain't nothing you can do, but you could pay if you want to see the judge. We paid to see the judge, and the judge only tell us, nah, you should have came on your court date. We're like, but the man told us we didn't have to come. We even showed him receipt. He said, no, you should have came to court. So that's why I tell y'all, listen, if you got a court date, go to court. Please do not let nobody tell you they're going to straighten it out. Even if you got the proof and all that shit, do not listen to them, because we got evicted. Right now, let's go back to my story. We get evicted and we put our stuff in storage, and hubby wants to go to his mom, right? His mom right there. I know we don't get along, so I don't want to go to his mom. And check this out. Hubby had a job and I had a job, right? We both had jobs with our both our children. Everything was good, and we got evicted. So I went to the motherfucking Salvation Army. Is that what it's called? Salvation Army. I think that's what it's called. Right? They allow for women and children and families. But of course, my husband wasn't going, right? He going to his mom. And then I wasn't gonna make my children go because, they could stay with their grandmother and their dad, right? But me and her, like, that's how bad our relationship was. Like, I would rather sleep in the car, right? I know that don't sound good. Yeah, no, I'm not joking, Mr. Kevin.
I can believe it.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
people don't even rather suffer. I'd rather suffer before I'm in your presence.
Yeah.
It's better that way.
Now, that's why I know about, being homeless, because essentially we was homeless it was less than a month, right? Because we had jobs. So, so I talked to them, because normally you got to go in with your children. They knew I had children, and I explained to them, look, I got a job, I work. They make you come in at a certain time, but because I worked late, I didn't get off until 11 p.m. They allowed me to come in. Also, we had cars, right? It's hard to explain to people that you homeless, but you got vehicles. So I explained the whole situation on how the shit went down. And they allowed me to go in, right? It's just me by myself. And they allowed me to go to work and come in. I remember a couple of times I had to argue with the lady letting me in, wanting to write me up. And I'm explaining to her, hey, I got a pass. I work until 11. But anyway, long story short is, so wait, I was talking about, y'all, originally.
You were saying that you had to, that you were saying that you didn't stay by your mother-in-law's.
No.
Husband wasn't staying there.
Yeah. But essentially, I talked about how I got homeless because I was saying something else. So I was just explaining that I was homeless and how I got homeless, right? That wasn't even the first time we was homeless. But that was a time we was homeless, right? But damn, what I originally was talking about while I was explaining why I was homeless. See, my stories get all off because I started explaining, so everybody can understand why. I already explained that I've been homeless twice. I'm talking about.
Wait, what's the question you asking?
What was I originally talking about?
You was talking about y'all got evicted because the landlord was on crack, or assume what y'all checked, and the judge
he was
said,
on crack. Come to find out he was on crack. But what was I saying before I mentioned that? Because I started.
Oh, you was talking about how what you was talking about?
You were saying that you didn't realize that probably that house was up for sale or something like that.
No, I think I was talking about benefits from military or something.
Yeah, with your son, right? And that they should file a suit.
No, I was talking about how people will share information. Remember, you mentioned that. So there was a Black woman at the Salvation Army, right? Now she sat me down, and I'm not lying, y'all. She told me all types of shit. That's the same woman who gave me the okay to come in, because I really shouldn't have been there with no children, right? Just a single woman, no children. That Salvation Army is for families, women, children, and their husbands are the men in the family. But she allowed me to come in because, you know, I explained everything. Anyway, she sat down, she told me about how you could get welfare legally, right? And still be getting child support. She explained to me how I can get help getting first month's rent or security deposit or this or that. She also the one who told me to go down to the Social Security, not the Social Security, the welfare office, and tell them what I needed. And she told me they're gonna tell me that they don't do that, but she told me, no, tell them that you're not leaving until you get help. And she told me what to call it, general assistance. And she told me this. She didn't tell everybody this. And she says she don't tell everybody, right? Because she says the certain help is for the people who really need it.
Really need it, yeah.
And who gonna use it, and it's gonna benefit them. So what she meant by that was there's some other people in that same homeless shelter, but they're on drugs, right? And or they have other alcoholism or other things where even if they went to go get the money, they'll be able to get it, but it's not going to really help them, because even if you get first month's rent and security deposit to move in somewhere, how long you think a drug addict gonna be in that apartment before they have to get evicted again, Because when you on drugs or you're not doing certain things, you're not paying your bills. And so they got organizations that are out here to help. And they want to make sure that the money, when they help you, they want to make sure that it's going to really help you. It's not going to just help you for 2 months, 3 months, that it's going to help you. And she explained, because I was wondering, like, she was like, yeah, they're going to be out on funds soon. So she told me to go that first thing in the morning, right before I go to work. And she explained, don't take no for an answer. And so when I first went there and I did exactly what she told me, they told me, oh, we don't do that here. So I told them, I said, well, I'm homeless. I come to get some help. And they said, oh, we don't do that here. So I looked, and there was a black woman looking me in my fucking face, telling me we don't do this. And I said, well, I'm looking just for some help because I don't know where to stay. Oh, we don't do that here. So I said, well, I came to make an appointment with general, what it was called, general assistance, to get help with a place to stay. And that's when she said, sign in right here. Ain't that some shit? So when I guess the password or the code word was general assistance, GA. And that's when I told y'all be wondering why I be telling y'all certain things. People tell me shit, I pass it on. General assistance is a federally funded program. The federal people give each state an amount of money. That amount of money is different from state to state, right? I'm quite sure California give way more. Here in Delaware, the general assistance will give you, it used to back then, this was a long time ago, my kids were little, right? At the time, they was giving something like $300 and towards something, and they would give it to you every single year if you qualify for it every year. As long as you have Medicaid, because I wasn't on food stamps or nothing like that, but my children was on WIC and Medicaid. And because I was on those two programs, or at least one of them, I qualified. So y'all go, and this is money, y'all, that it's not, I don't know if you would call it free money, but what I would say is that it's government money. And who pays the government? Who gives the government their money? We do.
Our tax dollars.
Tax dollars. That's right.
That's why we really got to take advantage of everything that we can get our hands on.
Yes.
Because all they do is just send that money back for the fiscal year.
And trust me, they don't do that. They'll have people come in and get that money. White people, listen, white people go get
they'll
that
scam to get it like with Brett Favre.
Mm-hmm. They got to spend that goddamn money. You need to go and get your money. If you got a grandmother, and even if she don't like she's not dire needing it right now, but sometime in this year, go and have her go get that money. They'll pay a portion of a bill up to the amount that they give you. You know what I mean? They're not gonna give it to you in your hand. So it's gonna have to be a bill. And it could be include your cell phone bill, because now cell phones are included as a necessity. Back then, cell phones wasn't a necessity, baby. Now today, though, that's people's way of. Do they still have the Obama phones, y'all? Is that thing? Do that still exist? I wonder. But anyway,
I don't know if it's the Obama phone, but I be seeing people selling phones to people who got EBT cards. They be out there, their little tips and stuff, trying to get on phones. But I don't know if it's still called the Obama phone though. But they still pass them out. I think if you got an EBT card or something like that.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Oh yeah.
So you know,
still see
that's when when Obama, you know, when they decided that cell phones was a necessity. Because how you gonna get a job if you don't have a phone? You don't have no way of people contacting you and shit like that. Then they give you the phone, so many minutes per month for free, and then you can, I think, pay minutes on it. I remember them sending me that phone. I ain't never opened that damn phone up. I ain't gonna lie. They said that shit. That was probably when Obama first got in office, maybe. What year he got in office? 08?
Well, shit, I need one. Anybody selling one? Because this high ass iPhone cell phone bill. I need a free phone.
Man, you are. I know that's right.
I need anything free I can get. Shit,
man. You know, it was just simply like the regular prepaid phones that you put minutes on.
Man, I don't give a damn. Do it dial out?
Oh yeah, dial out. Yeah. Man, I remember that phone. I remember them sending me that phone. In fact, I think I got two phones, because when I would go to the office and they would say, "Oh, did you sign up?" I said, "Yeah, but I don't know what a phone is." They said, "Oh, it's okay. Sign up right here." I think those people was getting paid per people they sign up. But I ain't never activate none of those phones. I think I got two of them eventually, two of them. Yeah, it could have been a backup phone. You know, the one when you sign up for shit on the internet and you got to give a number. Could have been that phone. Because I tell you, these motherfuckers, man. What we're gonna do tonight, y'all, is Friday, and I do see every time I ask that I never show up, but I do want to show up tonight. Okay, I'm getting ready to pay for it because they did send me an email for the Zoom. That's why I want to learn. Do y'all have the new Zoom on y'all? What y'all on phones or computers?
I'm on my phone right now.
Okay, how about you? I am, because Zoom look different for me. I'm not
on
sure.
Phone.
Oh, you're on the phone. Okay. Do anything look different since y'all on your phone?
Yeah, like when you log on, it's like the little before you log on, it says Zoom and all that. That's different. But
yeah, it's color blue, right? Yeah.
Yeah, dark and blue, and say something else or something. But other than that, I don't really notice it.
Oh, okay. I never
only use Zoom when I get on here. So.
Yeah, they got some new stuff over here, y'all, like apps and shit. And she gonna probably sign up. Wait. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing.
Tell whoever that is to be quiet.
Wait. Okay, she signed up. She gonna come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Came in under the wrong name. Yeah, so they got some stuff over here, y'all. It's a lot of little apps, and I'm gonna learn how to use it. But yeah, so let me see. Watch this. Let me see if this works. Oh, it's telling me I gotta do something. What I gotta do? Check your email. Let me see. I'm gonna hit resend. do some testing. But if y'all want to do karaoke or something, then I'm assigning through StreamYard because that was better. But today is Friday. Literally, we'll be here today though, so I'm okay with that. Y'all, he's starting potty training. I'm not sure if y'all saw him. Hey, Kira, that's you?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kira. I did see that you called me. I was so sick and weak that hubby told me that the phone kept ringing. I said, oh, that was Kira, girl. And I rolled back over and went to sleep. I just woke up this morning. I woke up about noon. I'm sorry, not noon, midnight. Feeling better, feeling like myself.
It's a damn shame I ain't know everyone's name was Kira. It's a damn shame.
Look, it's my fault. I apologize to her. I'm so used to calling her that because she's like my little niece now. That's like my little niece.
Well, it ain't your fault. She didn't want nobody to know.
She didn't. And listen, she didn't want
The
nobody to know.
mean
I
stuff.
apologize. Look, she said it. She says it's not for everybody to know. She said it's not for everybody to know. But what I was saying? Oh yeah. So yeah. Listen, in my lifetime, I've been homeless twice. And to me, I consider homeless if it's not your own place that you live in. Like hubby, I guess, and the kids have never really been homeless because they was able to go by his mom. And then I would go to work and then go back there. And then in the morning, I was on it. You know what I'm saying? I was looking for a place to go, man. And that's how we ended up in a place we was in last time, where we was there for 16 years, which I'm kind of not too happy about that. When you're in a place for 16 years, we should have been buying it. But I promise you.
Right.
Yeah, but I promise you it wasn't intentional. You wasn't there intentionally for 16 years.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But like the price was right for where we was at. Now, after moving there, I realized why the price was the way it was. But then a person like me, you know, when my kids started getting older, wanted to go to the park, I started becoming really active in the community. And we changed the whole community from what it was before I moved there to what it was before I moved out. Okay. I don't know what it's doing now, to be honest. I haven't been in there, you know what I mean, in the last 2 years since COVID. But when you don't have somebody actively caring about the community, you know, these communities go down so fast. Because all it takes is some people they don't care. Like, I've never seen, and I guess maybe I was like that when I was a kid. Maybe I never, like I remember, you ever drive down the highway and you got a piece of paper and you got the window down and you figured, let it just fly out the window and you didn't think shit of it. I used to be like that. And hubby would be like, why would you do that? And I'm like, what are you talking about? People like, that's trash on side the road. It's going to be in the road. I'm like, nigga, it's just the road.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. I done seen people throw whole bags of trash, just pull it out their car, just open their door, just drop it right there.
Damn.
Chicken boxes, just drop it right there. Like, God damn.
Yeah. See, I used to be
some trifling people.
Or maybe it's almost like you just don't understand, like based on how you was raised. So I'm not saying I was raised to throw trash out, but I was raised where trash, we didn't have people come and collect our trash. Dad would put the trash on a pile, and burn it. Every weekend he would set a fire, like we having a bonfire. Remember, we on our own property, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in the woods. Yeah, so And I used to think sometimes maybe like the way hubby used to think, I used to think, wow, like, why do he care? Like, why is he mad at me? And then I start realizing though, when you live in a community, if everybody would just throw their paper outside on side the road in
yeah, Bob, that's a big difference from where you grew, where you was at. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I consider what people doing, and I don't think of them in a negative way. I think of them like they just don't get it. You know what I mean? Like they don't like. Remember when I explained how I didn't know how to? I'm thinking I'm keeping my house clean, and I told you I had that fire. And motherfuckers killing my kitchen white dudes, right? And telling me how I need to keep it clean. And I'm looking, I swear to God, like I'm thinking this, I'm about to cuss him out, right? I'm looking around the walls, the cabinets, the everything, and I'm thinking, what is he talking about? Where is all this dirt? Maybe we don't, we don't see the same thing. And I'm looking at him like he crazy. And so I asked him, what are you talking about? And he raises that thing up. Now, first of all, he was being flippant because he didn't have to say what he said, right? Like everywhere else you look, refrigerator, you open it up clean, the walls clean, the cabinets clean, everything's clean. And he raises this thing up, and there was a whole puddle. I'm talking about like as if I took a whole, what they call one of them big things of oil, cooking oil. I'm talking about one of the big ones, I'm talking about one of them big ones, like if I was cooking a fried turkey or something, one of the big ones. It looked like a gallon or a couple of gallons was poured underneath that thing. And it was clear at that. It wasn't even dark or burned. It was clear oil. This was the electric stove, by the way. And I just didn't know that thing lifted up like that. I'd lived there for 16 years, but this happened. Maybe we were there, maybe 12 years. We probably was 12 years in, same stove. That's 12 years of grease floating at the bottom of that thing. And I just never knew. I cleaned that thing. I would take out those little electrical burners. I would pull them out and clean the silver thing. I even had something inside the pans for the drippage, right? And keep it clean. And never in my wildest dreams did I know that right in between oil was sitting underneath there. That's what caught fire. And then that man lifted that thing up. I looked at him like mouth wide open. Like, wow, I didn't even know that lifted up.
Yeah, just a grease catcher at some point.
You know what I'm talking about? Like,
so you're talking about with the electric stove?
Yeah, and the whole
but
top
see,
lifts up.
Yeah, because you're not used to electric. You're used to gas, probably, or wood.
I never had.
Right, and the only reason why I remember because my mama got a new stove and you can lift it up and then a hole up and she would clean underneath it.
Yeah,
but I remember the old gas stove. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I was raised on gas, so when I got, when we got one of these, which I think when we first moved into the apartments was the first one. I'm not sure in the Army if we had gas or electric. I can't remember, but what I will tell you, it didn't matter because not until that man raised that shit up did I even know that shit lifted up. And if you don't know, you just don't know. And so that's why I wonder, like, how do we find out things we don't know? And how could I even teach my sons if I don't know? And that brings back that question or statement that woman made over there on Thelma. What his name is? Thelmus and Thought. Thermos and Thought.
Oh, Themis?
Themis and Thought. Remember when she said she was mad at her mom because her mom didn't teach her something that she didn't know? And we're like, well, how would your mom teach you something she don't know? How can, like, I didn't know So I couldn't have taught it to my sons. And
Right.
apparently,
Ain't no shame in not knowing. People act like they got to know everything. You know, nobody have all the answers to everything. We all here to learn.
right.
You know, but it's like you said that you know, been homeless twice. You listen to people on YouTube, they never had a hard financial time in their life. I never seen so many six-figure niggas in my life. Or
Man,
on their way to. Right. Shit.
man,
Everybody take a hit. It builds character. Fuck.
Man, I'd have been homeless twice. That time it was less than it probably was less than a month. It definitely was less than a month, but a little less than a month. And was that the first time or the second time? Let me think. I think that was the absolute last time. The first time, it was the same type of situation, you know, where we in Delaware and staying with his mom. I was pregnant. I was pregnant with my first son. We had just gotten here. We had money and everything. The military paid my husband something like $30,000 to get out. So he got paid. We had money. And I'm telling him, you know, let's look for homes and stuff like that. I don't know what happened. I do know that. I'm not going to go into all that. But we stayed with her. And then there's an argument. Then the argument not even with me. But see, the thing is, you can't kick me when I'm down because I'm never down. I'm a bitch who gonna get up and crawl wherever she got to go. You know what I'm saying? And if certain people, they like to see you when they think they have power over you, and then, you know, then they want to tell you what to do. But the thing is, I got
the other goal. You know what the other golden thing you have? You know how,
Mr. I think you're breaking up. You there? Oh, you muted yourself. But I don't take kind to people telling me what to do, and I'm grown. Like I'm okay with taking that things, but
you heard what I said, Bob?
Say it again.
I said and not only that, you know how to survive off little or nothing. You've been there before.
So
if you don't know how to get up like we all had to do, then you're suspect. So you can't hold a hard time or that I may have to take a step down over people's head that didn't came from the bottom up.
Right. That might be why I don't judge. You notice I don't judge people based on certain things. I keep saying, like, we got a lot of spoiled people, because I'm telling you, y'all, if you ain't never been hungry, you ain't never been hungry. I remember the hungriest I've ever been. Let me tell y'all. My mom was pregnant with my little sister, but not my little sister who's my sister now, right? Before my mom got pregnant with my little sister, she was pregnant with another baby. I think I told y'all, my mom was pregnant, and my dad worked construction, which I told y'all, he worked construction, and my dad was proud man. He would not let my mother go and file for food stamps. He would not, right? Already knowing that the man can't be there. They want to dig into business and all that shit. And my dad.
Yes, thank you for saying that, Bob. Jesus, that said a lot of things. Yes, for a short period of time.
Yes,
the man could not be in their house. Now that's not enough to make it a big ass disappearing act by the men, but there was that for a short period of time.
That was true. That is true without a doubt, y'all. My family suffered from it. That's what I'm saying. Right.
And in New Orleans, all the projects had cleared, all the men cleared out all the projects for about 5 years, and they laid off the shit. But they had moved, they had left. But when white people was in it, they used to let the white man stay in there with the family, like in the St. Bernard. It used to be a family deal. Is to help the family together.
But it was meant to break ours up. And you know, that anybody who don't believe it, you could go look it up. They actually had to sue and say it was unconstitutional. Right? They was only using that shit against us. Because white men was able to be in the household. In fact, white men was able to get social services, but black men, they wanted to know Well, why you
Yeah,
got
they
an
was able to
able-bodied
stay
man?
there and get all the benefits, right?
That's
Because the
right.
whole most of the Saint Bernard was white. That's why they kind of got that Creole mix. Then you had a couple other projects, they was all white. And they had families. And that shit stopped in probably the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah. So it is true. And so my dad was proud, right? And he was a construction worker. Certain time of the year in Louisiana, it rains. That means there's no work, right? And I don't know what else. I just know that part, right? I was a kid, so I don't know what could have been happening with my parents. But what I do know is that my dad wouldn't let my mom go get help. And I remember, we would go to school, and of course, when you're in school, you could eat breakfast, lunch, right? So we would eat at school. My mom was pregnant with this other baby. I remember, I don't know if it was a summertime or if it was like a weekend, but what I do know is that there was no school. So I remember my mom asking me to go. My mom started crying, y'all. I'll never forget this shit. She cried because I'm assuming she was hungry. Like I was hungry, but she's pregnant. She's sad, she cries. And she asked me to go down the street and ask my grandmother for a couple of eggs. And she's crying. And my grandmother gave us a couple of eggs and mom fried them. And then she tried to give me some, but I was like, nah, you eat it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're a mom and you pregnant. Man, I'll never forget that shit. That's etched in my brain. Right? That's etched in my brain. I'll never forget that shit. Ever.
Yeah, it's like my mom. She was working 2 or 3 jobs. She had to clean houses and do sitting work and and seamstress and stuff like that. So even though the hard times, we used to wake up, my mom been and fell asleep at the table, trying to cook breakfast in the morning. And we'll, walk around in underwear and stuff, go walk her to the bed and cut the food off, finish cooking breakfast, eat and go watch TV on Saturday. I can't never get mad at that woman. Long time. After going through that. I remember that regardless of whatever the issues was, she had to handle it on her own and never complain. And she ain't never said nothing negative about my pa. Never did.
Yeah. Yeah. See, because my dad was proud. You see what I'm saying? Like, we hungry. He might come in late at night with some food and hurry up and cook it. I remember at one time we didn't even have no electric. You see? So when people want to cry because they can't get a pair of Jordans, you're going to have to excuse
but
me,
not
baby.
Having electric wasn't that bad. And because we had the gas stove, when it was cold, you could open the stove.
Exactly. But even,
it'd be warm. Yeah.
That's how we kept the house warm anyway, even if we did have electric. The stove, right. Turn that stove on and open that oven up. That's what kept the house warm until my dad made a wood burning stove, and he put it in the bathroom in the back of the house, and he would go and chop wood and put it in there. Every morning before we got up, he would go and get some wood from outside and light it up so it could be a little warmer when we got dressed for school. And I imagine, and I don't know it to be a fact, but I'm quite sure I probably went to school smelling like smoke. Because you know that if the air blew in that hose a certain way, our bathroom would be full of smoke. But then because our home was warm through that way anyway, we probably had a permanent smoke smell on us. I realized that as an adult, but as a child, I didn't know that. Not
until like y'all smoking ham in the house or something.
Yes.
What y'all cooking?
And when people talk about this traditional woman, my grandmother, before I remember, I was old enough to remember when she got a regular stove, but my grandmother used to cook on a wood burning stove, y'all. She would boil her water in the morning. Now originally she cooked outside. Remember when I was telling people the stoves and shit wasn't indoors, that shit was outside. People in the South didn't have no motherfucking heat.
And that's just not black folks, white folks too. They had an outside stove that grill that they built from bricks.
That's
and
right.
You put a grate on it and you can cook from there. You like to, put the wood up under there.
Yeah.
They still have some of those.
Yeah. But in the South, that was the kitchen. The kitchen was out. And in the slavery times, that's cooking wasn't done in the main house. It wasn't done in the house. It was done outside, or they ended up building something over it so they can, even in the rain and shit like that. Yeah. But yeah, that's what fireplaces are. Fireplaces are, that's for cooking. That shit wasn't for to warm enough shit up. Even though you could, but that mainly was for cooking. Right. A fireplace was a fireplace. That's a place where you fired up things to cook. So
right, just like in The Color Purple, that was pretty much how the house was.
Oh, was it? Let me see.
Well, yeah, they had the metal part, but they also built like the little thing to ventilate it. But yeah, she had the whole fire. She had to start the whole fire. She had the metal one, and that's when you had money. When you had the metal one inside with the little chimney that goes out, but you put the firewood in it.
Oh yeah, they had money. But even then, they couldn't have been in the South because remember, it was indoors, right? Now
it was still indoors. It's a fireplace to it, though.
Yeah, but you got to remember though. Think about where we from, Louisiana. It's hot, right? It's hot in the summertime. You think anybody cooking inside?
Fuck no.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why it don't add up. That's why people think they know what they know because of movies, but the movies are inaccurate. If it's summertime, why would anybody start a fireplace, even to cook in your house? You already hot as shit. There was no AC back then. We had fans.
People still get a trip when I tell them my high school didn't have air conditioning.
Right.
And they're like, really? Like, no. I said, when you seen that Oprah show when she was working with the high school, that's my old high school. She had to put air conditioning in the motherfucker. For generations, it's been like that. I'm like, man, some people don't know how good they have it. It's just different. So.
Yes. So yeah, up until when I got married, I didn't know nothing about no AC. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we lived in a bayou. My window was right there under a tree, and my dad would put a fan. Remember them old fans? They used to be this old fan. The blades were larger and bigger, and
damn near you couldn't stick it in there, but it cut your hand off.
Oh, yep, it would cut your ass up. You better not put your hand in that.
With a belt on it. But that wasn't that kid. I explained to people that just wasn't the South. It was all through the Midwest and stuff like that. They had a lot of farmland and country towns and stuff like that. That's just was that generation, But some people just missed that one. But yeah, I remember that big old fan. It looked like an old industrial ass fan.
That's this traditional shit that these people talk about. They want traditional, but are they willing to get rid of their AC, their heating indoors? Or are the men gonna go cut some wood and start a fire and cook outside? And you know what I mean? Are they gonna go and hunt?
Everybody worked harder though. Everybody
yes, they
worked harder with it. Yeah, shit. That shit wasn't easy. I don't know what the women thinking, if they wanted to be. I don't know what the men thinking. But everything wrong, you had to fix it.
That's right.
Right.
You couldn't just call nobody to come and fix it. You better fix that shit, or you're gonna trade somebody for something. You're gonna get somebody some meat or something for them to fix something. People, not my grandfather, my father and his brothers and sisters built my grandmother's house when they were young boys. And you could tell.
My dad and my grandpa built their house out there in the country in Mississippi.
You could
From
tell.
Ground up.
Looked like the house was leaning a little bit, right? Like it was almost leaning. Back then they didn't have like what we have, paneling. No, there was paneling back then. It looked like wood. It was wood color. You know what I'm talking about? It was brown.
Yeah, that cheap ass paneling with the stripes in there. I know what you're talking about. And that was before they put insulation in between that and the wall.
No installation. That's right.
Right.
So
then we came back in the 80s. Then you put insulation in between.
That's right.
Right.
No
then they had the spray installation. Then you doing good when you had the spray installation in the attic and shit.
Yeah, that's some new shit right there. But back then, my grandmother, like in her house, you could hear this. It's something running through the walls on top of that paneling. Yeah. Like we're not sure what it was and what it was running to or from. It could have been a snake chasing after a rat. Could have been a coon. It could be anything, but you could hear it just at night, just running. That's what I'm saying, man. But
other people think a Little House on the Prairie, and they was rich and still had that.
They was rich,
right?
Yeah, Little House on the Prairie is some rich
they really
type
would have
shit.
had but they would still had outdoor plumbing.
Yeah,
they still would have had that. They had indoor plumbing back then.
They had a Little House on the Prairie, the house looking all pretty and shit. You could tell that some wealthy people. You could still go in the South in Louisiana now and see some of the homes.
Right. And they got some black folks with those homes too. I met some people out there when I was filming from Baker, Louisiana. They still got their original. It was good to see, Yeah. And I think I was telling one of the persons when I met Kofi with the main actor. The main actor I was standing in for, his parents was from another country. And they had came to the set, and they came to the set in when we was out there in Violet by the sugarcane fields, and they was talking to some older 70, 80-year-old people that was in the shot in the show, and they were both talking about the different countries where they grew up, where the sugarcane was, and how they grew up as kids. And you had about 20 people standing around them just taking it in. Yeah. With these old people talking about their history.
What Baker, Louisiana, is that near? What that's going to? Oh, Baton Rouge.
Around that way.
Let me see. I'm looking. Okay, I see St. James, Baton Rouge. There you go. Okay, Port Allen, Plaquemine. Yeah, Mandeville, Donaldsonville.
Right, I got people in Donaldsonville.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, man, that's people have no idea. You know what I'm saying? It's we spoiled, including myself. I'm spoiled too, right? Let me tell you, I promise you, be happy to say that you're a modern day woman, ladies. Okay? Because just imagine in the middle of the night when you have to use the bathroom and you have to get you a little lantern and walk outside and go to the outhouse. Or the other option is, and that's only if there's a pot, which it looks like a pretty little vase. Yeah, you got to be very careful when y'all buying antique vases. Because they look like they vase, right? Look like you might want to put some water in it and pour it. But it really was the pot. And you know what you did on the pot, y'all? You did the number 2.
It ain't for drinking.
It ain't for drinking.
Right.
It ain't for drinking. It is like a pot. The rich people would have some type of something where they could sit on, and that pot would be underneath it. So you could sit on something, but when it dropped in that pot. Okay. The slave back in the day would go in and empty the pot. They go in there, empty the pot. They usually had the children do that. Yeah. It would always be a child.
Work,
yeah.
Same thing in other countries. Asia, China did that too when they had their hotels and stuff like that. A lot of them had the kids do that type of work, or the girls.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, girls, ladies, when they started to allow us to work, we worked for men. We worked with the men. And just like they died early, so did we. And the thing is, our money wasn't ours. When we got paid, it was for our husband. And if we wasn't married, then it was for our dad, our fathers. Got our money.
Or you was at some kind of brothel.
Yep. If you was at some brothel, then that's different. That that means you have no man taking care, nobody in charge of you.
Right. And which a lot of orphans wind up there.
Yeah. And by the way, a brothel even wasn't considered a negative thing like that. Because it was something that was necessary. They didn't look at those women like, oh, you just a whore. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like that. So we decided through morality.
It was more to give you an option. It was for entertainment and the option of, sex if that's what you wanted. But most of them was hotels.
Yeah, they were hotels because that's where the men slept. Had to have rooms for the women. The women also slept there. That's where she lived. So she had a bedroom and a madam, or there was lots of men, sometimes some women who would, and the women in all, because they had diseases back then, but what she would do to make sure she didn't catch no disease was what it was, it's a poison that she would soak it on something and put it inside of her. And they just assumed that would kill anything that could. Yeah, it was bad, man.
It's like Dr. Tista mouthwash. It'll kill any damn thing.
Yeah, that's what they say. That shit's strong, but
that shit just killing every germ in your mouth at that time. Yeah. Drink that straight. You try that, gargle with that straight, you're coming out numb.
Did anybody go see the I was talking about the movie, the show, Interview with the Vampire. I paid for the channel. I unsubscribed because through Roku, 2 of the episodes are missing. How you gonna look at a goddamn series with missing episodes? I get to episode 5.
That's low down.
Yes, I watched number 4 and I was ready for 5, girl. And the next one come on, I'm assuming it's 5. But then I realized, I didn't do a preview of what was last episode. I was like, wait, I don't remember seeing none of this. So I go back and I noticed that it's episode 6. So I'm looking for episode 5. Where's episode 5? No episode 5. So then I go online to see if there's an episode 5, and there is. So I'm like, I want to see episode 5. What the fuck? Episode 5 looked like one of the best, ones. Anyway,
they had a line for that. Coming out. And they was like,
so I refused to look at 6 because I need to see episode 5. This shit is good, y'all. It's good. It is good. It's different than the movie, and it's good. It's a lot of stuff. A lot of y'all not gonna like though, because I know some people don't like the gay stuff. But let's be honest and real. In the book, Lisette has been living forever, right? Thousands of years. Mm-hmm. So he has sex with whoever. Mm. And Louis, on the other hand, had a tendency of liking men already, even though he dealt with women. So they were gay. And that shit is good. But it shows you actually Louisiana, where you saw that there was freed people who had money. Louis, he had money. His family had money in Louisiana, and he owned Storytown, a lot of homes in Storytown. Is that what it was called? Yeah. Which was the area for the pimping and stuff like that. He was a pimp. And he took care of his women. That shit was funny, man. But I need to see episode 5 before I go see episode 6. I'm sorry. I wanted to skip, and I said, no, I can't do it. So then I went. But anyway, I mentioned that because it shows you New Orleans with free Black people. But then they start making changes, and then that's when they wanted Black people, like Black people own money and shit, and then they want to take it. They started making rules where you can't make money anymore. They started to put laws in place. Just like I think you said this, where Black people not even allowed to own anything on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, they got what they call the French Quarter Coalition, and that's some of them old white boys. They have to vote on the owners to start a new business down there. And of course, they ain't gonna vote for nobody. The only one business they got down there, I think it's the French Connection. I think that's one that's at the back on Frenchman Street. But other than that, they ain't letting no blind. That's where the money at.
Yeah.
And see, that's why I be ticked off with our politicians and mayors and City Hall, all Black, 80% Black city, but we can't get no Black hotel and no Black business, not even a bar room, not even a bar on Round Bourbon.
Yeah, because they won't. Yep, get it. They got laws in place.
The head of the spokesperson for that French Quarter Coalition is a Black dude, so they put the little nigga up there. You know, and they just recently did that. He's a spokesperson, right? Look at that.
They're not brave enough to fight and get some of them unfair laws off the books. You see,
right?
But that's how smart they were. They would go in and start messing with laws, and that is.
Or they'll make the French Quarter historical, governed by the French Quarter Coalition. And that's just old white boys who just make all the decisions in that area.
Right. Jim Crow laws is still holding tight.
Grandfathered in, that's what they call it.
Yeah, grandfathered in, yeah. So it's crazy.
Like for the longest time that you can, when you went on Bourbon Street, they were only allowed to sell Lucky Dogs, those hot dogs with the vending machine. Until recently, now you can have vending trucks and stuff like that in New Orleans. But other than that, that was a one-time deal with one family when an exclusive grandfather didn't deal with that. They was the only ones who can do it. Be the vendors in the First Quarter.
But some people got paid off of that. They probably paid deep pockets to keep it that way for, Because if I'm the only person who can sell
somebody, right.
Yeah. If I'm the only person who can sell something and I want to keep it that way, then I pay the politician to make sure it stay that way. And I can offer them a lot of money because I'm the only one who can sell this one product.
Right.
They don't like when everybody can sell, like if every store in the French Quarter could sell hurricanes, then now they got competition everywhere. But if I'm the only one who can sell something called the Hurricane, then I'm gonna make money because I start telling people how good hurricanes are.
And if you do sell it, you got to buy the mix from me, the original mix.
Right. And that's something. That's how they get over, man. And then we fought for it. Like I said, we like shit with name brands on it. Ain't nothing but a shirt, like all shirts, but this shirt got an LV on it. We don't even know who this motherfucker Louis Vuitton is. He don't give a fuck about us, right? And then he tried to make sure we don't buy it by upping the price, and then we want it even more.
I used to always tell us, I say, man, rich people don't dress like that.
Yes, wealthy they sure
do not dress like that, man.
They do not. You know what they like? Them little shirts with the little gator on it. Some polo pants,
some flip flop or some boat shoes, the little leather boat shoes, slide-in shoes.
Yep, nicely fit to their bodies and shit, and they go. They don't be spent. They not spending no $1,000 on no motherfucking shirt, no purse and shit like that. The only people doing that are the wealthy celebrities, and they don't have to buy that shit.
Right, they give it to them.
They give it to them.
Walk around, and they just be hook, line, and sinker.
Giving our money to somebody who don't give. The reason why that shit is so high it's because they didn't want us with it.
Doesn't make, and I had to ask the same. I'm gonna have to say with the guys. I said, man, do that? I used to ask, do that make y'all feel better? The
Some
more
of them do.
expensive your stuff, I mean, stuff costs like that. Do it really make? I don't get it personally. I just don't. You know, I think some of them actually feel better when they do that.
Yeah, they do. They be walking around. It might be their own. Like I seen one guy.
I mean, confidence up, everything.
Confidence up and everything. I've seen guys wear the same shirt and shoes. Like he was so cocky and it looked good. But damn, like every day, dude, like every time I see you, you in it, and now you, but it would cost you so much. I guess I would wear it 5 days a week too. Shit. You know what I'm saying?
And I've seen some guys on all levels. I've seen guys in the project dress clean every day, hustle just to be clean.
Just to be clean. Ain't that something?
Monroe was always clean.
Yeah, I heard that he went into that lifestyle.
Right. He was always, I'm talking about both of them, but you know, when the one that my cousin, that nigga was always clean. Always clean.
Yeah.
Right. But then I knew some dudes that were always clean, but living with their mama.
Yep.
And grown men.
Something? Grown
right,
men.
that's crazy.
You dress like that, you can afford a place. What you doing?
Right.
Now you got something to be confident about for real. You got your own place. You're making it in the world. But when you be selling that shit and bringing that shit to the house,
right,
where people could end up shooting up your whole family, man, these young people crazy. They don't not even abide by no codes. It used to be, but people knew not to go by your peoples. Don't mess with your grandma. Don't mess with your mom. If they not in life, leave them alone. You motherfuckers not giving no shits. They come shoot up your house. Be to shut up the whole house. Shooting. I was reading, not reading, I was looking at one of the stories about these motherfucking rappers, aka killers, who on trial and shit. And they was talking about how they sent somebody to shoot up somebody, and they ended up shooting up the wrong house. They shot up the neighbor's house.
Right.
I was like, God.
Get the wrong people.
Yeah.
They do that. Same thing in Alabama with the two rapping twins, who one of them they wound up killing their stepdaddy, right? She tell her boyfriend, you know, some nigga messing with her or something like that. This nigga go grab his gun, go over to the apartment complex, kick in the door next to her and shoot an old man in the chest twice. Just because the girl said something, that he just that dumb. Just that much of a trash dummy.
I wonder how she feel about that. I wonder how he feel about that when he doing jail time about it. Like, I wonder, like.
Just as stupid as the rest of them, over dumb stuff.
And when they get older, how they gonna feel about that? Like, dude, one chick said one thing, and you just change your whole life over.
Right.
Do you think these men already be like thinking they're gonna die anyway? Is that why they living so reckless? Or like, I'm not understanding.
I definitely get the you know, you can live like that, but the difference is they want to be like that. That's what they're striving to be like. Like, you got guys that just want to be a shooter, which made no sense. Now, we had wild ass partners, but it used to be over money or some kind of territory or some kind of robbery or something like that. But for them to get clout on today and age, they'll do something, they'll rob another crew and then post it online, holding the dude's chains, forcing them, you know, the other dudes to respond when they didn't even have beef. Right. And that's how they clout chase.
That's some crazy shit right there. So that's what I'm asking. Are they the guy who's shooting and raising up the chain? What do they think they're invincible from guns, or do they have a death wish?
Yeah, that gun give them false courage. They don't get it. And what I used to tell a youngster, I said, Doug, just because you got a 45, you think they just made one?
No,
They got plenty. A lot of niggas died with that gun on them in their hand, shot 7, 8 bullets. I done seen it all. That don't make you invincible. It's usually the one with the intent, and you don't know where it's coming from. Why ask for that kind of drama? You can make money without that kind of bullshit, but that's the ones that want it.
I think it's the video games that created some of this shit. You know, they want.
It's just them. I don't think so, because we had the Terminator and all that kind of stuff. Remember when he went through that police station, they killed 5 damn dozen police.
Yeah.
We wasn't that stupid, you know. We wasn't that crazy, and usually, like I said, it was about something. We grew up with the same type of violence. I think that video games affect the white boys more than black street crimes.
Nah, them black boys.
They think they're invincible. I think a couple of them.
They out here. They itching to shoot a gun. They want to play. Look at this dude who they just got. That white boy went in and killed 4 people. They said that this man has a master's degree in criminology. He studied. He took classes on serial killers and learned, so he figured he won't get away with it. And they caught his ass. And they've been knowing who he was too. Coming to find out. They just was trying to piece it all together, grab the DNA. Because the woman saw it. And they saw his car, so they always knew the car. And he was doing some slick shit, y'all. He waited to do this shit right before his tag on his car was about to expire, which gave him a valid reason to go and get him a whole new tag in a whole new state. This man thought this shit out.
Yeah, ain't that some shit?
Yes. And they said that he went to that house dozens of times just staking it out. Then he went in there, black gloves, all black, in a mask. And the only thing the girl was able to see was his bushy eyebrows. I'm waiting to see how this shit went down though, because somebody saw her, but they didn't call the police until 8 hours after them people were dead. And they thinking that man left, but then he came back, and maybe she was so scared and frozen that she didn't want to be killed. So
yeah, shit. Can you blame him to some degrees? That's traumatizing to some people.
Yeah. I can't blame him.
That'll mess your head
I'll
up.
probably still be in that motherfucker, still trying not to breathe.
Still in the corner somewhere.
No. And I don't mean to laugh because it ain't funny, but like she's lucky she's alive. I think 2 of them, they killed 4 people, but there were 6 in that house, I think.
Yeah, that's like some of the people and some of them kids that played. Some of the people that think about the kids that Uvalde that played dead. Played dead while the little boy and girl next to him got shot.
Yep, put blood off their friend to put it on them and play dead.
Damn. Right. I mean, I done seen some shit, but I ain't ready for that one.
Man, I'm telling you one thing, they smart. Them little kids is smart. That would have been some shit I would have done.
That'll mess up an adult.
Yes, Lord. To see your best friend. One little girl said her best friend, she didn't want to leave her. She took blood off her best friend and put it on herself and played dead. These kids was in elementary school, yo. And she thought to do that. I wish that dude was still alive because he need to be tortured. They should have.
Yeah, that's why they were like, they should have killed him. No, put him in general population. That's some torture, some suffering.
Yes, they need to be some suffering.
Let them suffer. When you get, let's see, a lot of people, look, it's not a good thing to sit in that cell, even when you isolated 23 hours a day for the rest of your life. You get to walk around maybe a couple of times a week for an hour. That's it. No contact. Till you get old and die.
Yeah.
And if you step out of there, they got people waiting on you, and they're gonna probably get to you before you even get to the isolation. You're gonna be begging for that. He'll be begging for the isolation.
Yeah.
Just like Dylan Roof ass. They sent that dude, that guy that caught the Dylan Roof and beat him and hung him hung him by his arms and put the drawers over his head. You know, and took a picture of him. They gave the guy all kind of fan mail and then sent him some money to buy him some store and Twinkies and shit.
Somebody give me his I'll send him some too.
Right. I said, that's what you do. Don't get mad. No, if you go to jail, I know what to do. I know a lot of people in prison. We can reach out.
Man.
I'll make sure if I had to put getting your ass as a part of my budget on the outside. Well, now they're taking pictures for proof. They got cameras in there. They'll take a picture and send it to you. How you request. You can put the nigga on the phone in jail.
Yeah. And listen, killed them young people, and you know they were white. That was fucked up. I think that the two women just turned like 21 last year. Old dude stalked them out and went to the house. And I guess they're thinking that maybe he thought because a lot of people went in and out of that house, he thought it would be perfect for him. He didn't even go to that school. He went to a whole nother school. So he traveled. And even though it wasn't that far, like I think they said 10 minutes, bit of murder.
And Von, did they ever find out who killed them 3 college white kids?
That's what we talking about.
On the dorm? Yeah, that they ain't never found them yet, huh?
No, they got him. Yeah, it's 4.
Oh,
it was 4
they did.
kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They
Now,
got
how
him.
was he able to stab 3 or 4 of them and they had other people there they didn't know it?
That's the one of the girls said she did see. So they was going to sleep. They had just got in.
Okay, that's why you're saying that it took 8 hours. Okay.
Yeah, and they say he come in. I think she said she heard her friend say somebody's in the house. And then she said she saw somebody though with a mask on and all black, but he walked up. She said she was tired. She saw him walk up to a friend and say, "Oh, it's just me. I'm gonna help you." And so she said she went in her room, went to bed, or some shit like that. And he killed them with a knife. Yep.
And you know the sad thing is, you see that last little stretch of video before they went home.
Yep.
While they was outside. That's messed up, bro.
And
put them in general population.
Yeah, they was on different floors, I think. But she said she saw him. She knew. She said she saw his build, right? How tall he was, and they said what she recognized was his bushy eyebrows, which is a dead giveaway because he do have some real bushy ass eyebrows. Right? They distinctive. And but I think they also said that after he did it, I guess he was, because remember he's a criminology
major or something.
Major, yes. So he went around probably wiping shit, taking shit, and so probably nervous.
Yeah, he damn sure stalked her and planned it out like one.
Yeah, and then they said, I think they said that he left later, and they knew what they ended up finding his DNA in certain areas. So
they just had to catch him. They probably been knew it was. Yeah.
Yeah, they knew it was. They stalked out his house. They went to his house. Then they went to his parents' house, stalked them out so they can get a DNA sample. So they waited for their dad or somebody to throw away something so they could get his DNA to match it up with the son.
Right.
And once they got that,
they just wanted to make sure they took every precaution to make sure they had him where he can't get away. He can't get no kind of deal in court or nothing. Lock it all in.
Yeah.
With the evidence.
You're about to lock it up. And these is how we be. And so even Dr. Phil asked the question, like, could we be creating actual serial killers by showing these movies of them giving details. And they got a lot of people into them. Like I watch them.
That's why you're saying that. Right.
Yeah. You know, they show them, they giving details. They talking about DNA, touch DNA. Do you think you could commit a murder and get away with it? Because think about it. I think he thought he could. And you know why? He has no association with these people.
No.
Normally.
Just like they have people that, they've been having serial killers that we never even heard of, that in unsolved mysteries and stuff like that. These people been on a rant forever. And we're not to mention a typical, hood dude with like YSM Young Thug with damn near 50 bodies under his belt. Or they trying to stick to him. Killings are, responsible for killings. That dudes like that. So yeah. And then you remember that it wasn't nothing for these people to just drive across the countryside looking for victims.
Right. I just saw one, like you're right. They got serial killers I never heard of until looking at TV shows, right? There's this one they called him the happy face like killer, some shit like that.
Right.
This dude was a truck driver.
All of that. Right.
Yeah. Dude was a truck driver, and he would just pick up women who he liked. He would end up making one major mistake, and it would be like liking the woman, and she introduced him to her friends, and then eventually kill her. And that's how he messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And then he signed a document.
One of them did that to 2 or 3 wives.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Killing his wives, ain't that some shit?
Right.
But they call her killers.
Then they had a lady, like she was a black widow too. They had someone, she was poisoning her husband. I was like, damn, boy.
Yeah, man.
Right. One ran an orphanage, and they found bodies in the back of the house.
That was bad. California, God.
Right.
Yeah. She was taking people in just like it didn't make sense because all she had to do, she was getting the money. Homeless. Yeah, she could just keep them there and continue to get their little checks, but she killed them and kept getting their checks. Why didn't she think she was gonna get caught when them people family want to know? Like, where's Rob? She told them people, oh, Rob took a vacation and he went to Mexico. Okay, well, when Rob coming back? Rob be back next week. She didn't think next week was
to him in Mexico.
Yeah. And so she had gotten away with that same story for a while with people. Because it's almost like, in a sense, I think what they were saying is that some family members get a sigh of relief when their family member died, because then now they no longer have to, worry about them, take care of them. So, but the thing is, what I don't understand is how she thinks she's gonna continue to get money from somebody who she had to report is dead. And it was people who was a little slow, mentally challenged.
Yeah,
so why?
She probably was getting the checks as long as she could.
Yeah, she was. But she can only get it so long because when the family start wondering where's Rob, and now Rob is missing. And then they can't find Rob because she done buried Rob in the whole goddamn garden in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And then they found more bodies. They ended up finding like 6 bodies back there.
Right. Rob really pushing daisies.
Oh, no, man. God damn. And then she got away. While they was finding bodies, yo. They let that woman walk away. She said, well, I see, how many bodies is it now? Oh, well, can I walk to the corner and buy me some cigarettes? And the goddamn police officer said, sure. And she went, he saw her walking away towards the corner, and he ain't never see her ass again. But they had already found like 4 bodies.
Mm-hmm.
How in the hell they let her walk away? They did end up catching her. Somebody saw her at a hotel somewhere, some distance away, but it's almost like they don't believe that certain people could be killers. Now, we getting put in jail right away. They ain't giving us no.
Like the white chick that stabbed the black dude to death. Like they let her literally. The bitch covered in blood, man. What the fuck?
Right. I'm still wondering what's going on with that, because at first they were letting her go, talking about she was abused. Then there's a whole video where she whipping his ass.
Right. And then they got the phone recordings and shit.
Oh, what the phone recording say?
Well, they had her cussing them out and stuff like that. That's probably what the video of the phone recording, but she was cussing them out, calling them the N-word and shit like that, hitting on them, shit like that.
That was
and then one of her
friends,
I think one of her friends said that, even told her that you killed your boyfriend or something when she was in a hotel or something. And something, that kind of thing. Now, so we're gonna see what they charge her with and see if they go see if they do it like they did OJ.
Yeah, man. You know what I found out? I saw it somewhere. Where did I see this at? So I can show it. That when Nicole and Witchcomb got killed, there was an actual murderer who they know who killed Nicole and that dude, and it was not OJ.
I don't think it was OJ.
They say they know and have known for many years who did that shit. Because
I don't think it was OJ.
Yeah, I didn't think it was OJ.
Damn near cut two people's head almost completely off, meaning severed, meaning past the throat, right? From the right in the same spot, like nobody ran.
Nobody
and
ran.
They right there next to each other. Really, that motherfucker that quick?
Man, and he had no scratches or nothing on him like that.
Without no blood on, without being covered in blood. Cut jugular veins and everything.
Yeah, they said they knew the dude ended up because he took something from Nicole and he found it later on, right? And they said that this man he was stalking Nicole. I don't know where I saw this at, so I can show y'all. God damn. Where did I see this information? And
they was out there. They was kind of out there with the drug and stuff and gambling, debt and stuff like that too on Nicole.
But they said this was just a stalker, just somebody who, and he had stalked a few others and killed people just like that. And he took trophies. And this dude was and then he was in jail. I'm not sure if he's in jail right now, but they never charged him with the murder of. And they say that they pretty much know he did it. And so, with his name walking around with people acting like he did it. He even made a book. That's how I knew he didn't do it, when he wrote a book saying, "If I did it." When he wrote that motherfucking book.
As far as I'm concerned, white folks could have his dumb ass. It didn't matter to me. It didn't matter to me. Y'all can have him. He been left us. Don't send him back now.
I know that's right. He did 10 years for stealing his own shit from somebody who stole it from him.
Shit back. Right.
Ain't that some shit?
That's when the white folks want your ass in jail.
Yeah, man.
They just want you in jail. They just come up with some shit. You got armed robbery, getting your own shit back.
And because he wasn't really on our side, nobody wanted to help his ass. Because, we could have made a fuss about it, looked into it. But motherfuckers was like, nigga, you free, and you went right back to being not one of us. So I tell you what,
I wasn't see why people was just so thrilled about it. I was like, well, this is OJ. They ain't the regular old everyday black dude. Shit.
That's because they were setting up black people so much.
Right.
And since he had the money to really fight them, because if that would have been anybody else.
Right.
Whether they did it or not, they would have been railroad.
He'd have been right. They'd have just been pick a nigga, pick anybody you want.
Right.
They're gonna get this charge.
That's right.
Our mama used to make us stay inside when something happened. Because they knew that they was gonna arrest somebody. And then knew white folks really couldn't identify one nigga from the next.
Right.
They were like, he about 6 foot, dark skin, with a white t-shirt on. That's half the damn city.
Yeah. And even though they said dark skin, they would have included that to be somebody my color. Because dark skin don't mean the same thing to them as they do to us.
So white folks, have our ass in a lineup. I think that's him. Hold on, bitch, what you mean? You think that's him? You about to give somebody a whole entire felony and walk away feeling good about it. And that's just the way it's always been. You gotta my mom used to make us stay inside. When they had a robbery or something.
Well, yeah. So that's what that was about. Nobody gave a shit about him. But he had money, the ability to fight, and they had just beat up.
You know who they got in general population? They lost. They tried not to get into the 3 white boys that killed Aubrey, the jogger.
They're in general population?
Yeah. They try to get it switched to the feds. The family like, no, they're going on one. They try to do it on the sneak tip and try to get the feds. No, they're gonna do their fed time after they do their state time. And they're going to one of the main lockup facilities, state penitentiary in Georgia, with a whole bunch of Negroes.
And they should listen. I don't give a shit about them. They chased out a young black man and probably starting his life. Had him fighting for his life and then acted like he was robbing him or some shit.
Right.
They almost don't want you. Don't fight. You gotta be master. Yes, sir, master. You gotta look down at their shoes. You better not even look at them like you're a man, because exactly what happened is what's gonna happen. And so he stood up like a man, and he's like, okay, you got guns, so then it made it seem like, well, he charged me. That's why I shot him. Nigga, you pulled the gun out on him way before he charged you.
All 3 of them got life.
That's what they deserve, life.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the feds, because they put that additional racist thing on them. I know
then they had their little racist tech, had their little souvenirs. They took their pictures.
Ain't that some shit?
Their daughter, yeah.
Happy than a motherfucker. I got one. I got one of them. And now your ass in jail. It's a beginning.
Right. And that judge that helped them out and that didn't prosecute their ass, she in trouble too.
That's right. I think she should get a lot of time, but she probably not.
No, because of that judgeship, they're gonna get a credit for serving the public. That's how they get away with that shit.
Yeah. But she should never get on no judge no more. She shouldn't be making money. Nothing.
And see, that's why when I be telling some of these black dudes, like, man, we don't need no federal involvement. I say, man, you sound like the white folks, but what you gonna do without the feds on these people's ass?
Right.
They would have got away with this shit if you don't have the government and the feds on these dirty ass people's ass. They still active.
That's right.
And that's why I trip out when they talk about voting for Trump. Man, get the fuck out of here. Trump telling them people what to do. Just hit their head against the thing a little harder when you arrest them. He ain't talking about his people. He talking about your ass.
Your dumb ass. Yep. They dumb as hell, man. And you right, the feds had to come in because you see the state of Georgia wasn't gonna do shit. They were covering that shit up.
Hell yeah. Kentucky,
in fact, they lied to the mother.
Win.
Remember when Kentucky they lied to the mother and said that, oh, your son is dead. They wouldn't even let us see the body. Your son is dead. Mm-hmm. He was committing a robbery.
Right.
You know, if somebody told me my son was committing a robbery and thinking that's gonna be it, they got me fucked up.
No, you lying. Yeah, you lying. I know my child.
That's right. That's when they commit no fucking robberies.
Now, I don't like when people get up there knowing their damn children ain't, out there bad. He was a good guy. If mine was out there bad, I was like, he just decided to do it. I wouldn't even talk. I mean, I'm not defending no bad shit, but no, I know my child on this.
Right.
People be ridiculous sometimes, our people, boy. This boy got a career criminal record of shooting guns, killing drug distribution 3 times, never had a job, dead. He was about to get his life together. This nigga yeah, they were jealous of him. Shit, they been trying to kill this nigga. They killed one dude, they applauded him. They applauded this dude dying. This nigga was such a terror.
Damn. So are you saying Young Thug was really in a criminal? Because at first people said, nah, he's a rapper.
Nah, that nigga was, he was on that, he was slinging that dope.
And
Right.
killing
He was
people.
just hiding. Yeah, he was doing that. He was sending hits and stuff.
Mm.
YSL and YSN, they've been going back and forth. And that's the ones. And Young Thug sent the dude, they caught him that shot up Lil Wayne bus. He just wanted them dudes that wanted to be wild and known for that in Atlanta. That was Atlanta's biggest nightmare. It wasn't Black BMF, you know, it wasn't Big Meech, because Big Meech then wasn't about that killing. They were just about doing business. They were just making it rain in the strip club as a decoy and, you know, was slinging on the side. Young Thug killing people all in Buckhead, where the rich folks stay. Shooting niggas down in Bentleys and shit. Like, damn, he tripping. And they can't have that. Yeah, they're around the mansions and stuff like that. And, you know, and he wanted to be known for that. He wanted to be the most feared.
And he gay?
Yeah, that nigga gay. That's the one wearing the dresses and shit like that. Ain't nothing more dangerous than a gay ass gangster. And they got fuck all that. And they got extra hormones. He taking that wood. He frustrated. Kill that nigga on the spot.
God damn.
Soon as that nigga jump out with that gun and throw his hair back, I'm shooting. Soon as that first stiletto step out with the skinny jeans on, bitch, I'm shooting.
Don't make me laugh. Oh, you're wrong for that.
Them niggas dangerous. I ain't playing. I ain't making. Right. This nigga's serious and he dressed like that coming to kill a nigga. How they gonna find footprints? They gonna think that's a woman. Somebody in heels shot there. One of them manosphere niggas. I'm telling you, the manosphere killed Kev. They said they had heels. Told you all this shit is hitting the street.
Damn, yo.
There was a whole campaign.
Oh, Lord. He said nothing more dangerous than a...
No shit. Fuck.
All
they
that
got extra to
hormone.
prove. Right. That's extra. Fuck. And they got the rank up, they got to hold it down. They're trying to pave the way for motherfuckers like him. Try to be a terror. That's probably why the motherfucker was so doing all that killing.
What you think about that little short dude who gonna go to jail for shooting Megan in the goddamn foot?
That's
you think he gonna
dumbass.
survive in jail or he gonna be good? What you thinking?
Unless he got money, he can pay for it. He can pay. I mean, he might be connected just to break all, you know, pay for protection the whole time. Depends on how much time he get, because he got money. It depends where he go, if it's fair time. And we're here in California, so he should be all right. If the case was in California.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, the nigga just gonna be locked up and lost his entire career. And anytime he tried to go back now he found guilty, he gonna have to go back and try to get back in court. The lawyers just gonna keep draining him.
Draining all his money.
Right.
Because he ain't getting on. And he got some dumbass niggas online, like the general and shit over here talking about, oh yeah, he gonna go back to court. They were like, how you gonna go back to court and do what?
All those appeals, they gonna stress that he ain't getting no, then they gonna be sitting in there 5 years before they think about an appeal.
That's right.
And in California with a superstar. Not a rapper, a superstar.
A superstar.
Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion is a superstar. She damn near a household name.
Yep. She sure
around
is.
Damn near around the world.
Around the world, but yeah, Megan.
Now people don't understand, and your dumb ass won't get out there like Ike Turner and say dance, bitch. That's on your dumb. Whether you shot the ground, hit it, whatever it is, nigga, you just in California.
You should have did that shit in Louisiana, Texas.
Man, what the fuck? I mean, you made it, nigga. You got to act like the common dumbass nigga. Millionaires acting like the common dumbass nigga. I don't get.
I'm good, nigga.
Right. After all of that, to get out of all that shit, you still got the rep like that. You know, like I showed you that video of him won't fight. You one of them niggas, man. You don't get the fuck on out of my face.
You
After
don't
I
think he's
make it,
gonna be
I
like
want
that
to
in
relax.
jail? I think that's when he's gonna end up being like in jail. And that's when he's gonna get his ass beat. Not knowing,
Nah,
some
he
people
can't
don't.
get down like that. Nah, he might pay for number five. He can't run nothing. He can't run nothing in jail.
No, I'm
That ain't
saying he's
gonna
gonna get his
happen.
ass
Yeah.
beat.
Yeah, he get out of line at jail, he gonna get fucked over. That's just the bottom line. Yeah, ain't no winning. Mike Tyson get out of line in general population. He got a whole lot to deal with, even in his prime days. I mean, that's just what it is. In prison, not jail. Them niggas going to prison, you know,
Right.
so that's different.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, he going in, and if he act a little too cocky, because he big man, you gotta humble yourself.
You got a lot of shit. Or nigga just might want to extort your ass. You know, if you on a certain block, hey bro, look, I need some stove, bro. I mean, so you all right in here. You know, you got to check in. You know, you got to pay that nigga to make sure everything's straight.
Right. They've been drained his ass.
Right.
Set him up if
They
you don't
know
pay.
he got money. And I'm not surprised that like Lil Wayne paid, for his, certain group to protect him when it's worth his while when he did his year in New York.
But Lil Wayne, it's a little different, because he,
Right.
like, old dude is not at Lil Wayne's level, especially back then. Lil
No, he
Wayne
ain't
was
on
went
that
into
level.
jail
Yeah,
being
he
at
ain't
the
on
top
that
of
level.
his game.
Right.
I think that's how they slowed that nigga down. When they put that nigga in jail, they slowed that nigga down because he did Sorry for the Wait after when he got out. Remember, he had just dropped Carter 5, man. No.
I don't know if he
Carter
gang
3.
affiliated either, Bomb. So I wouldn't know your boy with the Megan Thee Stallion case.
Oh yeah.
Because here in California, that might make a difference too.
Oh yeah.
But either way, if you got money, you have to pay homage. That's how Cali get down, in my opinion.
You're messing with some big boy trying to claim that it's their fault. His daddy. So they might
he
get him touched right here.
He can't win in nothing physical. He can't win in nothing physical. That's just the bottom line. You got to do some negotiating some other kind of way to be all right in jail. Because the nigga might want to rep on it. He might be the one who want to do you something. Nigga, I got your boy when he was locked up. The niggas rep off that. Making a name for yourself. Some rich ass coming through here.
Hell yeah. No, these days, these young people put everything on a video, put it in a song. I'm waiting to see what they're gonna do. Oh girl, that's what I'm waiting for them.
Who that?
What her name was? Kelsey.
The one that was with him?
Yeah.
I don't know. They ain't gonna bring no charges up on her, I don't think, huh?
I'm hoping they do.
She took the stand.
She took the stand and lied. She didn't go by what the deal they gave her. So remember talking about I don't recall, I don't do this, I don't do that.
Taking the fifth, yeah.
Yeah, pleading the fifth when she trying to plead the fifth because she ain't plead the fifth. She said those words out of her mouth, but she ain't plead no fifth. Because if she would have played the fifth,
the police this, and this.
Yeah, and then it was all on recording. That's what's sad. And now the recording is out to prove that she was nothing but a snitch anyway. So you can't. Maybe they threatened her whether you gonna be a snitch, and maybe that's why she did it. Maybe
a lot
they
of
gave her
people
money.
never been in that courtroom. See, when they get in that court, you gonna answer them questions.
Oh, you gonna answer them questions.
You gonna answer them questions on that stand. As when stuff go to trial, you gonna answer them questions.
Yeah.
You know, all that plead the fifth. Okay, you can exercise your amendment right if you want, but that's like the dudes in Atlanta with Young Thug and them. All of them got conditions to come back and testify on Young Thug being a gang and a music industry and the gang funded the industry. If they call them back, they still got an extra charge that they can charge them with that they know about. And they're gonna sock it to your ass. Like the dudes walking away on some of the murder charges and shootings and getting probation, they'll hold that. Let your ass get up there and talk about you don't remember, and you can go plead the fifth. Okay?
And you
got
gonna be
something for you. That's the
sure
problem
do.
with that RICO, state RICO. They got one on your ass, and they gonna sock it to you. You gonna do it if you don't come back.
Mhm.
And these people still walking around. I didn't rat. I ain't snitch. I just said, boy, that's rat. Y'all they that dumb. All
But they
America
know they
say is
just
this.
trying to be. They think everybody's stupid.
Right.
You know, they gotta say what they gotta say. It's just shocking that people like look, if they're in the game and they doing what they're doing, yeah, they deserve to, they deserve everything they get for being a rat.
Right. And the people know 28 people. Yeah, somebody ratting at least 5 of them every time. It's gonna always be. It's human nature. Somebody go rat.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody gonna say something.
Because they always tell you, the first person to come gonna get the better deal, gonna get the
Right.
skate. Shit,
Right.
if I
Sam
was the
and the
one who did,
Bull on Sam and the Bull on Val channel right now, talking about how every last one of them, gangsters of New York, Bumpy Johnson, them, all the Italian mafia, somebody always rat.
they rat, man. Because they got, they got something to lose.
Right.
The people even put them in danger by telling people that they ratting even when they not ratting.
Right.
And
And that's like with T.I. We been knew T.I. was a rat. We been knew he was. He way back when. But that's a New Orleans, Atlanta thing. But that's why he was ordering them guns, because he got into it with a dude in New Orleans. But we been knew they all do that. And what the feds will do is to come in and have you do some damn community service, some tip hotline or something like that. Or vice versa. Same thing with Cash Money Brother, William Gangster Williams. He can't come back to Louisiana. You didn't just tell on the dead. The feds don't operate like that. You told on some active stuff going on in the street. Just like 6ix9ine and all that and all the rest of them.
Yeah.
So I hope the youngsters see that Young Thug stuff, man. Ain't no loyalty in that. These are criminals.
Yeah.
The smartest ones will be the one that got the most, the one who got the most murders and charges, who was right there. If he the first one to tell, man, he get to walk.
That's right. That's what I was just about to say.
Right.
If I had the most murders, shit, and I know it, I'm about to rat on. And I know that once they're gonna get to me. Let me go and cut this deal real quick.
Right. Right. They're giving them, okay, we're gonna give you credit for time served and 15 years probation. Okay. These niggas out of jail. Like, 5 of them did that shit. Okay, now when we need you to come back for Young Thug to testify and make sure, okay, sure will.
Yep.
They know once they get a taste of that freedom and shit, man, fuck with y'all. I just got to be a rat then. That's how they go roll with it.
Yep. They like you said, some of them got to be in cells 24 hours a day. It depends on what they done done. If they done killed, they gonna be on death row.
Right.
Or in there for life.
Right.
Do lifers hang with the regular people?
Isolation. No, lifers don't. I think they got different jails do different things, but now sometimes lifers, are isolated, just like I was just talking about, on like the death row folk.
That's fucked up that they put death row people like that. I think that's fucked up. I think if you're gonna be killing them in like 5 years or so, like they all by themselves, that shit could drive you crazy. You can damn near be wishing for death.
Yeah. See, that's that torture. Now, I ain't no love for him.
Yeah,
that's the
true.
whole thing. I know a lot of people like going on kill. Nah, he gonna suffer.
Yeah.
For a long fucking time. And he cannot step outside of that cell. Because they got people waiting on him. They got the same amount of time. They ain't forget about you. You still right there. Right in the other tier. While everybody right there on the other side of the general population. And you get to go take your walk 1 hour a day.
1 hour a day just a stretch.
And it's not always guaranteed every day.
we had to get ready to sue. I think my sister said it's not Jefferson Parish. Wait, so I forget what street. But so remember after you showed us you walking, remember?
The
My sister
graveyard,
called
yeah.
me. Yeah, my sister called later that night, or I called her, and she didn't know where her car was. My brother then took the car, and the car, she didn't know where the car was all Christmas. Just didn't know where the car was. She knew that my brother took it, but he wasn't answering no calls and nothing. She even had me call him, nobody knowing. So, you know, my mind go bad. I'm thinking somebody hurt him. Because even though, you know, my brother, you know, he slips up. He was doing good, and then he slips up, right? But even when he slip up, he wouldn't take her car. But remember, I told y'all he done rented out a car to some people before. So she thinking maybe he rented it out, but he gonna come back. But then he don't come back. She don't want to call the police. But anyway, come to find out, they stopped him somewhere past Fauché. I'm sorry, past Fillmore Street, right? The other side over there. And took him to jail, but they beat him. And based on what we're hearing, that they beat him to where he can't even walk right. So they done dropped. Look, they had him up on all kinds of charges.
They must remember. Yeah, they must remember him something. He must have a jacket.
Oh yeah, well, you know, he do have a jacket.
Right.
Like I said,
they run your name. They're gonna run your name and everything you've been arrested for. They're just gonna pull up. Yeah,
and then but then they you know, so they claim the story didn't add up. So yeah, my sister about getting a lawyer. So I'm gonna talk to her about it today, see what happened. Cause he was in the hospital in intensive care or some shit. Now the police beating him. Now they claim that when they caught him, he didn't have on no clothes, which kind of could be true, right? If you on drugs. But then the story came that they had the key to the car. Which if you got the key from the car out of his pocket, then how was he naked?
You know that they'll mess over him just because he inconvenienced them, even if he had a legitimate issue. You know. They don't want to do a reporting and any kind of thing. They're looking just to make a statement and shit anyway. Yeah. You know, so it could be something as simple as that.
You know the motherfuckers in Kenner right there. You know the motherfuckers that know they dirty. All the motherfucking cops. In Harry Hand, they dirty than a motherfucker right there.
Right.
You know they dirty, man. But they ain't got to beat you and shit. Right? My brother's not violent, but he does he slips back.
Well, even if it's just drunk and mouthy or something like that, they will go off on them. And that's why I be telling the young dudes, listen, man, y'all stop flexing up on them people. They're looking for a reason to fuck over.
They looking.
Right, that's all that stuff. That's why they squeezing your arm, man. You ain't got to squeeze, man. Just don't even tell them that. That's what they want you to do. They want you to get in a verbal altercation, a back and forth. So they can get you into a verbal entanglement. Now you're aggressive. While you're trying to explain, ain't no explain. Just go to jail.
Just go to jail. Remember, I was saying that. Remember a couple of weeks ago when I was like,
just later, right?
Yeah,
especially if you know that you got their, you know your rights and you got their ass dead right. Oh yeah, bring me to jail now. And let's get
just go to jail, yo. Just go.
Right.
I got to teach my kids that. We got to teach our kids, y'all. Tell them to put their hands behind their back. White people do it all the time. But I understand why it's harder for us, right? We don't want to go to jail. We already know, you know, it's gonna be an inconvenience.
And we mildly and shit like that and won't plead our case too. That's just kind of how we are. But yeah, we got to just go it on. Just play
we got to just go, y'all. Play. Look, don't say shit. Don't answer no question that could get you in more trouble. You could be brought up on other charges you ain't even do.
Right.
Because you open your mouth.
Nothing they asking you for your benefit. Trust me.
That's right. Just turn around calmly. Let them put them cuffs on. You might verbalize, I'm not fighting, you know, if you want, just because they do have video cams on, you know, and go to jail.
Shit, Jefferson Parish don't wear cams.
They don't?
No. Harry Lee said back then, fuck them cameras. We ain't wearing shit. They still don't. You remember, and you remember when the police came to my house? They have cameras on with my dog with the grandma. They don't want cameras.
Oh, dang.
I should have stayed on live when that happened too. Well, we'd have went by.
I know that's right.
Well, no, they don't wear them because all they just say, okay, well, we don't want the government funding then.
God damn.
Right. Since you go take the government, we got it. We independent. Thank you.
Well, that need to be illegal right there. Independent police station sound like kind of fucked up to me. Sound like they can do whatever the fuck they want now.
They had about 5 suspicious murders, even on the West Bank and Railroad, stuff like that. The people ain't got cameras on. Orleans got cameras on in the city of New Orleans, and that's because Eric Holder them and Obama them put them under federal decree, and that was mandatory that every last one of them had.
Nah. Yeah, damn. Still, we got the Wild Wild West in fucking Louisiana, but that shit don't shock me though, because that's what I've always said.
Texas towns
they do what the fuck they want.
Right. And them sheriffs.
What you got to hide? Why they got to hide? What they hiding that they won't wear the cameras?
You know what it is.
Yeah, we know. No.
I'm still, and I always had a eyebrow up with this shit, but I never thought that they was on that much of a rampage, killing that many dudes, and that's just what we know about. We just hearing about it, and the thing is, they're so comfortable with it, Bomb. They don't even know how to stop, even though the fucking camera's on.
Yeah, that's how comfortable you right.
Right, that they've been doing this shit for generations, and that's why I tell people, it was hired, police department was created to catch and kill slaves.
That's okay.
And they mastered this shit.
When they go to,
what kill me is when I see these niggas on the force joining in.
That's what killed me. You would think they would get on the force so they can help, and when I say help, I mean record
do shit the right way, right? Yeah. And that's the original reason why black officers was able to patrol black areas, so it can be fair and they're not getting mistreated, by the white officers, which was fine, patrolling our own communities. Now these motherfuckers here dealing, they can't wait to start. You see a bunch of videos, with these niggas running out the blue, jumping and beating on little kids, 14-year-olds. On the dirt bike. If you see that video, they pull this little boy off the dirt bike, and the police come and stomp his head in the ground.
But why would they do that? And they, like, you're not in danger. You shouldn't be fighting nobody.
Right. All you can Google police kick man, handcuff man in the face.
Yeah.
So that's a non-stop thing with old Dr. Rashad and Indisputable and stuff like that. There's always something.
Man, that shit is great.
With the black officers jumping in. You remember that the protest of Black Lives Matter, the protest in Atlanta, when them 3 black officers pulled the black college students out, the Spelman and Morehouse college students out the fucking car. And they had that little young girl screaming in the car and stuff like that. And when they yanked them out, that's 3 black dudes.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that was 3. I think it was 1 white cop and 2 other black dudes with that shit.
Yeah. Well, anyway, y'all, it's almost 3. I've been up here 8 hours. I think it says, where is that? 8 hours, 2 minutes and 46 seconds. We're going to be back tonight, though. We're going to probably do karaoke or something fun.
All right, Mom, I'll talk to you later, babe.
Okay. Tell my little niece I said Happy New Year's to her. I know her birthday just passed and all that good old stuff,
Yeah,
a month ago.
Big now.
I know she is. Okay.
All right, I'll give you a holler.
Okay. So everybody, listen, I'm going to take me a nap and I will be back now. It might be late now, okay? But I am coming back. I know Legally gonna be here, so I'm gonna try to get a nap in. Because if I don't, then the later it get, the tighter I'm gonna get, and then I'm not gonna be able to come back. But I do want to come back tonight. So we can have some fun.
Okay, you sound so much better now, Bomb.
Oh, I feel so much better. Yes.
That's good. That's good.
I was feeling so bad and so tired.
You sounded like it.
I was trying my best. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna come on. And then I would go to sleep.
We need some sleep. I was just calling you to be your alarm. I didn't care if you woke up or not, just making sure you woke up.
And I think you had called 3 times and hubby said, hey, the phone is ringing. And I looked at the time, I said, oh, I think that's Kira. And then he said, I rolled over and went right back to sleep. I was like, and the next
that was
day
the mission. I'm just glad I woke you up.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you called. Yeah, he told me, he said that I said it was you, and then he said I rolled over and went right back to sleep. I said, yeah, I did tell her to call me. I said, but I don't remember that. So yeah, he did tell me. Yeah, and then from there I slept up until like nonstop up until last night, about midnight. I was just tired. Like, and I wasn't no longer COVID, it tested negative, but it still just wore me out. And then on top of that, I'm still going through this menopause. What the date is? 6, 7, 8, 9.
6.
Oh, damn it. I think I have an appointment. Wait a minute, look. I was supposed to go get my blood work done. I don't know why they make you come do blood work. Like, I got to go all the way there and then go back again. Well, let me see the date. I might be able to, let me see, I do this January, right? My appointment on 10th, but my appointment is on the 10th. And then, which is Tuesday. I'm not missing that appointment no matter what. But I'm going to try to go get my blood work done. Damn. I wonder if they'll let me do it tomorrow. I'm tired. I ain't going nowhere today. Okay. Anyway, y'all, we will be back tonight. Okay. And we gonna have fun later. Okay. So I'll see y'all tonight.
Okay, you need an alarm?
Yeah, you gonna call me. So call me like 9:30 your time.
Okay.
Wait, with 2, it's 3, right? Let's say 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, that's good time. So 9:30, make it 9:30 so we can start about 10.
Okay.
So yeah, call, and I'm not that sick, so even if I'm still asleep, remember, call once and call again if I don't answer. And either me or the hubby should answer. And he'll wake me up.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. See y'all later, y'all. We will be back tonight. Kira gonna call me. Okay. Okay, see y'all later.